What's up? What's up? I was giving my shit. Eyebrow crunch to the medieval-esque playlist. What's up? Hello. Hi. It's Critical Eyes. Welcome. This is Critical Eyes, episode 79, part 2, or 79.5, because part 2 is way too many characters in a title. And it requires an abbreviation, which is, that's just a non-starter. What's up? Hello. How are you? How are we? If you don't know, Critical Eyes is a show hosted by me, Megaphone Man. Hello. I've been DMing for a very long time, and I watched through Critical Role. I've never seen it before. And we talk about DMing strategies, storytelling, map design, game design. I use kind of Critical Role as a basis to have those larger conversations, but I also just sit back and enjoy the show. Well, maybe sit back's the wrong word. I think my enjoyment is a little too active to call it sitting back. Lots of theorizing, lots of trying to predict what is coming next, but it's a good time. Stick around. What's up? I almost forgot about this. Good thing I'm on the Discord. You all should be. Hint. I agree, Daniel. The Discord is delightful. And I think people don't maybe think about this, honestly. Because I saw a comment yesterday, I think, where someone was like, "Oh man, how I wish I could have been in the spoilers chat for this episode." And to be fair, they might have, found out about the series after that episode, so they might not have literally been able to be in the Discord. But if you're watching this and you're, on the rewatch train, you're trying to catch up to live, join the Discord now. Because they talk about all sorts of funny, wacky stuff that I am saying or thinking, so you can be there and participate in the conversation, even if you're not caught up to live necessarily. It's a good time. So join it early, join it often. Let's see. Wait, I gotta get chat pulled up. Oh no, it's on the wrong screen. Wait, I have a script for this. I will bring you back, chat. Don't worry. Where is it? I know that I have it somewhere. Oh no, is it not? There we go. Move the window to the desired monitor. Boop. There we go. Yes, sir. All right. Look at that. I actually made some legitimately useful scripts for my own private use. How crazy. A normal coder could never. Oh man. Oh wow is what I should have said. On the Discord I can edit my messages, unlike YouTube. True. Discord's way more active than Mega thinks it is, because like 90% of the traffic is in the spoilers channel, and he is verboten. I am. That's true. It's really funny because I can see like overall Discord stats. Like, I can see, like, broadly the amount of activity. And then, I see only the channels that aren't spoilers chat. And they, there's a big gap between the total activity number and the activity number that I can directly see. Which is very funny. But it's a good time. You should join. Like I said, even if you aren't, maybe caught up yet, you should join.
Are we gonna try and take Raishan out?
Okay, there we go. And we've got Critical Role up. Got Critical Role up. And I also have, I mean, not right now at this moment, but very, very soon. I took on another project. I'll just say it. I'll come out early. I'll own it. I took on another project. Which I know you might be thinking, hey, where's Fantasy High Five? And if you are asking that right now, you have every right to ask that. I have taken on way too many projects. Unfortunately, I have overcommitted. But a lot of them are wrapping up. And this new one that I committed to is kind of a longer term thing that I won't be specific about, but is I think that 95% of the people on the channel will enjoy it. And once April's over, Fantasy High, look out. I just feel bad that I opened up like memberships and then immediately like the time period that I had that I would have recorded Fantasy High 5 in was taken up by my canker sore recovery. So that was very unfortunate. I'm hoping to record it very soon and then post it hopefully before Dragon Week. That's a hope, though. I don't know if that'll actually happen because Dragon Week's taking up so much of my time. I went way too big. But there's positives and negatives to that. It'll be very... How do I say it? If you know how much I've been talking about the Dragon Week video and how much of my time it's been taking, and then you just see the Dragon Week video when it comes out, you will be like, where did all the time go? You're like, how did this take as much time as Mega is making it out to? It is because my current plan, which I don't want to be too specific on, but I can give it an abstract in vagueness and communicate it. I basically had to do like 10 or 12 different recording sessions for various parts of the video. And each of those recording sessions was between an hour and 2 hours. And I was shooting them for about 2 to 5 minutes of actual like stuff that's going to go into the video each. So the long and short of it is I got way too much good footage. So that is taking way more work than I ever anticipated it taking. It blew away my expectations on like the workload, but there's also going to be more content than just Dragon Week coming from the process of making the Dragon Week video. You are going to get to see, I think, some really cool insights into some other TTRPGs. And I think because I've mentioned doing like other TTRPG content on the channel before, and if you were excited by that, I think you will be eaten well over this summer. I anticipate at least 4 other videos made off of the footage from Dragon Week about non-D&D TTRPGs, and I think it'll be a really good time. The only real downside is that I don't want to talk too much. It's going to be this episode in particular, episode 79 of Critical Role, is going to be a little tough to talk about because I talk about some of the Red Dragon in the Dragon Week video. But I figure, you'll like I said, that'll only take up like 2 to 5 minutes. So there will be plenty of other video that you won't have had spoilered for you on my opinions on the Red Dragon. But yeah. So it's been too much, but a lot of cool stuff has come from it. A lot of cool stuff. I met a lot of really great dungeon tubers as well. Dungeon tube community is so nice. Oh my god. Even the people that turned me down for the video were so kind and nice about it, and that is 0% sarcasm. I know that like the way that I just said that could be interpreted as like, oh, they were so nice. No, they were nice. They were truly nice and kind about turning me down. They were like, wow, what a great idea. And I was like, oh my god, you have 300,000 subscribers. You're telling me my idea is good. But yeah, so that was it's been a little bit of a ride. And then I will say I've got the other project that I signed up for that is eating away even more of my time. Is a project that if you want me and Mike to do more together, you will probably like this. And I'm not saying anything more about it. Because it might not even be big. It's a debate as to whether it'll be like a one-off thing or not a one-off thing. So I'm not even going to say too much more about that. But too many projects, but I'm going to hopefully this summer, I'm really like not only hopeful, but I am planning on this summer being Fantasy High Summer. While keeping Critical Role going, of course. But I'm very, very hopeful for Fantasy High Summer. And I think it'll be fun. We have fun conversations in the spoiler chat that without Mega that isn't about CR. Like just the other day, we had a fun conversation about the difference in linguistics in different countries. What the fuck? You guys are having these fun conversations where I can't see them? That's so rude. Damn it. I want to know about linguistics. But that's fine. That's honestly probably for the best. I sometimes have to be like, hold yourself back from chatting. Let the community form without your input. And sometimes I cannot hold myself back in the other chats. So maybe it's good that I'm not in the spoilers chat for those. What's up, Amanda? What's up? Yeah. I'm sure none of us nerds can relate to taking on too many projects. No. Of course not. I have done just enough YouTube videos to know how much winds up on the editing room floor if you care about quality. Oh my god. It's going to be really tough because I think those like hour to 2 hour recording sessions, I would say like in terms of like my minimum quality that I think would be like interesting and entertaining, I'd say like 80% of those recording sessions were like good quality shit. And I want I want like 1% of it for the actual video. Because honestly, speaking of dungeon tubers being really kind and nice, I thought, again, without going into too many specifics, I thought I was going to have to like, not beg, but like I thought it was going to be a challenge to get 30 minutes of people's time. And I was astonished that they were willing to talk to me for 2 to 4 times that length. And so yeah, it's gonna be, there's a lot of good shit. It'll mostly just be how I end up packaging it all, which I'm not quite sure yet. Is Fantasy High Summer said in the same inflection as Hot Girl Summer? Absolutely. It's Hot Girl Summer. Fantasy High Summer. Yes, sir. Or Rap Boy Summer. I can relate to that a little bit more. Have you seen the How to Watch Dimension 20 video on Dimension 20? I saw it get posted. And I was like, is this parody? Like, what's going on here? And like a bunch of friends that I've made recently, IRL, none of them watch Critical Role, but they all watch D20. They're all really, really into D20. And So it's been kind of filling my feed a little bit more. Me and Paige have talked about like finding one that I'm not going to watch on stream or not going to, do a pre-recording of. Trying to find one for just the two of us to watch. Yeah, I'm getting more and more D20 tendrils hooked into me. So I saw this and I was like, oh, it's parody. And then I started it and it was like, oh no, Brennan is taking this 100% seriously. This is not parody in the slightest. This is just an actual video about how to watch it. Which I think is honestly fair. Like, Mike has the video of like how to watch Critical Role or like where to start in Critical Role. So super fair, I think, for Dimension 20, especially Dimension 20 that I would argue is a little bit more maybe impenetrable, or not impenetrable, but like seems bigger somehow and like more complicated than like Critical Role. Because Critical Role is very easy to communicate. It's campaigns 1, 2, and 3, plus Exandria Unlimited sometimes. It's very straightforward. Whereas Dimension 20 has all of these series. They're all named. They're not a 1, 2, and 3. They have different casts, sometimes a different DM. So I think Dimension 20 is a little bit more kind of unimpenetrable in that way. Obviously Critical Role has the length on its side, making it a little bit more impenetrable. But I think it was fair to make that video. Yeah. The conversations in spoilers always start as being about CR, but sometimes they evolve. That's fair. That's very, very, very fair. Yeah. It's mostly about how dates are written and spoken in different languages and cultures. Oh, yeah. Yeah. YYMMDD is great. DDMMYY is also good. MMDDYY is completely nonsensical. Look, I want to start by saying I agree. My preferred is DDMMYY. My preferred is the middle, because I disagree with the argument that I'm about to state, but I think an argument you can make is that MMDDYY is ordered in broad importance level. Like, I think you could argue that for a lot of people, the month is broadly, like in your day-to-day life, every second of the day, more useful than the specific day number. And so if you're ordering them in importance of what people would want to know first, MMDDYY could make sense. Now, and I agree with you, G. Herka. I think that argument, I think, would hold up in like at some point pre-Y2K. I think before the year 2000, at some point in the 1900s, I think it probably switched. But I think if you go back to like the actual year 1900, it turns 1899 to 1900. I think for most people, knowing the literal specific date was not that important, in the same way that knowing the specific time wouldn't have been that important. You have a town clock tower that rings on the hour. You don't need to know if it's quarter hour, half hour, 3/4 of an hour. So I think in that same sense, you could view month as more relevant at some point in the past. I would say in the modern day is more important. I think in the modern day, the actual day is more relevant, which is why I prefer DDMMYY. Is because I do think that for the modern day kind of person, day is most important, then month, then year. And it actually has levels of it's actually ordered as opposed to the other one. So that's my steel man for MMDDYY. And that it made sense at some point in the past and has not been updated to fit with the modern age. That would be my argument. But it really should be. It really should be updated. YYMMDD is good for sorting information by date. That's true. It's a good database or spreadsheet sort of thing. I don't think it's nearly as intuitive if you're using it as a human person, just like a singular date. But I definitely see what you're saying about you have a large list of dates with associated information. And YYMMDD is really good for that. Because if you reverse it into DDMMYY, then the sorting gets very off. Very, very, very off, yeah. If that is the case, then America is one of the only countries that viewed month as most important. Look, I'm not even saying... I'll clarify even further. I don't even think... that is the most important factor that you should consider when choosing a date formatting system is the ordering relevance. I don't even think that's the prime factor to consider. I think that there are other things. For me, the intuitive ordering of abstraction of going from more to less granular, I think that is a higher priority, personally. So I don't think that it was ever the right decision, but I'm trying to come up with a rationale for the decision. I've been watching too much, oh God, what's his name? Not Ed Foley. It's something Foley. Josh Foley? James Foley. Unsolicited advice, if people know the channel. Unsolicited advice. I don't remember his name. But yeah, unsolicited advice. I've been watching some of his philosophy stuff. And he does a lot of steel manning shit he doesn't believe in, and it's activated my debater kid energy. Yeah. Database and spreadsheet can sort no matter what format. The sorting is mostly relevant for file names. It's fair. I wasn't. I won't explain what I was thinking about because it was stupid and not overly relevant. But I was thinking about something that I would call a database that is definitely not one. But if it's in text format, if it's really old or something, yeah. Anyways. Oh, okay, wait. Actually, before we start, I normally don't do takeaways for 0.5s, for part 2s, because I want to, take the whole episode and do takeaways off of I put a takeaway at the beginning of I put a takeaway at the beginning of a stream that is for the beginning of an episode because there was a time gap between that point and the previous point where people would have had time to think about it, and where people would have had time to analyze it and time to have essentially their own takeaways. So that's where it's always felt the most intuitive to me. Because if I, give a takeaway here, there's a decent shot that something happens in the episode that might impact my takeaway if I do it, on the half. That said, I do have, I think you could say, a kind of takeaway for this, but it is I'm going to specifically really try to hold back my opinion on Matt's DMing and the broad setup of the scene, but I have something that I wanted to talk about just in terms of the red dragon, like the red dragon spell, stat block, because we had a very direct example of that with Thordak, and like how that interacts with character and map and party and all of those sorts of things. And I had a big opinion about it. You may have noticed at the end of the last stream, I was not overly enthused about what I had just seen. And again, I'm holding off my broad opinion on like the episode and the encounter as a whole, because there's clearly much more to go. But I still think that it was very telling to me personally how boring I found this combat. This encounter, I will say. And it's weird. I had to think about it for a little bit, because I did not find myself thinking the entire Umbrasyl encounter was boring. The entire Raishan encounter was boring. The entire Vorugal encounter was boring. I had my quibbles with all of them. I had my quibbles with the Umbrasyl Lair setup, but I thought that Umbrasyl had some interesting tactics with, he immediately ran, he used potions. Like, I thought that Umbrasyl brought a level of interest to that entire sequence. Same thing with Vorugal. Like, even though I made my opinion very known on Vorugal not running, clearly, Vorugal was characterized well enough, or at least he fit with people's expectations of what his personality would be, well enough that people defended him not running, right? Like people defended that a lot in my chat for several episodes. And I think that speaks to the fact that Vorugal was characterized well. And I mentioned at the beginning of last stream, I think, or maybe the stream before that I get nervous about villainous insanity. I get nervous about it because if it is not executed incredibly well, which it can be, but if it's not, it just sort of obscures personality. It fades personality into the soup of like crazy and creepy. You know what I'm saying? Which I do think we saw with Thordak. I think we saw whatever personality might have used to be there kind of got just faded in, for me at least, to the crazy, creepy soup. And that on its own isn't the biggest problem. I think you can just have a crazy, creepy, kooky villain. But I think it really shone a light on something that the other combats didn't shine as stark of a light on, which was the stat block and the Lair. And I think, surprisingly, that the red dragon, I think, might be more boring. Like, if you just run it as is, no additional work, no map modifications, no personality to the red dragon, they don't say a word. If you just run it as is, as if you're, playing chess, I think a red dragon combat is more boring than an average D&D combat. I think the abilities that it has makes it more boring. So, let's talk about them. The AoE attacks. And I say attacks, plural, because if we're taking the red... And this is all I will also caveat, asterisk. This is all the 2014. This is all the 2014 rulebook. I know it's changed slightly in the new one. But in the 2014, if they're in their lair, right, they have the breath weapon on a recharge and the magma burst on a legendary action. 2 AoE attacks, just kind of in different hats, I would say. And those are fine. AoE attacks are cool. They do encourage people to spread out, which is a bit novel. But my problem with especially the way that AoE and more specifically like lair actions and recharges are put in is they introduce a level of uncertainty, which again, not a bad thing. I don't hate recharge. You're not going to hear me talking shit on recharge the way I do on Legendary Resistance. I think that the uncertainty factor of recharge can be very interesting for decision making. You know, where you're kind of hedging your bets on, do I think that this thing is recharged yet? I think that's kind of cool. But you know, that's all that an AoE attack does is encourage that initial spread out. And then because there's no sort of tell, there's no sort of, which actually debatably, Matt telling them that the Dragon Breath recharged actually is kind of building in a tell to make that ability, in my opinion, a little bit better. But regardless, by default, no tell. And because of that, the players just have to constantly stay spread out. So it's putting kind of not even a decision point, really. And that is kind of the reason that I'm not more positive on the AoE attack is because on the AoE attacks, it's because I don't think they present decision points. They do direct players in novel ways. They do like funnel them into certain types of action that they might not take in a typical combat, but they do not have any sort of tactical decision to make. They just have a goal that they need to do, and there's no like upside or downside that we're like considering between two paths of action. You just need to spread out. Now, the system could have theoretically addressed this by making there be like significant benefits to staying near someone. And it has those in some places, but they're very rare. They're atypical. You have something like the Battle Master maneuver where they can like, you know, use their reaction to give disadvantage to an attack roll for an ally within 5 feet of them. That's an example of like, that would actually be a decision point if that fighter with that battle maneuver, but that Battle Master maneuver is facing down an AoE attack or an enemy that it knows uses AoE attacks. That's now a decision point for them. Do I spread out to make the AoE less effective, or do I stay close so that my maneuver continues to be effective? But that is, I would say atypical, not normal. And no one in this combat had it. So you have everyone spread out and then pretty much want to stay still or only move in accordance with other people moving. But even if you did want to move in accordance with other people moving or to have some sort of strategy outside of that, they have the Fear Aura, which primarily serves to restrict movement even further. And I will also say spreading out as a incentive is also naturally inhibiting to movement across the entire encounter. It really encourages it right at the start, and it encourages small pieces of maneuvering, but broadly, you are essentially being repelled by each other player. Each other player is a magnet that is repelling each other all over the place. So that in and of itself is restrictive to movement. I don't think AoE attacks are bad, but they are movement restricting because they place a constant repelling force and like funneling on your movement. And again, Fear Aura restricts movement. And then the wing attack knocks you down. which reduces your movement because you are prone. So every one of the dragon's abilities restricts movement in some way and very minorly encourages it. Very minorly. Now, I think the coolest part of the dragon is the fact that they are fast flyers, which could be very interesting for something that hits like a truck, which dragons do. But my problem with dragons is kind of twofold. It is one, they don't have any ranged attacks. So it's not like an Aarakocra with a bow that can use that flight and use that speed to outmaneuver the party and plink at them from range, right? That's like, I think that's a natural flyer archetype. The other natural flyer archetype might be something like the Rock, which has flyby, which means it can't get hit by opportunity attacks. So it's okay that it doesn't have any ranged because it can dive in, make a melee attack, and then dive out with flyby. So it is using its mobility and its flight to in a synergistic way with its movement. And I think that's maybe one of I would say the best change you could make to a dragon, honestly, after like thinking about and looking at all this. If you added flyby to dragon, I actually don't think it changes the CR all that much. Maybe bump it up 1 or 2. I don't know. I really don't think it changes it that substantially. But I think it makes the dragon make a lot more sense. But I digress. So yeah, they can't utilize this range and this flying and this fast flying because their only ranged option is their breath weapon, which is on a recharge, and they don't have flyby. So I think that their own stat block kind of disincentivizes them from doing the thing about them that I think might be coolest. I think might be like most interesting at its base. It might make for the most dynamic combat at its base. Now there's something to be said for flying enemies and how that interacts with like melee PCs and like how good or bad would it feel if your melee PCs are really specifically challenged in a way that your ranged ones aren't during a big climactic boss battle. There's some conversation there. I don't think enough to justify not having flyby, but I can see an argument there. The last thing I wanted to bring up, because I think it's also somewhat emblematic of like a lot of my problems with this. The toxic gas. I think it's called like volcanic gas or something, or volcanic sulfur in the Lair actions. It is neat. When it came out on the board, I was like, ooh, that's neat. And then I realized that it's only neat if it obscuring things actually matters. And you might say, well, it's toxic. It's toxic gas. What, isn't that like part of it? No! Its toxic gas effect sucks. It's a fucking insta-kill. And even, I think at least, wait. I don't actually have it pulled up. Let me make sure I'm not talking out of my badass. Not badass, but bad talking out of my ass. But I believe it's an instant down. The sphere, DC 13 would be poisoned until the end of the turn. While poisoned this way, the creature is incapacitated. Yeah. So sorry, it's not an insta-kill. It's a stun. It's a stun. So now we're restricting movement and we're also restricting actions by stunning them. And, even if it was a stun, I could get over that. That's fine. My actual biggest problem with it is that the poison effect, like when you have to roll for it, is at the beginning of your turn, and the cloud itself only lasts until the next initiative count of 20. Which means that if you start your turn in it, it's already too late. There's nothing you can do. no classes that I'm aware of have off-turn movement. So unless you prepped an action to move out of it, there is no way that you can get out of it if it's cast upon you. You're in it, you're done. And second, if you're not in it, you can run in totally fine because it'll dissipate. It'll dissipate before the next round. So it's not even like controlling the battlefield in any, given way. And then again, that's why I started off by saying it only matters if it actually obscures things, which I think debatably, which this is debatable, but against a red dragon with blind sight, it certainly doesn't restrict his vision. Also, he's fucking huge. And against an adversary that's so huge, how much is it really restricting the PC's sight? They still probably know where the dragon is. And unless they are like right up on the gas cloud and they're arranged, but they're not, inside of it, then like firing at the dragon, I guess like the top of the gas cloud might obscure their vision of the dragon. Maybe. But even then, again, as long as they're starting outside, they can just run straight through it. So it doesn't matter. I don't know, man. So that is my overall impression of the stat block. It is a stat block that does not lean into its own strengths. It restricts movement and it restricts actions, but without any sort of player decisions that factor into that restriction. There's at default, at base, there's very little that PCs can do besides just try to hit it and try to stay away from each other. And so the reason I brought up the insanity stuff at the beginning is because if I had to guess, a lot of the other dragon stat blocks are probably like this. But I was legitimately taken with the tactics and the personality of the other dragons. I had not seen them before. I was legitimately trying to figure out what they were going to do next. I had disagreements. I felt as though I could understand Vorugal enough to understand or to think that it is weird that he did not run earlier, right? That is the level of like characterization that we had. Insanity is tough because you have to do it in a way, not have to, but I think when it's done best, it is done in a way that reintroduces some amount of like motivation or predictability, right? The Joker, I saw Joker mentioned in chat earlier. I don't know exactly what was said, but I think the Joker is a good example because the Joker is the classical, like, insane character, but also has incredibly, immensely clear motivations and, like, a clear goal and path. He might be a little wacky in the moment, but I feel like I have enough of a grasp on the character of the Joker, of that as a person, to where I can say like, oh yeah, like him lighting the money on fire, that makes sense for these reasons, right? That is where I get nervous about villainous insanity, is when we can't figure that part out. And I didn't really have any of that with Thordak. And I want to draw attention to something that I originally predicted, I think either at the end of 78.5 or at the beginning of 79. I said, I think that Thordak will retreat into the hole before he is killed to protect whatever is down there, right? That is me thinking that I know enough about Thordak's character that I can predict his actions because I understand his motivations. I did not get that from this fight. I did not get a feel that he cared about anything, that he had any motivations, that he had any intentions. And maybe I will. And that's why I don't want to go too hard into that side of the critique, because that might change over the remainder of the encounter. So I don't know how I'll ultimately end up viewing, Thordak's personality and his insanity. But when I had a lack of that, it made it so very visceral. Or not visceral, but it made it so very obvious to me. And I was very much more confronted with all of the problems that I have with the stat block that I didn't even know I had with the other ones, because I was too distracted by trying to predict their strategies and tactics and motivations. So let me go back and read some stuff. Let's read some chats. Does a good combat need a good map? No, I don't think so. There are games like MTG where character placement doesn't matter at all, but they're still pretty tactical. Yeah, I think you actually just said it right there. I think it needs tactical decision making, and the reason that I focus on maps a lot of the times in D&D is because without a map, most of the tactics get a little watered down, we might say. I think that D&D has a lot of mechanics to make good maps shine and to make good maps sing. We talked about opportunity attacks, right? We've talked about them on previous streams. Opportunity attacks are a thing that don't really matter unless there's a good map with different places that different enemies want to be. Because most enemies move relatively similar speeds. So it's very hard for an enemy to actually get away from a different enemy, unless they have a different type of move speed. But broadly, it's very easy and consistent to get off opportunity attacks. So if there's nowhere that someone wants to be, there's kind of no reason to move. Or you're not there's no reason to move. You're actively discouraged from moving. So with a mechanic like that, you need to give places to move and reasons to move. And that works into things like cover. Even beyond my kind of interpretation stuff and my map making strategies. Other mechanics in the game work into that, things like cover. But again, cover isn't just something that the game says this map should have 5 squares of cover, or this encounter, this adversary comes with 5 squares of cover. You have to make that on the actual map. Now, you brought up Magic the Gathering. I just interviewed someone about a TTRPG that they're designing called Clockworld. It's a very, very good interview. And in that system, there is, number one, there's called shots. The entire system at a base level is every single attack you make with any weapon can be a called shot. It is either on center mass, on the extremities, or on a weak point, like a head or something. And you can do that on every single attack. It has a standard way that it changes the attack. It makes it less likely, but you do more if you actually hit. And in that game, they have range. Range matters. So if you're making an attack at range, how far away you are from the thing that you are attacking has a modifier to the roll. It changes the likelihood of the roll succeeding, but also vice versa. The enemies have the exact same kind of calculus that they have to do. So that game kind of just at its base with the called shots. There's also side initiative in that game, which I think helps with the tactical decision making. You can more easily plan out things with your party mates. But regardless, those two factors, the variable range having an effect on the roll and the called shot mechanic, those at a baseline mean that there is tactical decision making in combat. D&D doesn't have as much of that, especially if you're not a caster. Casters, they're trying to debate what spell to use, but a lot of the other people. That's a good 9th level spell, yeah. I'd say in this case, good means enjoyable. D&D's, yeah, I think that's fair. And now we're in a discussion about how much CR does/should play to the camera, because incredibly tactical mapless battle is probably the worst for the camera. Yeah. And that's why, like, all of this is about the red dragon. Like I said, I'm holding back my opinion on the actual encounter as a whole, because there is a difference for entertainment versus like what the game supports and like what the game will kind of provide you. But yeah. Couldn't Crazy Creepy be the personality? It could be, yeah. Like Joker, what personality does Madness obscure? None that we know of, and yet he's kind of iconic. Ooh, okay. So this is I think, to me personally, it does still come down to motivation if they are the actual boss. Like, if they're the actual target. I think you can have insanity as a backdrop to a larger scene with other characters. I think that Thordax Insanity has been a great backdrop for a lot of the other events of the Chroma Conclave. I think his insanity was a really nice backdrop for Raishan and her character motivations and her arc, so to speak. And I think in the comics, you see a lot more of Joker being used in that way. Now, I'll huge asterisk caveat that I'm not a huge DC guy. I'm even less of a Batman guy. I don't really fuck with Batman. But to my understanding, that is more how Joker was used. You rarely actually cared about Joker's motivations because it was really hard to tell what they were if he had them at all. But he was used in conjunction with other characters, other villains, to sort of highlight them. So, and then in The Dark Knight, I think he is less all crazy personality, right? In the Dark Knight, where he is the main antagonist, he is much less insanity is my only personality trait. I think he still seems insane, but I think that is kind of the, in my opinion, purely taste, I think Dark Knight Joker is the best version of insanity, because I think he still captured it, but I could still tell what his motivations were. So yeah, uncertainty combines with tactics in fun ways. It doesn't completely negate tactics, but it does prevent there ever being one single objectively correct tactic. Yeah, uncertainty does do that. It can also lead to inaction, and that's one of my problems with the AoE. With the AoE abilities both not having tells. And again, why I mentioned that, like, oh, telling the party when it recharges might be a solid way to go with it, because, you know, they might commit to a course of action because they know that it hasn't recharged, and then it recharges, and then they have to switch course, or do they keep going with the original plan? You know, it's... So that has the uncertainty of recharge, but then it still gives them a moment to react if you tell them the turn that it recharges, but not the turn that you use it. So I agree. Uncertainty can combine, but if it's uncertainty that is essentially unable to be interacted with, it's more debatable, I would say. Yeah. Sneak attack seemingly encourages grouping, but it's too easy to get sneak attack through other ways that to be relevant here. Yeah. I think that's kind of a lot of the things in D&D is like things theoretically encourage grouping, but few of them are or they're not ubiquitous enough to judge against the stat block. Yeah. Dash attacks do encourage parties sticking together, makes it impossible for the enemy to dash back and forth between different PCs. Dash attacks. The minimum distance dash. Yes. I know. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. I think you're totally right. Dash attacks are kind of the opposite of because I think you're the like the Minotaur's charge. I think is an example. You're totally right. Those are kind of the corollary to AoE. And if you combined AoE and dash in the same combat, I think that's very interesting. But one or the other, you kind of take a strategy and then you're encouraged to just really, really stick with it the entire combat. So, the AoE people repel each other. They kind of have to stick with that the whole time. Dash attacks, they want to clump up. They want to stick like that the whole time. So with either of those, I think they provide a interesting motivation, but not yet a tactical motivation. If that makes sense. Like, there's still not a actual decision point. For there to be a decision point, there has to be kind of good and bad on both sides. When there's a dash attack on an adversary, there isn't good and bad on both sides. There is bad on the side of staying apart and good on the side of staying together. So that's what I think you need for like that tactical feeling is this sense of, differing goods and differing bads to make those decision points. Yeah. I think a good way to encourage movement. Oh, I think you're saying it, G. Hercub. I think you're saying it. It's to have contradictory forces. Maybe one feature encourages spreading out, and the other you should stick together, or same for close and far range. Totally agree. Contradictory goals more broadly always make things more interesting, not just combat. True. But no, I totally agree. I think that's a really, really good, that's a really insightful point, and a point as to how you could make a White Room combat that is interesting. Like, obviously I talk about maps a lot. I talk about them a lot because I honestly think that maps are a very good, like, bang for your buck area of DMing. Like, you can make things much more proportionally more interesting for the same amount of effort. But if we're just looking at like an adversary stat block, and like you're designing an encounter, I think that's an incredibly good point about having those contradictory forces, close and far range, spreading out, sticking together, because now it becomes, okay, which one of those adversaries or which one of those forces do we fear more? Like, which do we see as more of a bad thing? Which one are we going to focus on first? And does that change as we see, the combat play out? I think it's a really, really good point. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I'm so far away. Is in his learning phase for battle maps. He swings hard, makes a lot of mistakes, and thankfully learns from those mistakes. Honestly, that was, and I'll again, I don't want to evaluate the encounter too much in its totality right now, but I think that was one of the things that I was kind of surprised about. Is I went from this City of Brass map that I thought was very interesting, and fit with the adversaries really, really well, and it all for a combat that I thought was, on the grand order of things, pretty unimportant. And then we went into this combat that he has theoretically had months to plan and has known is coming. And I think the surprising thing to me at least in the first stream, was just the gap between those two things. If the Thordite fight was, close but worse, that's whatever. Yeah, like you said, big swings. Sometimes you make mistakes, sometimes you miss. The weird thing to me on this one was how, from what it felt like to me, how few swings were taken, especially when it feels almost like some things in the City of Brass were almost beta testing. Things that could be used in this combat. But I'm not going to talk about the combat too much more because we'll finish it out and then I'll talk about it more in its totality. But yeah, I think that was the initial thing that was kind of odd to me about this one. I think Scout subclass can move off turn with restrictions. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Oh fuck, we're already an hour. Shit. I'm gonna skip ads because I wanna get through this whole conversation because I think it's a good conversation. And then we'll start and then we'll take ads at the 2 hour. Yeah. If you actually did anything CR related this weekend? Oh, I didn't. Oh my god, I had too much to do. I had speaking of taking on too many projects, too much to do. Yeah. I had a really, I think, a fun idea that wouldn't have had too many negatives, but I can't even imagine trying to go out and film that. Yeah. Do you think the complete absence of Thordak as a character for so long since the introduction plays into this? We've only seen a slight bit of an earlier personality. Possibly. If we had seen an earlier personality and slowly watched his descent into madness, it might play a little bit better. It's possible. But I think more of it for me is the way in which these things negatively impact each other. I think, again, all of the other dragons, I didn't go through and look at their stat blocks. I'm sure the other dragons have as many issues as I personally see in the red dragon stat block. I'm sure they do. It is the, in my opinion, perceived lack of motivations and lack of persona with Thordak combined with the boring stat block. I think if you have one or the other, it could work. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say if his absence worked, because I think honestly his insanity was, like I said, kind of working as a backdrop, but then as a personal villain that you actually look face to face at, little less so. Call shots can be hella fun if the system is designed for it. 5e is not. Oh yeah, I heavily discourage called shots in 5e. Like you said, if the system is designed for it, they're cool. There's a Swedish TTRPG called Eon, where if you hit, you don't just roll damage, but you roll for where you hit, so you can get the highest damage possible. But if you hit the hand, you only chop it off. Yeah. Again, yeah. If the system is designed for it, it can really work, and it feels very brutal. It can feel very brutal. And that is, and that's even kind of interesting because that's sort of a cut between of, it's not necessarily as tactical as choosing if you're rolling for it. But it does introduce some variability into any given attack, which could have some pressures on how you play. Yeah. We haven't started yet. I have not even switched to the Critical Role screen. Not even close. I don't really fuck with Batman is a great contextless sentence to hear. And I first say on the street. I don't fuck with Batman. The problem with dash attacks is, how do you convey to the players the limitation on the minimum distance? I could see players not realizing that and then just thinking that dash works no matter what. Yeah, you would have to do... I mean, have to is a strong word, but I think the best course would be to narrate when you do the dash attack some degree of momentum and not charge up necessarily, but them gaining speed as they go. And then you could even slowly move the mini on the map if you really want to hit it home. And then at the minimum dash distance, you say oh, they've gained maximum speed. And then when they hit you, it's oh, they attack, they hit you, normal. And then it's like the momentum that they gained during the run. You take this extra damage. I think the first narration of the first successful dash attack could help. Your players may still be dense. Lord knows I've been dense as a player. But I think that's like probably the way. It's not as intuitive limitation as it is with breath weapon. True. Should we watch the episode? Blasphemy. End close. My ADHD sometimes makes having a lot of planning time worse than having a lot. I'm 100% projecting, but Matt might have similar limitations. Possible. Very, very possible. Yeah. Since we stopped part of the way through the fight, who do you think gets the how do you want to do it? I bet on Jarrett. It's Kima. It's gotta be Kima. She's gotta continue to build her alibi for not being evil. If I had to guess, who gets the how do you want to do it? I feel, I mean, I can do the boring answer and bet on the odds and say Percy. I can say Percival. But I do think that that's boring. Because, he's the fighter. He's got more, individual instances of damage, less likely to overkill things. So he's more likely to get something like a how do you want to do it? But that's boring. So I'm going to say Mr. Rogue over here. I'm going to say Mr. Rogue personally. And that's my guess. That's my guess. And let me make sure that all that's set up. One second. I'm going to take us back to the one second. Okay. Oh my God. Oh boy. Oh God. Okay. Got some scheduling updates. Or not scheduling. Updates on one of the projects. I also will warn. Okay. Depending on how the projects are going, how Dragon Week is on the 21st through the 25th. And for the next 3 Critical Eyes, I really don't want to cancel any of the Critical Eyes during that time, because that would be the 16th, the 16th, the 20th, and the 23rd. The 27th will be the first one after Dragon Week. But I will say the timelines are tight. And so I might have to cancel Critical Eyes to work on that. But that I will let you know, or I will try to actively let you know if you don't see an unlisted event, like if you don't see the unlisted event posted in announcements a day or two ahead of time, probably assume it's not happening. That is one of the things I'm trying to use those for. But I will try to more actively let you know. But like I said, might not happen. Especially given the message that I just got. But before we get too sad about that, we'll get into this. And we will see where they go. Kima kills the dragon off screen. Right. Off screen. It's just pissed. I would make me pissed. If they do another Devosa ass shit and they just shove Thordak into the ocean behind him on. Oh my God. It'd be insane.
As well.
Oh, that is quiet.
End of your turn.
Okay. I'm going to go back a few seconds and we're going to get into it.
there are hanging folds of dragon hide skin, like the form shrunk, but portions of it still are kind of just sagging off of it. It's like
Fat bastard.
I was just saying the fat bastard.
Can I duck around the side so that I'm I'm in the building, just not in the opening? Yeah.
Okay. There you go. All
Are we
right.
gonna try and take Raishan out as well?
End of your turn. End of your turn. So I'm gonna go ahead and use 2 legendary actions to go ahead and wing attack.
Shit.
Oh
So I'm trying to whip the wings much faster now, due to the somewhat dire circumstance that seems to have occurred. I need Pike. It is currently just Pike, actually. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, Pike, for all the marbles.
Oh,
Good.
17.
Nope. Pike takes, that is
Wow. 17.
20 points of bludgeoning damage.
He's alive.
And caught that in the fire. That's kind of cool. And 4 points, or maybe 8 points of fire damage reduced to 4.
24 total.
So she has got 10 points. Right? Did I do
She's
the
a
math
perfect
right?
10.
yes, you do.
Always was.
And it's going to go.
Well, my real hope with this as well, Daniel, is that I can start with this kind of system that I've started doing with the campaigns. Is I can eventually start building more things into the campaign themselves. So, for example, maybe editing the session excerpt to have my takeaways in them. And using this as the primary date and time, scheduling feature or apparatus. And notifying people on here, that because you can follow the World Anvil and I can send notifications. I can also send notifications to the Discord via World Anvil when things are updated. I can message players here. So yeah, it was a little bit of a brain blast for me as well, but it has been, I think it will be very, very, very nice for the long-term kind of organization of everything. So I'm excited. Perfect time for when CR watching starts. Hey, I can't disagree with it. I can't disagree. Also, thank you for the 7 months, Daniel. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wish that I could. This part doesn't. The chat feature doesn't feed it to me. Bah.
Ahead and
Fly up.
Does Pike get an attack of opportunity?
I do.
And Pike does.
there we go. You both do.
Does his AC change with his different size? You don't know? Reckless, great weapon master.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Natural 20.
Really?
Yes.
On the first roll.
Triple threat.
And Pike rolled a 32.
Jesus! What is she attacking with?
Her Mace of Disruption.
Yes, she is.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll damage for both of those.
I also have Brutal Critical, which at the 13th level, I roll 2 additional damage dice.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Which you then double, don't you?
No,
Oh,
you just add those two.
7.
Damn. So roll the damage first.
Yes.
Double the dice.
20.
And then she gets Divine Strike, right?
26.
On her attacks?
Correct.
Okay.
28. So that's 28.
attack.
Do I double that?
You double the die roll.
Yeah.
Including the D4 from your D6 and the D4 from your weapon and your enlarged status.
Right, so it's 16 doubled, so that's 32.
Yep.
And then 2 additional damage. 32. That's an 11 for 43. That's a 4 for 47.
Nice. And Pikes?
Pike roll. Fuck. That was that was 12 plus 18. It was 18.
18, gotcha. Okay.
19. It was 19.
Okay. Perfect. So as you both strike, as the now diminished form of Thor begins to pull backward, eyes looking around, the piercing star-like white light of the eye seems to have slowly recoiled into a glowing reddish-orange, and you can now see where the crystal once was in the chest. There's just a gaping hole where just bits of flesh and dragon muscle are just kind of hanging out, occasionally slopping out of the wound. It's just pulling back. All right.
Come up.
Yep.
I'm gonna arc up and land on his head. And I'm just gonna unload all 3 action, bonus action into his head.
Okay.
First attack probably misses. That's shit.
Six
Is
plus.
17, so misses.
17.
Second attack hits. It's 24.
That hits.
Third attack with the dragon sword is 22. Okay, so okay, whisper. This is 1 plus 8 is 9. Plus the well, hold on. Plus psychic damage is 13. Oh my dice. 3, 4, 5. 13, 16, 22, 24, 29, 35, 40. Plus Hunter's Mark is 45. That's a whisper. That's 45. And then with the Dragon Slayer sword, it's 1. Oh no, that's the wrong die. Yeah,
D10 and 3d6.
I'm looking for it. Where's, thank you. 8 plus 6 is 14.
Plus
Plus
3d6.
3d6, 14.
I couldn't even begin to guess at Thordak's health. I couldn't even begin to, because I know, like, directly 100% confirmed, Matt punches up the HP of monsters. Just normally. I can't imagine that he didn't punch them up even more for the, like, enlarged state. So I could see this version of Thordak having the normal amount of, like, Red Dragon HP. That would be my initial guess, is, like, I don't know how much a Red Dragon has. Like, 145 sounds way too low. I was about to say 145, and that sounds despicably low. Red Dragon 5e, blah, 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 blah. I visit often. I've visited it twice before now. All right. I visited it once before the stream and once now. 546. That did sound stupid low. Good. I'm glad that at least I had that instinct. I think it's possible I would guess right now he's rocking like 350. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm kind of viewing this as a second health bar situation. But it also would feel kind of weird for it to be like a full second health bar. So I'm going to call it a slick 300. 300.
16, 19, 21. So it's 21. What did I say before that? Shit.
45.
21 plus 45 is
66.
66.
So it's 45 for the first attack, 21 for the second attack.
Yeah. Okay.
And I will stay there.
You can stay there. Alrighty. So you are currently up here in Thordak's space. Cool. Alrighty.
This is going to be bad. I'm going to take Raishan out.
So that ends Vax's turn. Kima.
Yeah.
The wyvern just can't seem to keep himself there standing.
That was really good handwork. I didn't catch any of it.
Can you?
That I got.
He's going to start moving over towards Raishan. Just going to move over and
sorry.
pick up onto this wall.
Also, 4 for Hunter's Mark on the second saxo.
Okay. That ends Kima's turn going up there. Pike's turn. Pike is not prone from the spell earlier.
She's still alive. She gets up.
Oh, wow.
Girl.
Okay. She's gonna guiding bolt up the butt.
Okay.
At what level do we have left?
So many levels, all the levels. Like cheat sheet, 5.
She's gonna cast it at a 5. Yeah.
Above second. Okay, so 1d6 45, so plus 3d6, so 46.
4 plus 46, so 8d6.
Yes.
Oh, if she has to roll the attack first, or is just straight up?
No, I'll just roll to attack them with their spell bonus. 24.
4 hits.
All right, so 8 does it.
Come on, Pikey.
You can do it, Pike. All the way from New York City. Okay, money, no one's.
5, 7, 8, 10, 16, 18 plus 2.
Oh, we have it. And
26. 26.
Nice. As the guiding bolt slams into the side of Thordak's side, you see this glimmering beacon of light. It's the next attack against Thordak has advantage.
Oh, good. And then,
No, I'm tempted.
Your next attack is
and then she's gonna healing word again?
I don't attack myself.
Yeah, she's pretty fucked. So she'll healing word at second level. That's her last second level.
So 2d4 plus 5.
Okay.
Where's
That's
that?
just to one person? Yeah, so she'll... So she's gonna do that to Jarrett.
Okay.
She would heal Jarrett over herself?
It's Pike!
Jarrett looks like
I'm being
Kruger right
honest.
now.
She would heal
Jarrett's
Jarrett.
gonna
I don't know why we're wasting that.
So two...
Jared went and got you illicit
I mean,
drugs.
he had a great
What's wrong
accent.
with you?
Like, fuck.
Just.
Four.
You remember the Crypt Keeper? Jared's going to those auditions tomorrow.
So that's 8.
8. Okay,
to
so Jared is healed up 8 points.
He is Groot.
Yeah.
Where the terrible burns are, most of them seem to heal, or at least scar to a point where he comes to consciousness. Oh, what happened?
Jarrett, you need to get up and fight.
Right. Grabs the crossbow to the side, leans up. Okay. So, is that Pike's turn?
Yeah.
All right, so Pike's turn. Scaling, you're up.
Like slap the charred skin off his face. Get back in there.
The whole face comes off. Yeah.
Shit. I will use my action to pour my superior healing potion into Pike's mouth.
Aww.
Oh,
That's love.
okay.
It's kind of like I can do that myself.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, first I aerate it.
Worst inside joke.
Terrible inside joke.
So that's 8d4?
I don't know, what is it?
That is 8d4.
Best.
Do you do that or do I?
Do I roll it or does she?
You roll, that's fine.
It's just a bunch of d4s? 8 d4s? Oh my god, it's just so many.
Throw them caltrops.
6.
Push through.
13. 16.
Oh, it looks like it hurts.
20 plus something. Plus 6. 26.
Okay, that's good.
Who else can I see? Nobody. Is Jarrett's alive, right?
Yes,
Correct.
That was my bonus action.
Whether he wants to be when he sees a mirror.
Well, shit, I have an action. I can do anything. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can play the fucking flute.
What? What flute? What are you saving it for?
Shams, I tried that. Shams.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get the pronunciation.
We're gonna have to fight Raishan in a second. This is far from over.
It's tough. It's tough. Dude, I'm looking for stuff to derail me right now. I feel like, sure, I talked for like an hour and 10 minutes straight at the start of this, but we've got a whole like 10 minutes of CR without me saying a word. It's making me feel antsy. But there's just not fucking much to say right now. Which this is like, I don't think this is somewhat a D&D as entertainment problem, but I think more so it is a high level D&D problem of like even just the concept of like adding dice together, starts to take longer at higher levels because you have bigger dice pools for your attacks. So these sorts of combats are just going to be progressively more filled with quasi, dead space. But also, even more than that, there's a fuckload of allies as well that are taking up, like we have to do a Jarrett turn, even though he... he's doing his best. I shouldn't say he's not contributing, but, maybe someone else would say that. Oh, my God. How do you feel about Sam not using the flute when the rest of the group asks him to? At this point, they're not doing that bad. I think he should have at the beginning of combat. No question. And if they had asked him in, like, the first or second turn, and he had said no, I would have been like, nah, that's a bit of a dick move. That's a bit of a dick move. But they're already through the crystal. Like, to a degree, right? Even if Vox decided to bail right now, like, they would never. But imagine a world where they just like bail and come back later. They made progress. They made progress that cannot be undone, we assume, by Thordak, right? He's not going to grow a new Heartstone in his chest. So I more support, Scanlan / Sam saying, nah, I'm not going to use it right now. Because they have made progress that Matt cannot reverse. So even if they run now, they can come back at full strength and deal with it then, So I support it now that they're through the Heartstone. I think before that, I would have been like, he should use it. He should use it, and if they directly ask him to use it, especially in character, it's a bit of a dick move on Scanlan's part to not. Yeah. TBH, this is how I feel in almost every CR combat. If Mega isn't here, I don't naturally think about the map enough to make it interesting by default. I get it, yeah. I mean, I would watch CR very differently than I currently do if I wasn't streaming it. I probably wouldn't watch it sped up. But, yeah, it's different when you're actively watching something more than like passively watching it, or like watching it to learn things as opposed to watching it for entertainment. It's different, yeah. Intense anime reactions. Whoa! Like that. I don't know. I haven't seen enough anime. He's doing good for his circumstances. He is. That's yeah. He's doing good for his circumstances, but he is also taking up a slot in the initiative that we have to go through and like roll dice for. It's certainly not the move to speed up combat. That's all I'll say. But speeding up the combat isn't always the key priority. I'm literally wearing a CR shirt that says "We never give up on the fight." Lol. I don't blame him for not using it because he probably thinks it ends the fight. Woods, and I think like probably from his perspective, it's like, well, how fast can Devosa even get here? It's across the ocean. In D&D combat terms, I mean, obviously it's a magic flute because Devosa can hear it from across the ocean. But my assumption as Sam would not be, yeah, this teleports Devosa here. I wouldn't assume that. So I would have thought that if he had really wanted it to be effective, I would have thought that he needed to do it before they started. Or like right when they were walking up, maybe? I don't really know how quickly the Devosa can traverse the distance. But mid-fight, I get that perspective. Although, again, I think before you break the Heartstone, it's at least worth a shot, I think. Now, I think it's less necessary, yeah. Wouldn't this mean that if Jarrett survives, he would level up way up for being in this combat? If you're using XP, yeah, absolutely he would. Which, like, that's one of the defining defenses of using XP over milestone, is that if the characters / players like punch above their weight in terms of XP, then they are more heavily rewarded. For that, and they're more rewarded it's like it's a very natural way to determine additional reward, essentially. So, you could theoretically reward Jarrett more also with milestone by just giving him, several milestone level ups. But XP is a more naturalistic way to determine the degree to which you should reward him compared to Vox, who's at a higher level. So I think that's kind of one of the core defenses or one of the core not even defenses necessarily, but benefits and arguments for using XP over milestone. Yeah. As someone who's entirely listened to Campaign 1 in podcast form, actually seeing the maps and player reactions is so different and a lot better. I can imagine. Especially the player reactions, and like, as much as I have knocked kind of the layout and maybe the utility of the maps, they always look good. Like, Matt makes a good, like an aesthetically good looking map. The hole down into his burrow has been dominating the scene this entire time. So I think like Matt has his map aesthetics on point. And I can imagine that being pretty additive, yeah. Chat covering Mega's face, then realized that was on my end. I had chat turned on the TV app. I see. Yeah. It would be level 0 villager shooting around one arrow at Thordak, yeah. According to the wiki, and HP's abilities make him between level 6 and 8. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. If I did a hex crawl campaign, it'd almost certainly be XP based, and I hate XP just for that reason. Actually, give them a tactical reason to consider taking risks. Yeah. I also think it's I think it's very. If I did another West Marches style campaign, I think I would definitely use XP. If I ever do, which I want to figure out a system for at some point, if I ever do a campaign with multiple DMs, I want to do XP. But I think in both of those, in any game where you use XP, I think you also need to kind of define some non-combat stuff that's going to give people XP. And I also think you need to define if they get XP for, for things retreating. Like if they make something retreat, do they get full XP? Do they get no XP? Do they get reduced XP? I think it is best to just give them full XP. If they complete an encounter, you give them the XP for that encounter. In my opinion and estimation. And then you can kind of define some social encounters and do some broad, easy or trivial, easy, medium, difficult, hard, very hard. In terms of like social encounters, exploration encounters, you can make your own little table for that, put some XP values on it. Bing, bang, boom, I think you're good to go. But I do think for either West Marches, so tons of players or multiple DMs, XP is a good common reference point as opposed to Milestone. Yeah. I was originally going to say West Marches instead of Hexcrawl. But I was blanking on the name. Yeah, West Marches, yeah. For making things retreat, I'd say 0 XP is unjustifiable. Partial and full XP depends on how you want the game to feel. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think if you wanted a distinction between like say you want there to be reward for like full control, like for trapping enemies, right? I think like 3/4 XP for any of the adversaries that escaped. I think that would be justifiable. Or maybe you just have the entire encounter has a static amount of XP so that, you can work in like terrain hazards and such to the XP calculation. So the entire encounter has an XP value, and then you decide ahead of time, for each enemy that escapes, it's, minus 5%, something like that. I think that could be very justifiable. Because I do think that there's something to say for scaring enemies off is probably shouldn't feel the same as capturing enemies, right? Like if you have enough control to disable and like not neuter, disable and like to completely restrain an enemy force as opposed to scaring them off to where they just retreat, I think it's a fair argument to say that the disabling and the restricting should be more rewarded than just the scaring them off. So I think there's some like modifiers you could do with the XP there to fine tune your game's feel. I think I was pretty split on XP versus Milestone for the current game that I'm running, and all my players were too. I think there's very sufficient advantages and disadvantages on both sides to the point where I can't even really say, like, even for a home game, I just think they will have different feels for the entire game. Now I'm imagining Jerry walking up this comment after like Spider-Man when he just got his powers. Yeah, he true. Oh. That's why Travis is so strong. Look at how he's holding that core strength pose. He is. Yeah, I really like the way that May says reward. I don't know if it's an accent thing or something else, but it sounds really nice. Reward. How do I say reward? I don't know how I say reward. Am I saying it different now? I always feel like when someone says like you say X a certain way and then I try to repeat it, I feel like it always sounds different. Different? No. Now I'm thinking about it too much. Fuck. I think different. Now it sounds like I'm putting too much stank on it. I can't tell what's going on. You've got me too in my head about it. Maybe I say the same. You drag the reward. Reward.
And whatever's in that pit.
What? How's she doing? How's she okay?
She's at 36.
Oof, that's not great. All right. I will attack the dragon. Big bang! Level 6. Why not?
So we cast up his hand.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Give the people what they want.
That is not what they want.
Hey,
am
he's got a hole in the
being
middle of his chest.
I'll poke it.
Then we'll spell attack.
Nope. Did Pike help me out?
Yes, she casts her last War God's Blessing. Add a 10 to that.
So plus 10 to that.
23.
23 hits? So that would be
68.
That's really good.
D8s.
Gimme.
Here comes the gnome.
Here's 48. 5d8.
Bring it home,
68.
My God.
We got one. Need like 2.
10. 27.
27, nice.
Chunking through these hit
All right,
points.
first of all, let's want to move. So.
I moved to Pike to pour
Right.
stuff in her.
Okay.
That's I did not mean that in any weird way.
First of all, your turn.
I poured stuff in her mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna for my bonus action, I'm gonna downgrade her, which is 44, I believe.
Okay, 44. 44 plus 4, yeah.
44 plus 4. Yep. So that's
Literally
that's not bad.
everything
8,
I
9,
Did
10,
you add 4
11,
to her 26 or any other?
15.
Or did you just roll 4?
Yeah,
I'm dying. Less.
yeah.
I had 6.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand up. I'm technically engaged with this bloody thing, aren't I?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just going to. There's little I can do other than to say, please, somebody fix this. And I'm gonna take 2 shots at the red dragon. For a shot with bad news.
Yep.
23.
23 hits.
I'm going to just throw. I'm gonna throw. Oh, forget it. I'll throw 4 charges of Cabal's rolling in there. Let's just do it.
It's additional 46 damage.
Yep.
Am I electrified sitting on it instead?
Technically speaking, no. The way that this works, it's like a Tesla arc, so it wouldn't technically.
Just vibrates a little bit.
You'll feel tingly.
Yeah.
You'll feel
Yeah,
tingly.
your hair kind of sticks up a little bit. Your nipples get a little pointy.
Sit there, watch
Start
it.
taping and let it
Do it again, Percy.
Bloody fan art. Okay. And let's see what kind of damage we do with this. That sucks. Stop it! I can't count. That's 6, 11, 15, 21 points of damage. Stop saying that. It's 21. You don't know. It's 21. You don't know. Second shot. Can I reroll that? Because he can. No, I'm not. Yeah, it misses.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna die.
First shot.
You're like everything I hate about Overwatch. You're everything I hate about Overwatch.
One of the fingered claws of Vordak just blasted off from the impact from bad news. The energy just arcing through the rest of his arm from Cabal's ruin. The second shot, though, however, having to aim, manages to just barely miss Vax. He gets in the way of the shot, and you have to kind of shoot wide and misses entirely.
Nothing's broken.
Is that your turn?
Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay, that's the end of, at the end of Percy's turn. Vordak's gonna go ahead and use.
Straight hairs like
Still
this.
next to that big fucking.
Yep. If I move, you'd have an attack of opportunity.
Use his third legendary action.
Oh, to do what?
To do a tail attack against
About that.
Vex.
He's going to fucking save your ass.
That is a 22 to hit.
Nope. Nope. Hasted. 23. Fuck you. Not you.
23?
Yeah, he's had it.
Jesus. Where'd you go?
Alrighty, that brings us to
Wait, he's hasted. I thought Laura was hasted. Did I miss them trade boots at some point? I must have, unless he has another way of getting it. I could have sworn that she had the haste. Oh, they're both hasted. How did they both get? Oh, the potion. The potion. Gotcha. I guess I'm just so used to Vax being hasted in every single combat that I'm just like, Vax was acting normal. Vax was weird. She was all hasted. Vax, that's just Vax. That's his normal speed.
this. We're gonna say this will be.
Yeah,
All
that's fine.
Okay, I'm killing that. I'm out of good shit.
right, the round shakes.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
What is what?
There is
Lair actions.
Yes.
Yeah.
A 60-foot radius around the dragon. As just the presence of Vordak, the ground begins quaking beneath. You watch as fissures of small volcanic energy begin to break through from underneath. Pretty much everybody.
Is Jared in there? Not me.
Yep. Except for you, it's in the air. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, jeez Louise.
Nope, rerolling that. Natural 20, 25.
Yeah.
Percy?
I'm rerolling because I was off.
How do you get to do
Oh,
that?
yeah, never mind.
Yeah, if he doesn't like it, he gets to reroll.
Fire ability.
9.
Ooh.
30 for me.
Pike.
5.
8 for Pike.
11.
No. Not like this.
Grog. Keyleth. Percy.
Oh god.
Pike.
Pikey.
Oh, we're on the
Gilmore all get knocked prone from the ground quaking and you all just kind of fall on your back. You manage to brace yourself against the wall real fast. Vex.
Does Jared get knocked to his feet?
No. Raishan does not get her breath back. She is, however, going to utilize Chain Lightning.
Yeah, I want to see how this works.
Raishan.
It's gonna hit us. Won't that hit us? No, she
And see, and this is the trembling is another thing that I didn't mention when we were talking about the Red Dragon stat block, but it's another thing of like, all these things reduce movement. And at first when I see it's like, oh, an AoE that can, or around the creature that can knock things prone, that works pretty well with like a melee attacker. So it's like, there are so many like small things that I see the design intention of like, especially like, if you tactically like understand how to run it, like I see it, but all of them just kind of like, they restrict movement to an extreme degree, which is not necessarily bad, but they also need to introduce a reason that movement is important, right? And that is something that I don't quite see in the stat block, especially for features that are so focused on it. You know, if you have a monster that doesn't give two shits about movement either way, that's a whole separate conversation. But for a lot of these things that do restrict it more, it's like I need, and I think honestly, like the more I've thought about it, the adding flyby to the red dragon stat block 2014, I think would make its tactics and like its whole setup just kind of make more sense. Just like broadly. It always it's like CR is very tropey and backs the anime rogue goth. What do you mean? I think this combo would really benefit from custom lair actions. Maybe cracks opening the ground, having the PCs fall there, and then closing up next round. Sure. I mean, I think in general, custom lair actions are cool. I'm I may or may not talk about this in the Dragon Week video a little bit. But to not give too much away, they got rid of lair actions in 2024. Period. And I will how do I put it? They moved some lair action type abilities or features into legendary actions. And they also changed it to where like legendary actions, you get like more, an adversary gets more of them when they're in the lair. And I think like kind of the next step you need there is just legendary actions that you only get in the lair. Lair actions? Lair actions needed some tweaking. It wasn't perfect, but to just get rid of them is insane. I'll talk about it a little bit more in the Dragon Week video. Honestly, the Dragon Week video made me want to do a whole Monster Week video or a whole Monster Manual video even more. It's been on my docket for a little while, but it's really pushed it up because like there are some ways that it got tweaked that I do, or like some of the lair action stuff got just moved into legendary actions, but not nearly enough, in my opinion. And the person I was talking to about it made the point that lair actions, they didn't necessarily tell you how to build the lair, but they would give you ideas for like map features or aesthetics. So it's like, you have the like magma burst on the red dragon where like, occasionally like little pillars of lava or magma, whatever, come up out of the ground, do a little AoE attack. And you could have it like this Thordak fight where it just comes out of the ground willy-nilly, or you could build like vents, you could build like places that those, magma bursts come out of. And you could kind of use that as lair building inspiration or lair building guidance. Now, I think that's a little generous, but I do think that it theoretically, makes some sense. I think it makes sense, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm trying to talk about it without just repeating things that you're gonna hear in a later video. But I'll pause it there. I'll say that I have a lot of thoughts on lairs, and I'll talk about them in May. Because I also talked to other TTRPG designers. I talked to people who play other TTRPGs primarily. I talked to some Daggerheart people about like lairs represented as the Daggerheart environments. So I have a lot of thoughts on lairs, and I will actually say it's very funny. You might not get this impression from the video, but I actually think that the big like seeing so many other TTRPGs, talking to designers of TTRPGs, like high profile designers, and like hearing their mindsets and like really getting to like I got to talk to a designer of a very popular TTRPG, which was a huge opportunity. It was so cool. And I got to do what I do on this stream, but that I normally have to speculate about. You know, like we talk about the design ethos of 5e, and yeah, I can pull some of that from interviews, I can infer some of it, but being able to just point blank ask a designer, like, hey, I noticed this thing in your game. Why? It was really fun. It was really cool, and it gave me an appreciation for what some of the mindset might be around certain aspects of the game that I hadn't previously considered. And like to give one like really good example. I asked a dev like, hey, there's a lot of mechanics for doing harm to each other. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of mechanics in this system for doing harm. You know, I know exactly how much damage a dragon's breath weapon does. I know how wide the radius is on the breath, but I don't know how many square miles its region that it claims is. I don't know what kind of foods give it indigestion. You know, I don't know what level of affluence, like of a person it will parlay with. You know, like is there any amount of material wealth that you can gain to the point where a dragon will talk to you, or do you have to have inherent power like a demigod before it will talk? You know, I don't get any of that from the system. And he said, I'm really paraphrasing here, but he essentially said, in my mindset, my ethos is that those things that you mentioned are the domain of settings. And he's like, I'm very supportive of settings that like introduce new mechanics. I don't think a setting should just be lore. I think a setting can and should introduce mechanics related to the setting and that like bring out the setting and like really make it sing. And I found that very interesting, especially given a lot of my gripes with 5e and how like 5e is explicitly, by their own admission, trying to like move broadly setting agnostic, right? The setting is now the multiverse. And so, yeah, it like from that perspective, I'm not saying whether I necessarily agree with that perspective or not. You'll hear my thoughts in the video. But from that perspective, which I think is very defensible, yeah, you wouldn't put environmental mechanics into the game because you want it to be able to slot into any environment, which might need different mechanics to like bring it out. So I thought it gave me a lot to think about. It gave me a lot to think about, especially hearing some of the details around like default settings, the marketability of settings. It was some very interesting conversations. And I think I'm feeling more talky about it because I just wrapped up the last interview yesterday. But from that perspective, I have a lot of thoughts on layers because layers ultimately are environments. And they are one of the only mechanicized environments and like environmental mechanics in 5e. And once I heard that explanation from the dev, I don't want to say that the 5.5 changes made sense to me of like getting rid of lair actions, but they made more sense. Like, if everything is already tied into the adversary, then we'll move everything into the adversary, not split it up. between lair and adversary features. Now, again, I don't think they actually took all of the value that lair actions provided and sufficiently moved that into the adversary blocks in 5.5. But I can kind of wrap my mind around the mindset of why they would want to go in that direction. I don't think it was well executed, but I get the direction. Yeah. I haven't... Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Wait. A lair action that just deals damage is a waste in my opinion. I will say I like 90% agree with you. The 10% of me harkens back to what we were talking about earlier with having like an AoE and a dash action in the same combat. So if you had an adversary with a dash and an environment that did AoE, then I think it could just do damage and get away with it. But it has to do like damage in a special way. You know. And again, that's like 10% of me that disagrees with you. I think 90% of me would say it's broadly wasted value. It's like, unless you have like 5 options that you're picking between, and that's just like one of them. Yeah. Could just give more damage to the boss instead, and it would be the same. Well, that is kind of the mindset direction they're kind of going in. Yeah. I haven't paid much attention to 5.5 because I'm all in on Daggerheart at the moment, but I still have opinions. Me too. I really like 5.5, except for Ranger. I like Ranger more. I like 5.5 Ranger more than 5 Ranger. The only class I think that I like less overall in 5.5 compared to 5 is Paladin, which I've said before. But I think that Paladin, people that really play and like Paladin aren't going to maybe hold my same opinion. They aren't going to like feel a loss. But I already didn't want to play Paladin, and I want to play 5.5 Paladin even less. Yeah. Lair is the sort of thing good GMs will do without a support structure, but having good first-party examples of it helps get newer GMs there. Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Is most Monty Cook's Cypher system, and I'm having a blast. I've heard of Cypher. Is Monty Cook, is that Dungeon Dudes? Am I thinking right? Who's Monty Cook? I recognize the name. Hello. Taking a break. 8 minutes. 8 minutes, yeah. Monty Cook. Am I thinking right? Oh! I wasn't thinking right, but I do recognize this person. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Didn't know you had so many thoughts about hands. Yeah. Layers. Hey, nice. Imagine if they interviewed Crawford or Perkins before they were announced that they were leaving. Ooh. Dude, that's like this is a bit of an aside, but it's like fucking Squeaks. If any of you know the streamer Squeaks, Squeaks went and interviewed, or I don't even want to say interview, but had like a meeting with, I think, head of product at Twitch, some very high up Twitch executive. And a week after their meeting, that Twitch executive left the company. And he was like, I think I brought up too good of points about what was wrong. I think he didn't know what was wrong before. And after I made him aware, I scared him off. Yeah, maybe that's what I did to Perkins. I asked him too many of the hard-hitting questions, and Perkins was like, I'm out of here, man. What are we in for? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's what happened. Oh, hey, whoever that designer was, that's what I was thinking as you were talking. There you go. Yeah. Given the new context, I would change slightly. There should be significant first-party examples of layer actions. I don't really care if that's in the core rulebook or in modules environments. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's my kind of problem is like I understand the direction of not wanting mechanics linked to the environment. I get that. But I don't think that they captured all the value of Lair actions in the new legendary action expansions. Yeah. For me, a level 20 ability giving you an extra 2 damage per round is objectively awful. Well, wait, is there more nuance? I don't remember that. I will also say, I am kind of the opinion, or not, how do I say it? I don't judge a class too substantially on its capstone abilities. Because level 20 is such a rare level of play that I mostly judge a class. I would say, like, I probably form 75 to 80% of my opinion on the first 10 levels of a class. And then, like, 10 to 15 on the next 5. And then, like, I don't know if this math all checks out. I was just kind of naming numbers. And then, like, whatever's left on the last 5. Because you just so rarely get to those capstone. Damage down your hunter's mark is D10 rather than D6. So the only thing I'll say, that's not 2 damage per round. That's 2 damage per hit. And they do get extra attack. And if they're a dual wielding ranger, maybe they have a bonus action attack. I mean, it's not. It is bad. It's definitely in the negative. But it's not that. I don't know if I would go so far as to say objectively awful. But I also don't think you're unfair in doing so. Yeah. It really feels like D&D doesn't want to go all the way to 20, but they do for historical reasons. Bro, they gotta stop, bro. They gotta stop. Or they gotta make more dead levels, frankly. Like, they either gotta stop, and I, to be clear, I hate dead levels. But it's just so busy by the top end. Or, hear me out. We go back to basic. And I mean that literally. Basic TTRPG. Or no, not basic. Burps? Burps. No, that's GURPS. Fuck. Wait. It's basic, right? No, not BRP, not Fate. Oh, come on. Basic, D&D. Basic D&D. No, not the basic set. Fuck. God, what am I? It's not bingo. It's not Badindi. It's like a 5-letter acronym. God, and I had such a good transition, and now I'm fucking it up. It's like Back Me D&D. Let's go. I found it. Okay, this is something I was totally unaware of until very recently. Back Me. So there, and Basic is the first version of Back Me. So Back Me was a version of, I want to say D&D 1. It might have been a version of D&D 2. I am still kind of unclear. Back Me is somewhere between D&D 1st edition and 2nd edition. And advanced. It's somewhere in that soup. And what it stood for was Basic, Expert, Companion, Master, Immortal. That is the acronym. And the way that Back Me worked is that you would have like Basic. So that was where you would start, is on the B of Back Me. And Basic had a set of rules and mechanics, and it was mostly like dungeon crawling. And then at a certain level, I think it was level 4, maybe 5, somewhere around there, you would level up to expert. You would level up to the next letter in the acronym, and that would unlock new game mechanics. So think like on the order of like it's kind of like how in 5e no one has access to expertise until a certain level. But it's like that for like all mechanics, like common mechanics. Don't get unlocked. And then master is like your companion is like you unlock like hireling mechanics. And you start to like build bases and companions and hirelings and all that. And then master is like you unlock like kingdom management mechanics. You're not even dungeon crawling anymore. You don't really even use the basic mechanics anymore with like the way that they're segmented out. And then immortal is you ascend to godhood and are playing in the cosmic playground doing, existential duels against other godly entities and like managing your followers and your religious cults. So it's I think if you're going to have the granularity of something like 10 or 20 levels, I think that having those sorts of stages to the game where you essentially forget about previous mechanics, like once you ascend to immortality, you do not use the expert. what's up? The best viewers on stream, Boo. Oh my god. Thank you for telling me. I'll give you a ban as a treat. Anyways. Where are we going? I'm gonna move on. I know I gave a big long screen speech and then did not read a lot of chats afterward, unfortunately. But I try to keep to my rule if I can about not continuing conversations after the break. I'm not that great at continuing the rule. I'll read chats during the while stream's playing though. Boop.
That's what it hits.
She's still on our side, right?
For another round or two.
Yeah.
Alright. Chain lightning. Dexterity saving throw. That's a success for Thordak.
Still take some damage.
Let's see what let's go here. Sorry, I'm trying to get these. Okay, so that is halved. Yeah, wait, halved is 20. 21? No, that's 18 points of lightning damage.
While he adds.
Vax, make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm going to use a luck.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
Go down to use luck. 26.
26, okay. You suffer 18 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
As the bolt of energy that strikes Thordak then arcs into you because you're right next to it. And,
Would this be a new round for me to use evasion? I've lost track.
I don't think so.
Where's
No,
the
his sword deck's already gone. So.
No idea.
yeah, no, you've already used it.
Okay.
So yeah, that ends that.
Okay.
I'll save that for the
I'm just gonna pick up and land right there next to that guy.
Oh, boy.
Who is that guy?
That's the lizard man who fell from the
Oh, okay.
wyvern.
He just quits at this point, right?
Yeah, a dragon just landed on him.
I think he's got a shot.
Heal it, you're up.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna stand up. Question: is Thordak within 30 feet of fire giant dude?
No.
He's 50 feet up, isn't he?
Okay. That answers my
40
question.
could be
then.
between them.
I am going to reach up and do light on Thordak because I think I can this time.
What's the range on blade?
It's 30 feet.
Nope.
40
Thordak
feet
is
in
50 feet in
Fucking
the air.
40 fucking
40
shit.
feet.
Fuck balls. Okay. Then
Maybe you can jump and then
You have
cast
to
it.
climb up and cast it if you want to try that.
no, I'm in like a skirt situation. It's not good.
I'm not even paying attention, so if that's your concern.
No, it's just clumsy. Okay, I'm gonna do. Everything's not
No,
ideal
nothing's good.
right now.
Nothing's
Climb it, Keela, just do
Come on,
it.
it's fucking end of the world.
That's not like
They don't know.
they don't. Yeah, you don't know.
Oh.
I'm not good at that.
Okay.
I'm bad at that thing.
Dexterity
So
too.
I will. I'm not a dexterous person. So instead, I'm gonna use my Spire of Conflux.
Oh yeah, that vestige thing.
Look, I haven't forgotten about it. All right.
You're talking to it now.
And then my
Brian
ancestors. And I'm gonna do chain lightning on Thordak.
Oh, another chain.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thordak save is 19.
Fail, motherfucker.
Or I was gonna use second.
Legendary
resistance to make it.
resistance.
Do I need to do anything?
Fine, that's fine.
What's the roll damage?
It's like how many d10? Like 8d10?
8d10.
Huh?
8d10.
Wow.
D10?
Yeah, do you?
A couple D10. There's 3 more. How many you got?
7.
Hey, one more,
Seven.
hey, one more.
Boom, that's 8.
Yeah.
Sure, they're 10s. Oh my god.
Oh, and I get to reroll ones, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's actually really. Oh,
Whoa!
that's hateful.
Holy fuck!
Okay.
Isn't that a 1?
No. No, it's a,
Nope,
it's
it's
a
7. So that's 29.
Oh, man.
29, 34 plus. That's a 7, and then 34 plus 14 is 48.
So I have 24 points of lightning damage.
And there's like no one else within 30 feet of him other than Raishan.
Raishan's not even in that range.
No one else.
Yeah.
Well. Okay, I do that, and then I turn around and I'm going to cast a Grasping Vine as a bonus action.
Oh, thank you.
Right next to me,
Okay.
and then I'm going to use it to whip around and grab Percy and
You
yank
do
him.
not have visual range on Percy
Oh,
right now.
snap.
Can I shift? I haven't used any movement.
That's true.
Can I shift into the house a little bit?
Sure, you move into the house.
And once again, cast a Grasping Vine in that corner and drag Percy to me.
Okay.
Around the ankles.
Still prone, but
Oh, yeah. But better.
better.
Thank you. Hi, that was really good. Ow.
Then your turn? Alright.
Oh, thank you.
Jarek's turn. Jarek gets up.
Hey.
Jarek still only has a view of the dragon. Wait, what happened to? That's weird. Missed the whole exchange. But gets the gist of it.
He was much bigger, man.
Disadvantage.
Jarek.
Misses. With natural 20, disadvantage. 15 still hits, but not critical, unfortunately. But a 10 on damage, it's 13 piercing damage.
Hi.
It didn't like drop fear when he died.
No, I think that one's still more fear.
Okay, just checking. Just checking.
Just logistically.
You know, it was like a reset when you wake up, like, woof.
Right. Yeah. Gilmore gets up.
Done a whole bunch of
Look around.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think that technically she's right. I think raw Laura Bailey's kind of right there, but also Matt's ruling is very respectable and much more intuitive than what raw probably is. Although I don't know. I honestly don't know if an unconscious creature can be frightened. I would kind of assume. Well, I actually don't even know now that I think about it. And Matt's ruling is very reasonable. Realistically, Matt's right. Yeah, that's an interesting I don't use fear often as a condition. And I mean, I've definitely used it before, but I can't remember that ever coming up. Isn't that called a nightmare? I guess it is. Yeah. Just like an unconscious creature can be poisoned, they should be able to have all conditions to them if unconscious. Yeah, because I said that they can't be afraid, but like, I guess why not? I guess there's nothing about unconscious that says that like other mental conditions leave. Weird one. Yeah.
And
I'm so distracted. Too much happening.
so going to cast another 4th level lightning bolt. Thordak fails. Save is going to use his last resistance to get that. He's doing real rough.
Last resistance.
Gotta burn him up.
You got big level spells, don't you still?
Fuck him up. I got one.
He's doing a lot of shit tonight.
It's all right.
Okay, so it's 14 points of lightning damage. No, 16.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. It's Gilmore's turn. It is Grog and Thordak's turn.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
I would like to stand up.
Okay.
How high is Thordak?
Thordak is 40 feet up.
Son of a bitch on a stick. Could I just attach the blood axe and throw it at his much smaller foot now?
Sure.
Yeah, but I can only jump 20 feet in the air, 15 feet in the air.
That'll do it, won't it?
He's 40 feet in the air.
Yeah, get you to.
You don't know numbers.
These hieroglyphs seem to indicate that he's too high. Yeah, because I'm only like 14 feet high, right?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
You won't quite get there.
5 feet. 10.
Yeah. I'll reckless throw in the bushwhacker.
Climbing a wall and jumping.
He got another natural 20.
Holy shit!
Take advantage, roll again.
Oh, yeah.
Like no point.
10. Okay.
That's a really pretty dice that he's got too. It's sparkly.
She's getting ideas.
5 and
Large for one more game.
So these are all the what's 17 breaks through. 10 times 2 is
34.
34, 37, 38. 38 points.
38 points of damage.
That was your bonus?
No, I can't.
I was just said that randomly. I don't actually know any of your bonuses. Just like maybe we jog something.
With my movement, can I run nuts towards where the fire giant is? This,
Sure.
yeah.
Run it.
Over there.
Right there.
That'll work.
Just make that a new.
I need a new plaything that'll actually stay.
Thordak, who is like physically falling apart at this point, just sections just slowing off, and just the whole experience has been sending his physical, his whole physical form is wrecked right now. The worst case meat that I was looking for is going to go ahead and turn and go into a full flight.
I'm riding.
You riding him?
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, you are.
Shit, yeah, I'm riding.
He's gonna go, oh no, Vax,
No,
no.
Vax is good.
No!
Yeah, good.
Flash into the dark hole within.
This is good.
Why is this good?
The dark hole.
Can't call it the black hole?
Vax, be
We don't
careful.
care about the tunnel, huh?
You need to go ahead and roll a strength saving throw to try and maintain grip as the dragon goes to a full dive.
Okay. This is why at the beginning I tried to, caveat of like, I'm not judging the entire encounter yet. I'm just looking at that stat block and like, about what it makes me think of and why. He did it. He dove in. He ran. Now, what will happen next? Will we get a new map? Will they talk to Raishan? What is going to happen? If there's a whole other map inside of this hole that they fight on, I am going to somewhat question why they didn't go into it when he was bigger. Although, no. I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to... I like to try and like predict things or look ahead, but this encounter is too complicated in terms of like evaluating it for me to do that right now. I need to wait. I need to see what happens because it really, I think the ending and like how long Thordak continues to last, because it sounds like he's on death's door, but that's just descriptive shit, So we'll see. We're going to see. Because this could have just been a 3-hour, 15-minute part 1. And we'll see about that. Vax is trying to write the ball of all bulls true.
I'll use my last luck. So it's a 15.
15. You do manage to make it inside the tunnel, but you lose your grip and then go into a full tumble, hitting the ground again. It's a decline. It's like a very, very 45-degree angle downward.
In there with him.
Yes, roll acrobatics check to stop yourself.
That is a 25.
25. Okay, so you do tumble and come to a stop. You don't take any damage from the fall, and you stop yourself from doing the tumble, but it is still a decline into darkness below, and you just watch as the back end of Thorax, barely flying form, kind of like slams into the side of the tunnel and continues swooping away.
Do I still see him with dark vision at this point?
He just begins to leave outside of your dark vision.
Okay. Are we still in the same chain of initiative?
As of right now, we are, yes.
All right.
So, finishing that is Thorax go. Vex, you're up.
Okay.
It's like Tony Stark.
I run after him and dive after him because I saw that. And at the edge of my movement, I want to hop out on my broom and get ready to fly down the hole after.
Okay. So you are hasted. So you get down. You basically have just enough movement to catch up to your brother.
Okay.
And you get the broom out. You're both down in the darkness by yourselves. You guys watch the rest of them dive into the hole. Vax, you're up.
How far away from me is he?
How far does your dark vision go for?
60
60.
feet.
He's outside your dark vision.
Then I'm going to use my movement and go 120 feet or until I see him.
Okay.
Can I cast? Because I didn't do an attack, right?
This is happening after your turn, so no.
Okay.
All right, so you can dart forward.
This is just my movement, 120 feet or until I'm on him.
Well, your movement isn't 120.
It is.
You're still
It
flying
is.
through there? Okay.
Yes, I'm flying.
Right, so you're still out there. Okay. Okay. So yeah, you begin to come in. You can see him begin to just come into your visual range.
Still away from me?
Still away from
Then
me.
use a bonus action to dash and hit his back and land on his back.
Okay. Then on his back.
Attack. First attack is a, is that 24.
I would say you have
attack.
disadvantage on these strikes as you're currently gripping onto a flying dragon underneath the cavern ripping through. You have advantage on them automatically, which means you don't have disadvantage on these strikes, but you do not get automatic sneak attack.
Don't remember. Oh, I don't get the automatic sneak attack.
No, but you just
So I got advantage? All right.
No, you essentially you would have advantage, and then trying to grip onto him into the middle of the tunnel and slamming him, you have disadvantage. They both cancel just a
All
regular
right, so
attack.
24 for the first.
What's the first one?
24.
24 hits.
Second one is a natural 20.
So it's natural 20.
Yes.
All right.
So the first one's the dragon.
Okay.
Dragon side. 3.
How does that work, Raw? I actually don't know the exact language of the text. I'm sure there's sage advice on this, and I would be curious to know. But my understanding, and this is something that as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I could have just misread the text or I could be misunderstanding it. My understanding was that Rogue could have disadvantage as long as they also had advantage. Like, the trigger is not how many dice you end up rolling by the end of it. It is just if you have advantage. But I'm also, now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm somewhat remembering a piece of the text where you can't have disadvantage. Does it specify? Now I'm thinking it might specify. As I'm thinking through this out loud, you're watching my thought process. Boop. Nope, that's sorcerer at rogue. Is it as long as you don't have disadvantage? You don't have disadvantage. All right, never mind. Okay, so they did feel the need to clarify it. Maybe that's why I remembered it as a as a contradictory thing. Because yeah, that is the actual answer to him here, is that the sneak attack feature prevents it from working if you have disadvantage, even if you do also have advantage. It says you can't have disadvantage, but advances cancels it out, so does it count? I would say that the way that I interpret sneak attack, and I stick to this. I was thinking through the thought process out loud. I stick to this. It doesn't actually matter how many dice you end up rolling. You have to pass one of the triggers, either having advantage or having the allies. Although wait. This disadvantage on the attack roll is only for when you don't need advantage. So actually, wait, no, my question at the beginning was right. Oh my god, this ability. Yeah, if you have advantage. If you have advantage, a roll can't be affected by more than one advantage, and advantage and disadvantage on the same roll cancel each other. I would argue, if I was putting on my rules lawyer hat and I'm defending my rogue defendant right now, I would argue that he does get sneak attack. Because it says that if you have advantage, you roll 2d20. So having advantage is a thing separate from what that thing makes you do. And this says advantage and disadvantage on the same roll cancel each other. Now, that is a little tricky to decipher. What does it mean to cancel each other? I would argue, if I was my defendant's rules lawyer, I would argue that you simultaneously possess advantage and disadvantage. Having them both does not mean that they like annihilate each other in the middle and now you have neither. You still have advantage and disadvantage. And I would say that that's actually supported. Judge, I would argue that that is supported by the fact that if you say have 2 advantage and 1 disadvantage, you do not have advantage on the whole, right? You do not have advantage on the whole. You have nothing on the whole. They cancel each other out because advantages don't stack, and the advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out when it comes time to roll. But if we'll call it a condition, the condition of having advantage or the condition of having disadvantage, if the conditions themselves canceled each other, if the conditions themselves wiped each other out, then wouldn't you still have that second advantage? Because now you don't have the disadvantage anymore. It's been canceled out. That's what I would argue. I would argue that that possessing the conditions of advantage and disadvantage are separate from how they affect the roll. And when you go and look to roll, you check to see if you have advantage, disadvantage, or both simultaneously, and that determines what you roll on the d20. If you roll 2 or 1. That would be my argument. So I would say if you have both, you would still get sneak attack. But if you have disadvantage, and we're reading the second paragraph, then that doesn't apply. That would be my argument. I could see that not being the intended rule. But that is, if I was trying to argue it, that's what I would say. I could see both. I assume if you have, then you don't ultimately have advantage. Specifically says on the attack roll. Does 2014 PHP say the same thing? I would be surprised if it does not. There is a possibility it doesn't, but I don't remember them rewording sneak attack. At least majorly. I think the wording was similar. You hit with an attack. If you have advantage on the attack roll, the attack must... Ooh. Okay, I will say. I wonder, I will say, and I think someone said it. So I want to credit them first. Yeah, Dr. Hoovy. It does specifically say on the roll, which... Oh, god damn them in their natural language. Making this harder. Because it's like, can you have on the roll and the attack uses, if you have advantage on the roll, not just if you have advantage. Oh... Maybe that would imply that the advantage has to be applying to the roll. Like, you have to do the actual roll with advantage. Because it does say on the roll. Yeah. I'd say having both would mean rolling 4 dice. My essential argument is that you can be under the effects of advantage and disadvantage simultaneously. But when you actually go to apply them, that's when they cancel. Their applications cancel, not the act of having them. But regardless, that might be irrelevant. Yeah. If you cancel a stream, are you still streaming? If I cancel a stream, well, what's canceling it? What's canceling it? If I cancel... If I am attempting to stream, but my internet keeps getting interrupted, you guys are not seeing a stream, but I am still attempting to stream. I still have the condition of streaming, even if you guys can't see it on your side because the internet is blocking it. You know, the internet it keeps getting interrupted. So I would say that even though you are not seeing the effect of me streaming, I am still doing it. I still have the condition of streaming. Is what I would say. Because especially, like, what if I'm unaware of it? This gets into a perspective thing and how we define things based on the observer. I don't know. I'd argue that circumstances can end with you in a state of advantage or disadvantage. If you have both of those circumstances, you don't have the advantage condition, you have normal. But if you have normal and then another condition applies advantage, like, to me, the idea of the conditions themselves canceling leads to the stacking thing not making a lot of intuitive sense. Because, like, again, if you have, like, 3 advantage, 1 disadvantage, that all cancels to normal. And that doesn't seem intuitive to me if the conditions themselves are canceling each other out. It would seem to me that their effects just can't be applied simultaneously. But I don't know. This exact logic at one point in time was 20 years ago was a loophole in Alabama law for speeding tickets. What? The first ticket you got, you could go to a class and it would be removed from your record. Because of the way it was worded, they couldn't keep a record that you had that ticket, so they couldn't verify it was your first. You just had to assert so. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's crazy. That's wild. Streaming only happens if you are sending out the signal. Well, that would be what I'm arguing, is that I am sending the signal, you're just not receiving it. You're just not receiving it. Say there's a middleman. Say there's a hacker. Say Kima, Lady of Vord, disguised as Chris Perkins, in a McDonald's, in the wide web of the World Wide Web, the wide web of the World Wide Web, Wild Wild West, is intercepting my stream to make sure I don't get the truth out. Imagine a situation like that. I'm sending the signal. You're just not receiving it. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I think that's in the real scenario of all of this. I think either interpretation is pretty fine. You should just go with the DM in the moment. All advantage equals true and all disadvantage equals false. So you only end up with 2 options that are the absolute of each. So 5 advantages, 1 disadvantage still cancels out to each other because advantage doesn't stack. I would argue all advantages are not true. All advantages combined together apply a second die. That is what I would say. So again, I think it's just like they apply a second die and you take the higher. The other one applies a second die, you take the lower. And those that part cancels out. That's what I'm arguing. We're arguing about like different where the canceling happens. I don't think the canceling happens on the conditions that you possess. It's on the effects that they apply. But honestly, D&D is not keyworded well enough to really know either way. is the real unfortunate bottom of this is that I'm calling advantage a condition, but it is not. Yeah. This is my last 10 minutes. I'm gonna share it. Fair enough. Yeah. You only get an extra die or not. Yeah. Yeah, I think we do. I think we do agree. But that's why I'm saying that if the sneak attack didn't have the text of on the roll, if it just said if you have advantage, I would actually argue that it goes through because you have advantage. It's just not applying to the roll. But it does say advantage on the roll, so it's all a moot point. If on top of that you have another advantage. Look, advantage and disadvantage is an incredibly slick system. I love it. And I think like 99% of the time it's very just strictly intuitive. Even with the weird things about like stacking and canceling and whatever. It's only when you have like features that are triggered off of that it becomes, I think, a little bit weirder, like sneak attack. And you have to have like sneak attack in general, I think is kind of a weird feature. I like on a larger design level, I think that the rogue being the rogue's class identity kind of being built around this idea of building out a huge dice pool for one attack. I think that's very interesting. That I think that's super cool. And I think it makes rogue like feel and play very distinctly compared to the other martials. To the point where I don't often see rogue even lumped in when people talk about martials. Everyone knows that it is, but if they're giving examples, it's rarely the one that comes up. Because I think it really does so like feel so different from like, the multi-attack martials. But man, oh man, is the actual feature worded strangely. Or just worded in a way that is so, how do I say it? I think it's worded very non-intuitively. I think you can build an intuition for it. But I also think there's a reason that almost no one fucks up multi-attack, but they frequently fuck up the rogue's sneak attack triggers. Yeah, because one is much more directly intuitive than the other. And again, I get why the sneak attack triggers are worded the way that they are. Like, I don't know. I get it all, and I think it's going towards a good goal, but it feels like maybe there was a better way to do it. Yeah. If you, just got here. What's up? I prefer disadvantage in 5e. Wasn't advantage in 4e and or Pathfinder just a +2 and disadvantage 2 malice? I don't strictly know. I know that broadly in older editions there was a much heavier focus on riders, which is the +2 or the -2 malice. Broadly, like plus a static number is a rider. And I know that older editions were more focused on that. I do believe advantage, disadvantage was a relatively at least, unique creation for 5e. And a lot of systems have taken it because it's really good. Advantage and disadvantage, I think, is one of the best things that 5e does, period. It's really slick. Because it ties both a meaningful statistics roll, but it packages it, or a statistical change, but it's not so substantial that a DM feels too nervous about giving it out. And it packages it in such a way that I think feels much more like a visceral benefit than a rider does. Like if you just give like a +4, like honestly, if we take all the stats, a +5 rider on average is better than advantage. But I do truly think that it does not feel as good as advantage. Like when you roll advantage and you see, a 19 and a 3, and you get to ignore the 3 and take the 19, ooh, boy, does that feel good. That feels so good. And same thing with disadvantage. You see the nat 20 when you get disadvantage, when you're on disadvantage. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking in a way that like a -5 does not convey. So I think advantage is so slick. I've seen it in so many systems since that were developed either in line with or after 5e that have taken it because it's a good system. It's a good system. It's no wonder Liam has problems remembering how sneak attack works. Exactly, Epster. That's the weird thing about sneak attack. I like its ethos. I like its goals. I like its distinguishment. It's a proper gentleman. But the triggers for it are just kind of awkward. They're just awkward, and I wouldn't even say that they themselves are non-intuitive, but they're hard to build an intuition for because they're so... I think the really thing is both of the triggers for it are inconsistent, and you get them in kind of different ways. Like you can gain advantage through so many different avenues that it's not like, oh, this one thing happens and then I can do my sneak attack. And so you kind of have to sub in your brain of I have advantage, I do sneak attack. But then you have to also think, well, okay, but also sometimes when I don't have advantage, I can do sneak attack, but also that's only sometimes. And it's when a person is within 5 feet of an adversary, but only the adversary I'm attacking, and also I can't have disadvantage on it. It's so many like layers to a very simple end, but it's just so many layers to it. And those layers can come from so many other places within the system that it's just very, very strange. Or not strange, it's just very awkward, I think. Yeah. I don't think it's too complicated. Use finesse weapons, advantage, enemy distracted, sneak attack, disadvantage, no sneak attack. I hear ya on that not being too complicated. But I do want to make the point of the, like, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of conditions that you need to check to see if you can even use it regardless of if you hit or not. Extra attack is, hey, you could attack once before. Now you can attack twice. It's pretty dead simple. There's not even really a condition on it. It just happens. Right? And so it's like, for the core baseline feature of the class to have 4 different things that you have to essentially keep in mind every time you use it, I think it's a little, it's more complicated than, the contemporaries. You know what I'm saying? So I agree that it's not like too bad. But I also very much understand why it is frequently misunderstood. Especially because you sometimes like try to get like heuristics on like how to get advantage, because that's the other thing about it. Advantage is not something that until Tasha's and 5.5, when rogues got steady aim, advantage was not just something that the rogues could just get. You know what I'm saying? So like this looks simple, but you also have to keep in mind that the rogue needs to know what gives advantage and what gives disadvantage, and also keep track of like where their allies are, and like, which you could say, you could figure that out during the targeting evaluation of like, where are my allies? But that starts to interrupt multi-step plans of like, okay, I need to make sure that my, fighter isn't going to like leave that adversary as I'm getting in a more advantageous spot. And I'm not even saying that's bad. That's kind of cool tactical decision making that like you have to kind of keep track of people, but it doesn't make it less complicated. I like Rogue. Rogue's probably my favorite martial. Second favorite. But it is. I think it's more complicated, pretty distinctly than like a fighter. My DM has played in 2e forever and is running a 4e with 5e characters. Sometimes things get muddled. Yeah, I can imagine. I know, like 4e. I mean, 4e is very different from 3.5, from what I understand, and then 5 is kind of similar to both. Like 3.5 and 4 are further apart than either of them are from 5, if that makes sense. But I don't know a lot of the details on it. The super rare double nat 20. No. Yeah. Yeah. If called shots exist at all in 5e, it should be a rogue thing. Cutting, attending, and disabling the enemy is 100% a rogue ability. That's true. I mean, if rogue was just the called shots person of like, instead of sneak attack, they could just like apply conditions based on like where they're hitting. I mean, that's very battle master. But I don't think people would mind it. Yeah. How often do rogues not use finesse or ranged weapons? So it's more like 3 things. Fair. That's fair. I'll give you that. I mean, I do love a strength-based rogue. I love a strength-based rogue. But I'll give you that. Yeah. What is your favorite? Your favorite martial class, I mean? Oh, it's really hard. I do really like fighter. I like fighter a lot. I think fighter's better. Fighter is the most customizable martial. Which, oh no, what? The warlock main likes the martial that's the most customizable? And I'll give you a guess at what my favorite fighter subclasses are. It's Battle Master and Rune Knight, and Eldritch Knight for the spell choice. Yeah, I like fighter. My favorite subclass in the entire game is on Barbarian. Path of the Zealot. Ooh. Path of the Zealot's incredible. It's so flavorful and so cool, and it just unlocks a whole new style of play when you don't need to worry about dying. I love Zealot. But yeah, I think fighter's my favorite martial. Also, I got 2 nat 1s, added vantage ones. Ooh, that's crazy. That just feels, and again, I think that's one of the reasons I do love advantage disadvantage is because that just feels like, man, I was destined to fail this roll. I get 2 nat 1s. I deserve it, I think. Yeah, I love it. Sheev is my city. What's up? You finally caught up. Let's go. What's up, Sheev? Welcome. Just finished last stream's VOD yesterday, just in time for learning today after learning about a few weeks ago. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm hoping to make the catch-up process easier. I've been trying to do those critical eye patches, which they take more time than they're worth on their own, but I want to build up a big log of them to make people catching up to live, to make it easier for people to catch up to live. Because I think that will, so they kind of have like this external benefit. But yeah, I'm glad that you're here, that you got up. Welcome. Things you have to check at character building time should count for something. It's not completely free. That's fair. That is fair. But it's an entirely different class of complexity. Yeah, I tend not to be nearly as harsh on complexity that happens outside of the session. That's why, like, I've heard people say that Warlock is like... I've heard people call Warlock complex. Not very many people, mind you, but I have heard it before, of like the building with the invocations is complex. And I've heard people directly compare it to Druid, and I think they are totally different kinds of complexity. Like the invocations complexity and like build complexity there almost entirely happens outside of the session, whereas Druid wild shapes and like the evaluation there and the complexity on what beast form you take, that complexity is in session. And I think that is similar to the other 3 conditions of the sneak attack. Yeah. And I think that out of session complexity is way less of a lift for players. I think it's far less of a negative because they can take their time to think through it. So yeah, that's why I don't consider Warlock to be a complex class to play. At least I think they are less complex than any full caster. Now, if you think they're more or less complex than like a third caster or a half caster, I think there's some debate there, but certainly less complex than any full. Yeah. Look at Vax over there using Hunter's Mark. True. So accurate. Playing a champion fighter totem barbarian combo to keep it nice and simple, hit and kill, then got spills from Domti, and it got more complex. Yeah, I think one of the things I like about fighter is you can really choose your complexity level. Like you kind of opt into it, and you can like really fine tune it to be exactly what you want through feats. If you're a battle master, through maneuvers, it's got a lot of granularity into like the expression of your build, which I think is very, very cool. Oh, I thought I had to sneeze for a second, but I didn't. I do think that warlocks are hard to min-max, but if you want a competent character, they are no harder than any other class IMO. I mean, I would say, yeah, I'd say that there are like, I'd say any full caster is technically more difficult to pilot. Druid, far more difficult to pilot. I think Druid's the hardest class in the game to pilot, like in the actual session. But yeah, Warlock's down there. Yeah. Anyways.
8.
We'll get
14,
through it eventually.
19. Plus Hunter's Mark. So there's no sneak attack on this, right? Is that correct? 21 for the Dragon Slayer.
21, nice.
And then Whisper, which is a natural 20, is 1. Plus just 9 plus the 6 is 15 plus Hunter's Mark. 17.
Times 2?
Oh, 15 times 2 is 30.
It's all times 2 because that's all. Oh, 15 times 2 is 30.
30.
Plus 8. 38.
38.
Yeah, I don't do
In a dark pit?
With Whisper, I'm going to...
I've been paused for 30 minutes before the how do you want to do this, just chatting bullshit. Oh no. Yeah, holy shit, bro. I didn't think we were near it. God damn, Matt's fucking run trigger for these dragons, probably for adversaries in general, seems to be when they're like 2 hits away. That's so funny. Oh my god, I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
6 is 15 plus Hunter's Mark. 17.
Times 2?
Oh, 15 times 2 is 30.
It's all times 2 because that's all. Oh, 15 times 2 is 30.
30.
Plus 8. 38.
38.
Yeah, I don't do this.
In a dark pit?
With Whisper, I'm going to shove it in so that my hand disappears from view, so I'm up to my forearm, and stab as far in as I can reach. I hear the voice of my mother in the morning. Fuck you.
As the blade plunges into Thordak's now kind of slawing, soft flesh exposed through a series of wounds and gashes left behind by your allies, and his form just slowly shriveling into its diminutive space, the dagger cuts cleanly through, and with that force, you go all the way up to the shoulder as you reach inside. As you finish saying your phrase, your eyes kind of narrow and you clench your teeth, and as you pull back and yank, there's this strange series of low whispers that into your ears, And as you pull back, you watch as these bits of kind of grayish energy begin to pour out of the air, kind of coalescing around the blades, fitting into the body where you're currently plunged within. As you yank outward, you watch as the blade almost has an extended edge about 10, 15 feet beyond Whisper's actual endless blade that just leaves a giant wound on the side of Thordak's body. You don't even hear an exclamation of pain as Thordak just slowly slams into the ground of this low, barely glowing tunnel. Roll an acrobatics check with disadvantage.
Sure. On a slightly funny haha mode. Vax playing Phantom in the future. Stole from Phantom. Oh no. There is one thing that I want to note here. And I don't even know if it'll be a spoiler for the Dragon Week video because I don't know if I'll be able to like justify including that part, but it was great. I was talking to a GM that does a lot of horror DMing or GMing. And they were describing a scene almost similar to this because we were talking about horror jamming and they gave some examples. And one of the things that they said, where I was immediately like, oh my God, you are a horror jam. They were like, you hear the cries of your mother as you're being born. And I was like, oh my God. And I literally said out loud, I was like, not just the cries of my mother. You had to throw in the extra thing. And we had that with Vax too. I hear the sound of my mother's voice in the morning. This time when you are vulnerable and your mother waking you up when you are most vulnerable, this sense of safety of it is not something else that is jolting you awake. You know, it's not something that will take advantage of you. It's not just your mother's voice. It's your mother's voice when you are at your most vulnerable in the morning, when you're asleep. And it's an extension of something that is like common improv advice, and common joke writing advice in general, of go more specific. There's actually, in the Casually Explained comedy video, he has a whole segment on specific over general. And I think gives a lot of really, really great examples of like, real life jokes that have been punched up to be more specific. But I also think we can really see here that specificity is not just for comedy. Specificity is, I think, just a way of accessing a deeper emotional state, whether that's to make us laugh or cry. Yeah. That was a good, how do you want to do this? That was a good one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was good. Guess what? How does he do it? Message went to the spoilers chat. That's true. I did guess it. It's poetic. It is poetic. Yeah. Vax has been inside 3 dragons. Oh my God. Yeah. Stabbed his way into Vorugol as well. Yeah. He just stabs him with no fanfare, but years later, I still clearly remember. I still hear my mother's voice in the morning. Yeah. Because it's I don't know. Yeah. It's hard because it is a kind of, I don't know exactly how to say it. It is boring on the surface, but it doesn't have like all the fanfare and explosiveness, but it is, and that is good and should be telling to us that, that's not necessary to have a memorable moment. The big fanfare, the crazy description. I'm probably not going to remember that Whisper grew its edge after this. I might, but the royal I, in terms of I as an audience, I don't know that that part sticks with you, but the mother, yeah. I still hear my mother's voice in the morning is, it's the sort of thing that speaks to, like, just saying I still hear my mother, that speaks to an emotion. It speaks to the emotion of loss, right? Broadly. It speaks to the vague, ever-present emotion of loss, which we can all identify with to some degree or another. But I don't know. To me personally, the way that this impacts me, because this is very interpretive, right? But the way this impacts me is not just loss, but loss of safety, and to a lesser degree, maybe loss of innocence. But really, that loss of waking up and knowing that you're safe, and that is a more specific emotion, and it's something that I think leaves a bigger imprint on me than the broad aspect of a sense of loss. Yeah. I did not remember that Whisper grew its edge. We are making fun of it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's and that is like, I'm not necessarily calling that poetry. I don't want to put it too high up on a pedestal. But poetic language like that, it's hard. Poetry isn't, if it was easy to write, more people would. It's not that simple to have moments like this. But I think you can kind of start with more specific, in a very like self-meditative sort of way of like when you're self-reflecting, going more specific is often helpful. And I think the same thing with your D&D characters. Cool moment. Yeah, it took 15 years, but the Oath of Vengeance Paladin avenges Mother's death. He did. Yeah. When watching this battle first, I was tracking actions and damage of everyone. Vax and Vex dealt the most damage to Thordak. I believe it. I mean, they did. Especially Vax had the dragon slaying sword. They both had haste. She had the dragon slaying arrows. I think only one of them hit. But yeah, they had haste. Thordak didn't legendary resist any of their attacks. So it's yeah. I'm not surprised that they did the most damage. Okay. We got clearly Hunter's Mark. Yeah, it was all on Hunter's Mark. You're right. All right, we got ads in a minute. I mean, this is a short and sweet thing. Yeah, it seems like Matt. It seemed like, to me, that felt like Thordak ran at a very similar time to Vorugal, right? Like a similar, it seemed like, position within his kind of health bar, if you want to think about it that way. And so I will retract some of my critique in that at least Matt clearly, or maybe not clearly, but has an idea of like when things retreat. It may be too late to make sense for me, but what too late to make sense means. Hello. I have to say, Kima's responsible. It's so true. 7 players plus NPCs probably makes the threshold. Yeah, the threshold for retreat, probably way harder to figure out. Yeah. I mean, you kind of got to just think about the time to kill. Like, it's like on average, how many rounds is it going to take for the players to kill your monster reasonably? And how many rounds do you want them to be retreating? And honestly, if I had to defend Matt's choice, because I was saying right before the break, I was like, even if I think that they don't retreat soon enough to, make sense, there's another perspective of, well, they do retreat. And from a gameplay perspective, like a gameplay fun perspective, it is certainly like a certain style of game that there is a certain style of game that doesn't really want the enemies to come back. That's a complication. That's harder. You have to like evolve the enemy in a way. In order to make that interesting. And that is like a DM-sided like lift that you have to make. So that the next time they, fight, if they fight a next time, it's not just a repeat. Because you don't want like repeat combats where they just feel like they're doing the exact same thing they did before. So from that perspective, as a DM, you can consider it like in some ways beneficial to have all enemies dealt with every encounter. Dealt with in some way. So in that perspective, retreating is bad. Because it kind of goes against that goal. So if you retreat at a very late threshold to where you'll have like 1 round of retreating, then you give the appearance of retreating, right? You give like the that layer of verisimilitude where like the enemies aren't just fighting to the death. They did try to retreat at some point. But you also don't have to deal with them actually successfully getting away. Like if you wait long enough, you can pretty much guarantee that their retreat will not be successful. And there is some benefit to that. There's benefit to that. I don't personally think that the benefits outweigh the cost. And I think that you are kind of shutting yourself off from some really interesting opportunities as a DM. But I can get it from that perspective. I can at least I can get the mindset. Yeah. The monster know what they're doing suggests that enemies should start retreating when their HP goes below 50. At first, I thought it's too much, but these 50% keep going. Yeah, and I mean that it's hard to kind of combine with AC and what is how big is the thresh pool the pool. Like what does like 50% actually even mean in that case? How good are they at retreating? A monster that's less mobile might start retreating sooner than one that is more mobile, because the more mobile one thinks to itself, well, it can stick around a little bit longer because it can get away faster. There's layers to it, but I think 50% is a decent starting point for evaluation. Maybe if the monster's a little bit more craven, a little bit more scaredy cat, it starts retreating a little bit sooner. It's a little bit dumber, more of a meathead like Vorugal. Maybe you lower that to like 30%, 20%. Yeah. I think 50% is a good starting point at the very least. There's a reason why enemies in video games rarely run. This way, the player is more satisfied. Yeah, and I mean, I would say I'd say somewhat of the same thing about video games is that there can be some like good additional narrative there with the that storytellers are losing out on if video game characters don't run. But there's also another layer to video games as opposed to TTRPGs that I think makes it even harder to pull off in video games, of if the enemies try to run, but depending on the actions of the player, they may or may not get away. That explodes the possibilities. That explodes the possibilities in a way that is not handleable within the medium of a video game. Like, a video game just like can't really account for all of that unless it's like kind of built around and for that. Whereas a TTRPG can handle that, specifically because you do not have to make the entire story and all of the encounters before the player starts experiencing it. So you do not have to plan out what happens if the players defeat all of the enemies, or what happens if the monsters successfully retreat, right? You don't need to plan out both of these kind of paths, because you can just wait until you see which one actually ends up happening and then only plan out that one. So I think it's a valid comparison, but I do think it is easier in TTRPGs than it is in video games to build in like the idea of enemies retreating and coming back later. I think that intelligent creatures not only will try to run, but also will have some kind of exit strategy. Yeah, I think, yeah. I think monsters shouldn't retreat so soon, because I think about how many times players will retreat at, 30% of their health, or even retreat at all. Monsters retreating very safely feels meta, in the sense that they have some game knowledge of action economy and the chance that they'll go down. I would slightly argue the opposite. Because I think you're kind of like basing this, or the assumptions within this logic is that the monsters should not act like dissimilarly to the players, right? Because that like dissimilar feels meta. But that is assuming that the player behavior itself is not meta. You know what I'm saying? Like, players probably should be retreating at 30% health if we're not playing meta, right? If we're not playing in a game where we have confidence in like relative balance and we know about the like systems that we're engaging with, right? If I'm 70% of the way to passing out and I can't really tell where the enemy is at, or there's still a lot of enemies, we probably should call the retreat. But you're right, players don't. And so it's tough for me, because I also agree. I don't know that I agree with the assumptions, but I do agree with the logic of something feels meta here. It is like, where are we feeling the meta of I know it's a system versus I am a character reacting to stimuli, right? In my head, Vorugal not retreating, like retreating when he did, to my brain feels meta, because it feels like that is not an appropriate reaction of an intelligent creature to the stimuli that they were facing within the fiction. But I do get where you're coming from, of the players see these monsters retreating far before they would ever retreat. And that could feel a little strange. But again, I kind of think that would only feel strange because they know I have 20 out of 59 hit points. A measurement that the in-fiction fleshy creature cannot make. The in-fiction character does not know that they're at, 30% or what have you. They are just going to know, I feel close to passing out. And so it's tough for me to it's tough for me to go towards not retreating when we think about the in-fiction feelings versus the meta knowledge. When I think about that kind of dichotomy, I don't think things should retreat less. I think the players should retreat more if we're wanting to make this less meta. But it's somewhat table dependent. But the players have support. Once one goes down, the others could heal or administer a potion. No one will come to Thor. The amount of support you have does definitely matter. I think the amount of support you have very much matters. I know in the module I'm running right now, Saltmarsh. In Saltmarsh, anytime there's a group of enemies, at least so far, I haven't read through the entire thing in detail, but so far, anytime there's been a group where there is a distinct leader or set of leaders, and then a set of, basically minions, mooks. If you take out the leadership, the mooks will try to run. The leadership never run, at least with what the module, how the module tells you to run it. They don't build in any sort of run condition for the leadership. But if the mooks see their leaders get taken down, they either try to parlay with the players or just straight up run. And I think that's very on this, kind of topic of who will come to help, who have support. I think that's a very natural run condition of once leadership is down, the ranks break. So I think that's that angle can also be a very natural way of maybe you don't have individual combatant thresholds. If you have, say, 4 combatants, you don't have individual thresholds for all of them. You say once half of the enemy combatants are down or dying, the other half try to run, no matter what health threshold they're at. Maybe that's offset by any downs on the allied side. I think there's ways to kind of finesse the triggers around running away. Yeah. Some player groups will go down to the single digits in hit points with the hope of defeating an enemy. Well, yeah. And that's another layer to this meta discussion. They're not actually risking their lives. You know what I'm saying? That behavior is the meta behavior. An enemy running away at 50% or 30%, that's not meta behavior. That is not knowledge of the system. That is knowledge of the system. And not even knowledge of the system, knowledge that they aren't real. Really. Knowledge of their position as ephemeral concepts within our collective imagination, as opposed to real flesh and blood things. So it's tough for me to directly compare, player retreat behavior to adversary retreat behavior, because they do have very different kind of knowledge levels. Opponents who surrender are also underutilized. Surrender is underutilized at my table, very truly. I do think a lot about running and retreating, but I don't think about surrendering a lot. And the part of the module that I'm just about to run with Saltmarsh, that is what it has them do. The mooks minions don't try to run; they try to surrender and parlay with the players, which I thought I wouldn't have been on my mind, but when the module suggested, I was like, oh yeah, absolutely, that makes total sense. So yeah, I fully agree. I think at least speaking for my table, they're underutilized, and I would guess that they're probably underutilized in general. Yeah. and you go on to say mercenaries, especially if you're getting paid to be there. If you're getting paid to be there, absolutely. Yeah. If an enemy tries very hard to scrape and not die, it also could make the players feel bad about killing them. Can confirm, had that in my campaign. A enemy didn't exactly surrender. The players knocked them out. They non-lethaled them because they wanted to interrogate them. And I had that, and this was I will say, I would not give this as like general advice, because I know my players really well. We have a lot of trust and emotional trust, especially. But I had that. I knew that they had 2 captured NPCs, and they were going to release one and kill the other, for reasons. And I had the one that they were going to release stay totally silent, and the one that they were going to kill was absolutely begging for his life, and not even like really like sniveling, groveling, but like, friends, you're back. Is there anything else I can do for you? I have more information. I could draw you a map if you let me out of these bonds. And he's like looking around, and my players aren't saying anything. They're just like slowly moving their tokens on the Roll20 map. It was immensely awkward in the most like gut-wrenching way. And we faded to black on what they did or didn't do, to the other one. And then we isolated in on the scene of them talking to the one that they didn't kill. And he was basically like, hey, why didn't you? And they had I think I very reasonably confronted them with their morality and like why they're making the choices that they made. And it was a good scene. Not patting myself on the back. My players were incredible during that scene. But it definitely made them feel bad. And they made the right decision. They made absolutely the right decision. But I wanted them to be really confronted with the decision that they were making. It was correct, but doesn't mean it's not going to feel bad. Yeah. Oh gosh, so much. Going to singles isn't necessarily metagaming if the enemy is... No, it's not. And it's I'm more making the point that I don't know that it's comparable, because I think it is harder for the players to play without that meta than it is for the DM, unless they're murder hobos. Yeah. Why did they only kill one? One was the mastermind and one was hired help. And they spared the guy that was just on a job. And objectively, the guy that had just been hired to be there, basically a mercenary, fucked them up way more. Like nearly one-shot the wizard. And also pretend was under like a false identity, tried to fuck with them before really switching up on them and betraying them. And then the other one, the mastermind, for anyone who's played Saltmarsh, Sanballat, they spared Ned, killed Sanballat. Sanballat debatably did almost nothing to them, but they knew that he would be actual trouble in their future if they got rid of him. And it was a big morality test moment of what, as a group, what are you going to do about loose ends? Because they could have let Sambalet go. And Sambalet was like trying to like really fucking spin it. Like, we can work together. I can give you this info. I can help you do this and that. And he's really trying to pitch his value alive. But like, it was, I think, also relatively clear that he was going to be a problem if they let him go. Whereas Ned, like, gave his case. He said, I was hired help. I was there to dissuade you from going into the basement. I tried to. And that was it. That was what I was hired to do. And one of the players is, like, his background is as an ex-mercenary. And so Ned kind of directed some of the comments at that player, especially about, like, I'm just here to do a job, man. And to Ned's credit, as Ned, I tried to convince them to leave the house. I tried to convince them that the basement was dangerous and that they should leave. And that convinced them overall. They were like, I get it. You were here to do a job. You did try to convince us not to go in. And that was where their line was. Honestly, didn't expect it. Very honestly, I expected them to kill both. And I even, at the end of it, I basically gave them a new quest that they had to do as Ned. I was basically like, my bosses are not going to be happy that, I failed and survived. And Ned was basically like, I need you guys to do X, Y, and Z. Otherwise, I'm almost positive that they will send me after you and I won't, be holding back this time. So like Ned kind of threatened them in the last moments. And the players were still like, I get it. Fair's fair. We'll do what you asked us to do. And they did. They gave up all of the loot in the haunted house in order to accomplish the things that Ned said that they needed to make the situation copacetic. And now I'm very much rewarding them. That Ned is like an extreme ally of theirs now, like an extreme NPC ally, and they love Ned. Which is just crazy. If you've read the module, I would never have expected that just reading through it at the start. But it was a really fun morality check of like, where is your line on this stuff? How much of an excuse is I was just following orders, right? Because I think intuitively that does feel like an excuse to us until it reaches a certain point, and then it like really depends on the orders that you're following. So it was a super, super, really fun scene. One of the most memorable moments from TTRPGs. One of the most memorable like narrative kind of social interactions in a game that I've had in a while. It was really fun. Yeah. The player's argument, presumably, there is no ethical consumption to capitalism. Yeah. That was their argument. It's always a good feeling as a plot-heavy GM getting the PCs to willingly give up loot for an NPC. Absolutely. And I sort of, it was a kind of a two birds, one stone for me because the loot was kind of weird where it is this kind of ill-gotten loot. And my players were really hesitant about going to the cops or going to the underground. Like, they were really hesitant. Like, they didn't even, like, consider turning it into the cops. And then they were, like, really scared and, like, really hesitant about interacting with the underground. And so I was like, okay, these goods are going to be fucking hard to offload. But they earned them. Like, this is, like, the reward for the work that they did here. Or at least it's a decent chunk of it. And so I was like, okay, like I they didn't know that they would be able to use the loot when they agreed to Ned's additional quest requirements. And so I was like, okay, like, if I let them use the loot for that, they're still getting the reward for what they did. And, like, they signed on to do the Ned thing without, knowing that they would have to figure it out. That, to me, was enough of them displaying their morality to where I kind of got what I thought the point was of that additional stuff. Like, the additional task that Ned set out was, do the players stick to their morality in hindsight, right? They drew these moral lines. After a session or two, are they still feeling those moral lines? And they were. They never questioned for a moment if they were going to fulfill the requirements for Ned. They took on a different quest just for money so that they would be able to fulfill Ned's additional quest requirements. And so at that point, I'm like, okay, like, they're sticking to it. I got them to draw the line. I got them to define it. And they're sticking with that definition. That's great. They've learned something about themselves. Now, I'll let them use this loot that they're very hesitant to touch to solve that. It was good. It was good. Yeah. Damn, Ned made the best out of that situation. Ned did great. Ned did awesome in that scenario. Oh, man. But, yeah. I mean, the phrase inherently has so many instinctual connotations that it's hard to mentally pull back from. Absolutely. That's why I wanted them to, that's when I, whenever you hear me say morality check on this stream in reference to the characters, I don't necessarily mean like checking to see if they're good or checking to see if they're bad. I'm checking to see where their line is. Because morality is such an ambiguous concept already, especially when we're role-playing these fictional characters. So ambiguous. And so I want them to draw their lines wherever they are. I'm not going to punish them for wherever they draw the line. I'm going to kind of extend... I'll extend consequences from wherever they draw that line, and I will check them again to see if they still like that line later. But I'm not trying to discourage them from drawing it wherever they, as a party and as individual characters, want to draw it. I think that is one of the most interesting parts about the role-playing. Yeah. I was following orders doesn't bother me if it's to fight me, the strong player, or defend a place, but it's not good enough of the orders to harm villagers or something. This is the sort of thing what I mean, morality check, drawing the line, where that is a perfect example of drawing a line. Because, yeah, that was basically Ned's entire argument. I was just following orders. But with Sarah's line in the sand, which is pretty similar to my players, I think. With Sarah's line in the sand, Ned would be cool, which I think is fair. And it was really interesting to me. The players knew that Sanballat was smuggling contraband. I say it was just illegal goods. And they spent probably 10 or 20 minutes with both Ned and Sanballat, both of them separately. Kind of like dancing around the topic in their interrogations with both of them, trying to figure out what kind of illegal goods Sanballat was smuggling. And they found out that he wasn't really smuggling anything that they had a huge problem with. But one of the things that I think swayed the players and was kind of their moral check was Ned basically said, they basically were like, is he smuggling people? That was one of their more direct questions. And Ned was like, no, but I don't think he would be against it. And that was I saw in my players' eyes. That was a piece of information that lodged in their brain. And then they spun that to Sanballat, and Sambalet like didn't really deny it. They were being pretty vague, so he didn't entirely know what they were asking, but he didn't particularly deny that he would smuggle people, human traffic. And I think that was like their line, that even though Sambalet did not do any direct things to them, he was willing to do things that they were not in line with, that they did not consider not feasible, that they did not consider like acceptable to leave in the world. And that was kind of their line. They knew what Ned would do, but they thought that Sambalet would do worse. So it was very it was super interesting. Really, as a GM, even helped me understand what sort of characters my players were playing. Because my players, the players I'm playing with, have played with super different characters before when I played with them separately, like with very different moral lines. So it was very good for me to understand where their lines kind of were with that. Yeah. This is a whole new way to look at games, and I'm glad I'm here for it. Thank you, Cot Dingoes. I agree. Or I guess I don't agree, but I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Not like D&D alignment checks, but RP morality checks. Am I understanding correctly? Yeah. Sorry. And I think unfortunately, I should come up with a new term for it, because it is it is a little bit, how would you say it? It's a little bit confusing with the D&D terminology. When I say check, there no rolling dice. Maybe an RP morality check-in? Or, well, no, now they call it a D20 test. Because I was going to say a morality test. No mechanics. No mechanics involved. Test of character. Sure, yeah, test of character is a good way to put it. Although I think a test of character more carries the implication that there's a right and wrong answer, which in what I'm talking about here, I don't view there as a right or wrong answer. It is like helping me understand them and helping them understand themselves. They had to walk off into the woods away from the two NPCs and talk about, hey, what are we willing to do to these guys? Especially when the interrogation started. It was like, hey, like, what lines do we have when it comes to interrogating people? That's what I mean by a morality check. But check is tough because that's a keyword in D&D. So yeah. I guess a test of character. Morality assessment. We'll call it assessment for now. Sure. Yeah. A morality assessment. But yeah, to be totally clear, no mechanics, no dice rolling. It is just I was very purposefully putting them in a situation and playing these NPCs in a way to really force them to draw an ethical line or choose not to, which is kind of an ethical statement in and of itself, right? So that is like that was the underlying goal there. And I had it planned out ahead of time because I wanted it to be in an early session where we got some of those like major character assessments, morality assessments. Yeah. My Fey Herringon wizard doesn't kill innocents, but is totally fine with giving someone a Feywild berry that means all their food will never taste good again for life. She's got Bugs Bunny energy. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like she has a strong Shiri, has a strong. Oh, you said she. Never mind. Value on life, but not necessarily as strong of a value on the experience of life. A life is inherently worthwhile, but if someone does something bad to you, you can absolutely ruin the rest of their existence. That's fine, because they don't have an inherent right to a happy existence, just a right to an existence. Yeah, a right to an existence, not a happy one. That's a interesting moral line. Exactly. Hell yeah. Cool. And those are the sorts of things that like I try to think about when I'm thinking about, you know, these NPC interactions and the things that they're going to be asked to do is kind of what am I testing here? What am I assessing? And trying to make it as distinct of a choice as possible. Like looking at whatever I'm targeting, you know, whether that is the, you know, just following orders sort of line, like looking at whatever I'm targeting and thinking about how can I really hone in and target that specifically, which often leads to like, you know, them like holding not necessarily contradictory things, but like trying to isolate down through other character opinions or actions. And sometimes it just happens. Like I don't want to sit here and act like I'm really 4-5D chessing all of this ahead of time. Sometimes I'm planning it, and especially once we're kind of into a assessment, I'm planning it a little bit more. But it's a lot of times, you know, kind of mid-session on a break. In the break for that session, I was thinking to myself, like, okay, they've got both of these people captured. And these people had very different roles in the operation. And I'm trying to think through, like, how can I really try and delineate between these two? Like, what was the core difference between them in the engagement that the players just went through? And how can I play on that difference to maybe get a morality assessment? And sometimes it doesn't go perfectly. Sometimes you fuck up a bit of wording and then the morality assessment doesn't make sense anymore, and then you just pretend it didn't happen. Or that's not what you were going for in the first place. But when it works, it works. When it works out, it is really, really fun. Really cool. Anyways.
25.
25.
Jesus.
So at the speed and impact and tumbling, you managed to reduce the damage by half.
Which is also half by the potion.
Right. That is be 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
Is that the quarter?
No, it's then half. So that'll bring you to 8. As you watch Thordax form, sputter, roll, and then tumble, grinding to a halt, gathering a bunch of stone, broken rock, and part of the cavern that's kind of on the verge of collapsing from the impact of Thordax's body, now lifeless, still in the darkness of the subterranean tunnel. You want to take a break?
We don't even know it's happened yet, though. It's all underground.
She would know.
I do know. Can I fly forward before we take the break?
We're already.
I just want to fly forward and hug my brother as he's just covered in dragon guts.
Down in the hole.
He's
Yeah.
way down in there. It's a long flight.
You just did.
And now we'll take a break. See you back here in a few minutes.
Don't forget, Backblaze is hosting a Critical Role giveaway.
God damn it, Sam. Backblaze. Check them out. 3806. Put speed at combat speed at the top. Got it. 38. I'm at 28. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just gonna copy this. Yeah, man. Good scene. Good scene. No! Specifically 6? You don't like 6. Something about 6 bothers them. It seems like I can't copy out of the visual editor. I have to like paste it somewhere. Oh, there's a space at the end. Motherfucker. There's a secret space. That makes it so much harder. I need to add like a string filter for spaces because they're really common. Trim is your friend. Trim is my friend. Trim is my friend. I just need to go and do it. It would take like 10 minutes, but it's just like ordering priorities.
That's Ryan's episode.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I think before we paused, someone was like, do you have any predictions? Oh, yeah. Now that he's dead. Oh, wait. I forgot about this. Thordak had about 1,452 HP. Ah! That's crazy. That is a lot of HP. Which, I mean, HP at this level, it can really explode like that. And I think that like, that HP number makes sense for how Thordak has been described. But now what will happen? I think they might try to kill Raishan. What is at the bottom? What is at the bottom? What is at the bottom? And why didn't Thordak go there sooner? What is at the bottom? I mean, he might just not have gone there sooner because Matt wanted to do the entire combat on a map. And he didn't have a map for what's at the bottom. What is Thordak building? What is Thordak building? We. He kept saying we. And for a long time, long time, I thought that Thordak was not alive. I thought he was like basically a flesh golem that Raishan was puppeteering, and that the Heartstone was serving as a golem cortex, essentially. The same type of cortex that Fassbender has, same type of cortex that they got in the pre-stream for Dresvina that probably ended up in Fassbender. That is what I thought for a long, long time. I don't think that's the case now. But I do think it's possible. Okay, track with me. Trackmania. It was kind of weird that the Ember Seed shattered. That they could destroy the Ember Seed in the first place. Because, like, maybe the binding that Raishan did, she said that she corrupted it. And I guess maybe that made it breakable. But that would seem relatively counter to how Raishan presented, like, Thordak and his weaknesses and, like, the plans of the people backing him on. Like, talking about how, like, they didn't, like, know the truth of, like, how to kill Thordak or whatever. Like, their plan was bad, essentially. And Allura, even after finding out, because I'm sure that within the fiction, Vox communicated most of what Raishan, as assume, and as Raishan, told them to Allura. I'm sure, like, in fiction, Allura is generally aware of Raishan's backstory. And made no sort of comment of like, she corrupted it? Well, maybe that weakened it. I don't know. So that's a little off to me. A little suspicious. Reminds me of a certain green dragon talking about teleportation circles. Now, it could just be not a contrivance. It could be a retcon. Could be a retcon in the moment, to make the combat go smooth or go a certain way. And Matt just didn't worry about it too much. Kind of forgot that he said it was indestructible. It's possible. Because, I mean, the reasoning that he might have said it was indestructible is possibly just because he didn't want to have them focus on destroying it, right? Like, he might have, like, wanted their planning or their mindset to be different going into the fight. but then once they were in, it had kind of already accomplished that, and so it didn't matter anymore. That's possible. That's super possible. That's like a very, human DMing thing that I can picture. I can picture myself doing the same thing. So I'll give that as 50% chance. I'll give 50% chance. It's just he wanted it to be indestructible for some reason other than it actually not being able to be destroyed. He wanted that fact to drive them towards something else. Again, I'll give that 50% chance. Other 50%. Thordak did something to the crystal to make it destructible. Possibly something similar or related to the thing he's building downstairs. Like, I don't know how dragons procreate, right? I don't know how that works, given how solitary they are, but also given, given how solitary they are. And they don't seem to, at least within, any presented stats here in the book, it's not like they have like mating seasons, like whales, where they all go to a place to mate. That doesn't seem to be a thing. That doesn't really fit with my thought process around dragons. When mommy dragon try and get drunk on us. So I'm wondering if potentially a dragon egg, or a dragon wormling. Maybe they don't even have eggs. They probably have eggs. Dragon eggs are like such a thing. Because that's the other part of this, is I sort of have to draw on like mythology and tropes for this. But it's like dragon eggs, that's a thing. That's a thing. Like a lair. Like the fact that they hoard. A dragon egg is a thing. Which means that they have eggs. Somehow. And they fertilize them. Somehow. Now, it would make sense to me, going through my own potential homebrew ecology of how a dragon works, maybe dragons just have eggs. Like chickens, Or maybe like all egg-laying creatures. I don't really know if do other egg-laying creatures besides chickens have fully intact, unfertilized eggs? Just at their time of the month? I don't know how that works. But I know at least some do. So, dragon grinder. No. Follow me. I'm thinking that dragons, other birds do. Okay. I also don't know how egg fertilization works for birds. So I'm going to make it up. For dragons, they lay an unfertilized egg. Maybe once every, I don't know, fuck it. Let's call it 100 years. Why not? They have an unfertilized egg after they reach maturity. After every sexual maturity, after every 100 years. And they need to infuse said egg with a certain amount of magic. And they can harness this magic via, it's not, how do I say it? The amount of magic that they need to fertilize the egg is not an amount that they can naturally generate. So they either need a second dragon, but they don't fucking like that, or they need magic from exterior sources. Could be the origin of their hoarding tendencies and their lair tendencies, right? If you're a dragon, you need large quantities of magic in order to fertilize your young and procreate. You have kind of two options for that, especially if you don't really fuck with other dragons. You have two options. You can either hunker down and really make a particular location very defensible, and that where that location is maybe just a place of power, like a location of strong natural magic. Say something like Whitestone with the Sun Tree, right? The Sun Tree is the way that it is because of the convergence of ley lines there. That would give an explanation to why dragons have such substantial, like, codified layers in a way that we don't get for a lot of other creatures, is because the layers are fundamental to their procreation cycle. Alternatively, possibly, there's a finite number of places of power. Where else could you get it? Potions, magical items, things of power that you can maybe funnel the magic out of and into the egg. And that could help us ecologically explain some of their hoarding tendencies. And it's an easy jump from hoarding all of the most expensive things to just hoarding wealth broadly, right? The expression of the hoarding gene might have just been originally to, encourage them to go and grab magical shit to infuse into their eggs. But as they continued to evolve and dragons with stronger hoarding genes continued to procreate better, that hoarding gene kind of went a bit into overdrive and now is just everything, even non-magical gold and such. So with all of that, I think he has a baby in the basement. And that is why the Ember Seed is destructible. I think that Thordak used the power of the Ember Seed and the Heartstone to fertilize an egg in the basement. And it is his young, and that is why he was making these references to we, is because he has another entity there with him, but it's still in the egg. It's not hashed yet. And that's what's in the basement. An Ember Seed infused egg. And I think he pumped a fuckload of power into there. I think if this egg is allowed to hatch, it's going to be bigger and badder and sexier than Thordak ever could have even hoped to be. Because it will not be a normal being that was twisted by the energy of the multiverse, a la, say, a warlock that expresses horns and darkened eyes and patched skin from this power it was never meant to have. This will be the dragon equivalent, the ember plane, or the fire plane attuned equivalent of a sorcerer. Maybe it's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline, maybe it's the Ember Seed. That's what I think is going on. And he had to pump so much power from the Ember Seed. And it's something that maybe Raishan just didn't predict, or it's something that Allura never could have predicted, which is why they never thought that maybe they would have the dragon Thordak would have a way to divert the energy out of the Ember Seed. And the diversion of energy is what weakened it, thereby making it destructible. And that's why he is so concerned about what is in the basement. And that is why he was saying, "we," and referring to someone else during the fight. I'm skipping ads. We're going all night, baby. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Oh, man. Some lizards have parthenogenesis now, like sharks? I have no idea. I'm confused about how this is a question, but then I remember the U.S. sex education is worse than the U.K.'s. What? What do you mean? I don't know how all animal egg fertilization works. I know how human egg fertilization works, but I've never seen a chicken dick. I don't know how it works. I do not know how avian procreation works, honestly. I'll be honest. If people believe gold has value and belief equals magic, maybe dragons draw magical power from the perceived value of wealth? That could work, Sarah. That works. That totally works. I think that works. I think that absolutely functions. Yeah. So are you saying that sorcerers are better than warlocks? I will admit that they're sexier. I'll give them that all day long. Warlocks are the ones that have to work for it, you know? Warlocks had a good personality in middle school, right? Maybe they grew up to be hot, but that was a coincidence. They were big-headed babies. Warlocks were. Come on. A sorcerer's born with it. Come on, no way. You're out at Maybelline? No, shit. Use of the word pump. Do male dragons lay eggs? Fuck it, yeah, sure, why not? Maybe dragons are hermaphrodites, you know? Maybe dragons can spontaneously change their sex. Or maybe the dragons are single-sexed. Or possibly, I actually don't know. I don't know how this works. Because I know that the sea creatures got all sorts of weird shit going on when it comes to sexual organs and procreation and sexes. But I don't know. Are there animals that we would consider unisex, as in they have both male and female reproductive organs? Because I know there are some worms like that. Do we just consider them totally unisexed, or are there like secondary sexual characteristics that even if theoretically they can, both do either side of the reproduction, are there secondary characteristics that we would like assign an overall sex to? I have no idea. I'm not a biologist. I should ask Hank Green. Hank Green. Hank Green. I'm gonna clip this into a short. Hank Green. Are there animals that we would consider that have both sexual organs, like male and female, or they just have a single sexual organ that takes care of all of the reproduction, right? Are there animals like that also have secondary sex characteristics, and so we still split them into more than one sex? Or is it purely based on the primary sexual organs and things like that? I don't know. I'm gonna ask Hank Green. The impreg Thortek theory. Thortek is a seahorse. Yeah. Use polymorph, adopt gender, only adopt gender when dealing with humans. I could also, that's what I'm kind of saying is it's I wonder if dragons just have a single sex, but do present gender. I don't know. I truly have no idea. I mean, and to be fair, we call Raishan she, but we've never seen, I mean, to put it a little crudely, we haven't seen any dragon dick or dragon vagina. We have not seen any sort of dragon sexual characteristics. We have only seen their characteristics when they're in human forms. And Raishan has taken humanoid forms of both men and women. So why do we call her she? I don't know. I do demand Raishan nudes. He's falling into the Omegaverse. No! Plants go crazy with that sort of thing. Well, plants don't count. We're not talking about fungus here. Well actually, also fungus aren't plants. That's a whole other thing. That is an entirely other subject. How's the fight going? We're debating if Thordak lays eggs. Does that answer your question, Mike? I'm trying to figure out if Thordak needs a penis to reproduce. And I feel like that's important. Yeah. Clownfish transition, if it exists. Flowers. Yeah, flowers don't count. I'm not counting flowers. Plants are their own separate thing. They don't even no. I reject the premise. Thor, I just died and they're back from the break. He's the yeah. Remind me what made you think an egg was a thing again? Because there's something in the basement. There's something in the basement, and I used to think that the Ember Seed was going to be like a golem core. And so I still have this kind of image in my mind of the Ember Seed and the Heartstone being this like animating force, right? I still, and I have not really a ton of evidence for that, other than that it's in a similar location to the Golem Cortex cores, right? It's in a similar location. And so I still have this like instinct of the Heartstone and the Ember Seed specifically being this like animating facsimile of life thing, right? And I know there's something in the basement, and he's saying we. So I think two entities, the Cortex is life-giving. Also, the Ember Seed is now destructible, so it seems like something happened to it beyond what Raishan and Allura did. It seems like Thordak has done something to it. So the Ember Seed is giving me animating energy. I think something has been done with that animating energy. Thordak's referencing a we, and there's something in the basement. And I have no fucking clue what could be in the basement separately. Other than that, Thordak really wants to protect it. That's the only other thing I know about the thing in the basement, is that Thordak really wants to protect it. So that's what's giving me egg. Yeah. I'm going to end up in an asylum. I'm not even that confident in this. This is just the best. Yeah, I'm like 50% confident in this. I'm 50% it's this. Now I'm not even that confident. I'm like 20% it's this. I'm like 20% it's this. 50% Matt just made a little bit of a DMing oopsie with the Cortex is destructible now. And like 30% it's something else. It's something else that he did with the Cortex. It's like a ritual that he had to pump some power into. It's a permanent plane to the element. It's like a permanent portal to the elemental plane of fire, possibly. It's a machine that was going to slowly extract the Heartstone out of him somehow. 30% it's something else. 20% it's the egg. And 50% it's a DMing oopsie, and I have no fucking clue what's in the basement. Those are my percentages. Yeah. Godzilla laid her own eggs in the 1998 movie. Exactly. So I'm clearly correct. I will say, beyond if I'm correct or not about an egg being in the basement, I actually do like my explanation of dragon reproductive systems. I don't know what you would call that. Reproductive practices, I guess. And like how that can help explain the lair and the hoarding tendencies. I actually think that's a really cool explanation. Not to pat myself on the back. But if there are dragons in my game, I'm probably gonna have that be the in universe canon for like why dragons have lairs and why they hoard. Because I think that's cool. I think that's and it helps kind of gel this like how do dragons procreate when they also fucking hate each other. But maybe Thordak's bride is in the basement, like Frankenstein's bride. It's possible. Reproduction style is in Robin Hobb's books. It's so great. Robin Hobb? Did Robin Hobb do the Assassin's Apprentice? I never finished that series. I think I got like 2/3 of the way through the second book, I think. I fell off at some point. But I did like that book. I should revisit that series. That was a good one. I don't remember there being dragons in it, but I might not have gotten far enough. Or it might be a different series by Robin Hobb. Yeah. Is it too late to change everything you're doing for Dragon Week? Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, it is so far too late. Don't even say that in my goddamn chat. Do they go to break yet or come back from break? They're just coming back from break. Actually, I know that I have a feeling as to why Mike might be checking in on me. What time was it again? My time? How many hours do I have? Oh! Okay, Mike's just here to be fun and supportive. I'm good. Me and Mike have a meeting later tonight, but it's at like 9 p.m. my time, and it's 3:45. You've got like 5 hours. Okay, cool. I got afraid for a second. I was like, oh no! Has the passage of time passed me by? Okay, cool. Sick. Let's see. If anyone remembers the Dragonology book. Oh, fuck yeah, I do. I loved the Dragonology book. Bro, I think there's no way. Oh, I must have gotten rid of it. I'm pretty sure I found it when I was helping my mom clean out her house, like clean out all my stuff after college. I'm almost positive I still had it, but I think I gave it away because I wanted it to inspire the next generation. The Dragonology book was so sick. I loved that. They do mention that some dragon eggs require magic. It's implanted within me. It's influencing my decisions into the future. That's so sick. I loved that book. Dragonology was so cool. The Lair Trilogy live ship and also Rainwild's Chronicles get into dragon stuff. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thordak is a Durevsky rock lizard. I mean, I don't know what the fuck word that is, so maybe. That sounds fantasy as shit. A Durevsky? That sounds like the horse people. Not the horse people. The horse lords from Game of Thrones. I don't remember what they're actually called. Durethai? No, Durethai are from Brandon Sanderson's Elantris. Got too much swirling around in my head. I guess we're getting a part 3. Yeah. Were you a dinosaur or dragon kid? Both. I loved I liked space, then dragons, then dinosaurs. I would say. Yeah. Dothraki. I knew my mind was in the right place. Dothraki. That's a real lizard. Doesn't need a mate to reproduce. I knew it. I knew it. Fucking Jeff Goldblum, get your ass in here. Life finds a goddamn way. And that's what I've been saying from the start, dude. If there is beyond it. If there's a conceivable way that we might reproduce, it exists on Earth. There is so much fucking. I watched Hank Green's video on worm reproduction. It's crazy. Worms take it to another level on reproduction. But I knew there was going to be a lizard. It's crazy that it's a lizard specifically. But I knew there was going to be some animal that could just do it on its own. Yeah. Dothraki is Game of Thrones. Yeah, other than Dorethai. Yeah. So you have seen Jurassic Park? Have indeed. Well, also, I mean, I think that quote exists on a higher plane of that's on a higher plane of existence than the movie it's from. Jeff Goldblum and his little laugh. Life finds a way. And he's got like, I don't know, something crawling across his finger, and he's giving just fuck me eyes to anyone that will look at him. I need to watch Chaos. I like Jeff Goldblum. Anyways, let's see what's in the basement.
So, picking up where we left off, the rest of you watched as Thordak swooped into the hole that he emerged from, quickly followed by Vex and Vax. There is still on the field, Raishan just tore into this lizard man. We have a fire giant that is unscathed currently, bearing down on the rest of the party, and a wyvern rider back around this wall section here.
Hey, Vern.
So.
Wyvern. Blah.
Think right now. Oh, actually, we should be at a higher speed right now. I turned it down for the how do you want to do it, but the notes did say to go back to combat speed. So, right? Yeah, put speed at combat speed at the top. Yep. So 1.8.
That being the case, the end of that turn there. First up is Lady King, who is pissed that she hasn't had a chance to really do anything tonight against flying dragons.
Yeah, she has a hard time.
That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, she has a hard time.
Come on, Avenger.
Paladins that don't fly have a hard time getting around.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Speaking of the restriction,
Watching this giant wail upon Percy, this is Robin. She like cracks her neck. You first. And she leaps down.
Open him up.
And she's gonna go ahead and multi-attack against him. That hits. And the other also hits. Even with a -5 on each for her Great Weapon Master. She's also going to Divine Smite on that, level 3.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah. Worked out.
So, first strike is 8 plus 6 is 14. Plus 10, 24. Plus 11, 35. 42 points of damage on her first strike against the giant.
Boom!
And the second strike is 8 plus 6, 14 plus 10, 24, and 24 points of damage. So that fire giant's already taken a big chunk out of his. He just rushes up and double strikes with her Holy Avenger. The one cleaving off a piece of his armor. The second one as it cuts through, leaving a giant flash of divine energy as it kind of bursts out the side. Looks up in the eyes and says, "Bahamut is high."
No.
And Kima's turn. Pike is up now.
Oh, how's Pike doing?
Pike's turn. Jesus.
Great.
I will say this is another good example. Not so much in terms of Raishan, but like imagining that Raishan isn't here. And this is a good example of like why I liked the way that Saltmarsh is handling minions. But this situation's even more complicated. I don't think Matt should do it differently here, but like I was talking about how like in Saltmarsh, if the leaders of an encounter of like the adversaries in an encounter are dead, then or subdued, the mooks, the minions will then surrender. I like that not only from like a verisimilitude, like makes sense sort of direction, but also from a gameplay perspective of kind of cutting out the combat cleanup of like, okay, the big villain is dead. We don't have to worry so much about, killing the 9 goblins that are that are left now that the hobgoblin's taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Now, with this specific situation, Raishan's still on the board, so that's another big threat that you still have to take into consideration. And Thordak dove into the hole, so it seems pretty understandable that the fire giant wouldn't know that Thordak is down, and so therefore would not know to surrender. So I'm not saying that Matt should change here specifically because Thordak went down the hole. But if he hadn't gone down the hole, like if they had done that, how you want to do this on the surface and the fire giant could observe it, then I think it would be very reasonable for the fire giant to lay down the sword, either surrender, try to run, that sort of thing. If for no other reason than to allow the combat to wrap up closer to the big emotional climax. You know what I'm saying? Because wrapping it this kind of tail end of cleanup where they're still being threatened, so you can't really call it falling action, right? It's not falling towards a resolution determined by the climax, which is how I generally think of falling action, right? Falling action is the fallout of the climax, and the way that the climax went kind of determines the path of falling action. In this case, this is just kind of an extension of the climax because you still need to win. So theoretically, right, a fire giant could walk over and somehow one shot one of them that was downed and massively change the resolution. But long after the real emotional climax is already concluded, which would, I think, make it feel kind of awkward. Whereas, you compare that to something like the Ripley fight, right? Percy went down way before the emotional climax. The emotional climax, I mean, debatably is Percy going down, but, more kind of in a structured sense, it was them killing Ripley, which happened at the very end of the combat, once everything else was done. And that's not always something you can control as a DM of what order they go after your adversaries, but you can control if the adversaries that aren't going to proc the emotional climax, right? You can control what the other adversaries do after the emotional climax. Again, it's a little tough here because the other adversaries can't see that the emotional climax just happened, so it's a little awkward. But it's definitely a thought process that Saltmarsh has gotten me a lot more into. Speaking of surrendering and this kind of combat cleanup. Yeah. This is where they try a new approach to running pike in combat rather than Matt doing it. Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't mind. Someone mentioned I mentioned that it's tough with a high level character because you're giving a lot to a player who is not used to that stat sheet. But I will say I've been relatively pleasantly surprised with how the twins have run pike. And I especially think putting both of these players on it is kind of nice because then if one of them is planning out their turn but the other one is already finished, the other one can start to read over the sheet and think about Pike's turn. So yeah, delegating this to the players. I was originally kind of concerned that it would have more downside than upside, but seeing it done, I'm leaning towards more upside than downside. I still think it's kind of a mixed bag, but kind of running any PC, anyone running the PC other than the player is going to have some upside and downside. It's worse than standard already. And I think this has some very distinct benefits over the DM doing it. So I don't mind it. The ever-present question mark of Raishan. Yeah, and that is, this entire fight is an arc climax, and it has theoretically multiple emotional climaxes with like embedded within it. So like Raishan is still a very ever-present question mark that I think complicates this specific encounter even more in terms of like what to do after certain climaxes have been hit. Yeah.
Head out of
I'm
ass.
sorry. Okay.
She's in Manhattan.
She stands up.
But technically,
She's dead.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to, the giant I think was going on Thornax turn order, so I technically skipped the giant's turn, so that's fine. I'll do the giant's turn now.
Okay.
The giant who's watched Percy get pulled away, steps in to get into melee range with both Kima and Grog,
That's such a mistake.
and is gonna go ahead and take a strike on each. Take an attack on Kima, and rolls as a 20 to hit, that hits. And then roll Grog, that is a 29.
That hits.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so that's 28 points damage to Kima, and it's fun to roll against the players. Let's go. 7, 33 points of slashing damage against you, Grog.
So half to math.
16.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
I will use my retaliation. The old chin turn back. Great weapon master. That's better. -5, 21.
21, that hits.
Nice.
Yeah, the plate's still in the 18.
21, that's crap. And 22, both ones. 22 plus 10 is 32.
32 points damage, nice. Alright, the giant Ordian, the round of attacks, the round of retaliation is like... it has a giant great sword on the ground, it's rearing up for its next round of arcing attacks. That brings us to... So Pike, let's Pike.
Okay, Pike stands up. She's gonna run forward, and maybe we should just do that. She's gonna run forward and say, you can't have all the fun, Grog. And she's gonna Grog, and she's gonna guiding bolt. Level 4 at the fire giant.
Alright, go ahead and roll melee spells.
Does this all the
Yeah,
time.
her little.
Okay. Okay, that's 18.
18 just hits.
Okay. Oh wait. 17.
17 sounds like 18.
It does.
They both have 10 in it.
The bolt, just the giant sees the flash of light as the bolt comes towards it at the corner of its eye, and as it kind of has its blade down, it instead ducks underneath, kind of using Grog for cover briefly as it just arcs past his shoulder and shoots off through the cloud out of sight.
Okay,
What if it was like
Oh, wait, what? Is it? Wait, can I see it in the YouTube live chat? One second. Oh, yeah. Are we fighting her or not? How about now? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right, Ebster. It got filtered in my back-end chat program. Interesting. Well, I know that this thing is theoretically less stable than YouTube, so that's not as much of, I guess, a surprise. But I didn't think you were backing at any additional. It isn't supposed to. It isn't supposed to, but it is. I will also, it's currently version 0.2.8. So it's pretty stable. Like for what it's doing, it does it pretty dang well, but doesn't always. Sometimes misses things.
$17.99. That's basically like 18
It's not.
with tax.
Like,
Wow.
crazy prices.
So
Yeah, I know.
Taco Bell logic right there.
she says, so sorry, I guess you do have some of all the fun.
Thanks to you.
How are you on hit points, Bug? You okay?
Yep.
Okay, then she's gonna healing word herself at first level.
Okay. D4 plus 5.
VHS tapes.
Okay, that's 6 points.
There you go. 6 points to fight. Scaling, you're up.
We're fighting this fucking giant thing?
Yeah, man.
Jesus. I'm gonna move out from my hidey hole.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god, there's a giant there. I think my Big Bees is still on the field, yeah. So I'll Big Bees punch. Big Bees punch!
Maybe you can just get the range melee there for. So
24?
that hits. Go ahead and roll your 68.
60. 1d8. I'll roll it
Do you
1d6
want
times.
D8s?
I'll just roll it 6 times.
No, that's. She's already committed.
Bad dude. No, he's stroking out.
Should we do what he does now? 15.
That was 4? 12.
15.
Oh!
15.
Flirted with the edge.
23.
15.
You fuckers!
It doesn't feel good on the other end, though.
Oh yeah, this is the tough part, This is the tough part. I'm not, Again, I'm not saying that Matt should be doing something different here. I think it's just sort of the way it has to go, way that D&D combat works. But yeah, after the big emotions are leveling off, it's like, oh, we got to clean up the fucking shit tier enemy. Like, we already know we can beat Thordak. Of course we're going to beat this thing. And it just feels like a chore. Now, again, I don't think Matt can really do anything about it here, but if he can do something about it, I think it is nice to. Realism versus satisfying narrative. Old foes meeting each other at the battlefield in D&D once again. Little bit. Yeah. And it's nice when you can mesh them up, but I don't know what Matt does better here. I'm trying to think if he can do anything better. Maybe there's... No, I don't think that functions raw. Because I was about to say maybe there's a big obvious change in the lair. So like, you know, the magma and the shit running, you know, the energy of the area kind of, you know, has this big like surge and then darkening when Thordak dies. Like, you could have the land react, the land, the lair, the region under the effect of his magic react. The only slight issue with that is that I'm pretty sure the stat block for the lair says that its effects fade over 10 days if the if the dragon dies. So that doesn't... I guess you could still have like a big pulse at the beginning and then it slowly degrades, but you know, and so it's like you could have like the land and the lair communicate the death of the dragon, which the minions could then react to by running away. But it's also kind of hard to imagine like a fire giant knowing what that would mean, and like maybe it would, I guess. I don't know. It's tough. I'm having to really bend over to try and figure out a way that Matt could do this differently, and I can maybe see like some like slight tweaks he could do that would maybe justify it, but I think anything that he would do here, he would get lampooned for online. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the fire giant is Raishan disguised. You're so right. Plus the meta knowledge that Sam knows Thordak is dead, but Scanlan doesn't, so the fight feels less urgent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In the 2025 Monster Manual, the effects do fade instantly. So, okay, yeah. In 2025 Monster Manual, if you're running that red dragon, even if Thordak dies down in the hole, the regional effects of his lair fade instantly. That would be a pretty, you know, distinct alarm bell to any of the minions around, saying like, hey, fuck, something might be wrong. And I think that could give good rationale for them running away and us ending the fight. And then you can go just to Raishan. You know, you can go from one emotional climax to the theoretical second, you know, and then they deal with Raishan however they deal with her. I think that is probably a better ideal flow for this fight and for the end of it. But I don't blame Matt for not getting there, especially given that the thing that I'm using to accomplish it is essentially an errata later. So yeah, can't blame Matt, but there's maybe some ways to flex it, you know, now that we're seeing it. You can have your end of Return of the King moment. I haven't seen Return of the King since I was like 10. I remember The Lord of the Rings as more of a montage. I don't really remember what happens specifically at the end or during any given movie. or Avengers 1. Ooh, another montage type of sequence. It's like, was it Avengers? Was it Civil War? Was it Avengers 2? Like, who was the villain in Avengers 1? Was it Loki or was it Ultron? I don't really remember which one of them was Avengers 1 or 2. I think it was Loki. But I also don't really remember what happens at the end of that other than that they win and that they do a lot of damage to New York in the process. SGM making a media reference, shocked. The anti-mega with media, isn't he? Indeed. Indubitably, I would say. The second movie was named Age of Ultron. Ooh. That's a good point. You know what? Hey, I'll hold up my hands on that one. That's a good point. You expect me to remember movie names? I could not have told you that any of the Lord of the Rings movies were named Return of the King. Wait, let me see. Let me see if I can get them. Lord of the Rings, Two Towers. I think that's one. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring? Lord of the Rings. Get this bitch to Mount Doom? End of the road. End of the journey? End of the fellowship. I don't know the names beyond what I've already said. And I honestly couldn't even tell you how many there are. That's what I said. Lord of the Rings is a montage of things to me. I've definitely seen them. But I could not reference anything from them. I think it's one of only two Marvel movies where the villain's name is in the title. Ooh, could I get the other one? Is it possible? Quantum Mania is the is the main character a Wall Street quant in Quantum Mania? Edge of No Way Home. No Way Home is a crossover with The Simpsons. And home is their nickname for Homer. Far From Home. No. Is Spider-Man the villain in one of them? Venom? Does Venom count? As both a Marvel movie and as a villain? Wait, let me think. Infinity War? No. Endgame? No. Civil War. Captain America. Winter Soldier. I'm gonna count Winter Soldier as a win on that one. I think that's the one that counts. I think that's the one that counts. Loader GTBTMT. I wish it was called Get This Bitch to Mount Doom. That would have been perfect. Look, they gotta go, man. They gotta go. Swap the place of the first two and you're correct of those, and the last one is Return of the King. So there's only 3? Oh, wait, there's only 3? I thought there was like 5. Maybe they're just so long that I thought it was 5 movies worth. Because I did watch the extended cut when I watched them. Me and my mom watched all of the Lord of the Rings in a junk food fueled haze when I was like 10 over a weekend, over like a snow day extended weekend. And it was delightful. It's a very fond memory, but it doesn't help the detail recollection. Oh, man. Age of Ultron is such a red herring in that the actual enemy was Darth Vader. You got there? Let's go. I got there. Let's go. Technically, Hydra is the villain and Winter Soldier is a victim. All right. Is Thor is what's his face? Not the villain because he retires to a garden. I can't remember his name now. Purple Man. Josh Brolin, wrestler. Is Josh Brolin a wrestler? I don't think he is. Hellboy? Is Josh Brolin Hellboy? Thanos. Thank you, Thanos. I guess Purple Guy is also a separate Marvel villain, so that's not incredibly helpful for narrowing down Thanos. But just because he... Thanos is definitely the villain. I mean, I agree. Anyways. No, he's not the wrestler, and he's not Hellboy. Fuck! Who's the wrestler? Drax is the wrestler. Drax is the wrestler, right? I recognize a painted up beefcake anywhere. All right, you can't trick me. Drax is a wrestler, and I know that shit. That's why his superpowers are muscles. Drax is the wrestler. Let's go. We get there. Dave Bautista, yes. Who is Josh Brolin? If he's not Hellboy and he's not a wrestler. He's got the chin of a wrestler. He's got America's chin, if I do say so myself. I don't know what else Josh Brolin's been in though. Can't wait for the Marvel Rivals ult that just wipes half of all the players. Fuck yeah, dude. That'd be so sick. Is the purple guy a Marvel villain? Yeah. Purple guy's Marvel. Yeah. Purple guy's from Five Nights at Freddy's. We're so off the beaten trail now. The 2000s film with Bruce Springsteen? What are we talking about now? Wait. No Country for Old Men by the Coen brothers? Who? Dave Bautista? Or Josh Brolin? I don't know who we're talking about. Are you sure you're not the purple guy? No, he's the purple guy's the purple guy Marvel. Zebediah Kilgrave. I did not know his name. He's the Miss Marvel. Not Miss Marvel. Strong lady. All right, strong lady whose only characteristic is being strong. Like Captain America, but also she's grunge. She's like punk Captain America. She's Daredevil. She's not Daredevil. She's adjacent to Daredevil. She's that type of Marvel hero. Jessica Jones. Yeah, it's the Jessica Jones villain. It's David Tennant. And he's not even, they didn't even have the balls to paint his skin purple for every episode. How tragic, I would say. Is there any scene in which he even appears purple? Oh my God, there is. Look at that lighting. He almost looks purple. That's goddamn lighting design right there. Hey, we snap out to that. There's some artistic design in this shot right here. He looks kind of purple. Holy shit. I'm way off the beaten path now. I think I was about to say this is the CR content I came for. I think it's because I have to pee. So every time I go back to watching CR, I just remember that I have to pee. So you know what? I try to take them on the hour. We're going to take a break now. Because I think if I try to get through the next 15 minutes, they're going to be equally as unproductive. So take a break right now, and then I'll push through the normal one. It's going to be weird, but we're going to do it, and I'm going to pee. And that's it. Goodbye. What's up? Hello, hello. Comparing me in pocket dimension, are ya? Huh? My competitors, my rivals. Nah, pocket dimension's cool. I was just talking to them the other day. They're super cool. I've never, and probably will never, be known for getting shit done quickly. That's not my brand, you might say. Oy, oy, oy. Is maybe doing story the next one on Wednesday? Maybe Belphegor. Maybe. I'd say right now there's about a 50-50. It depends on how much I get done on Tuesday. Because I have something I need to get done on Tuesday, and if I don't, I need to work on it until it is done, which will take priority over CR. Because it's like stuff that I need to do before Eden can like really start the edit in earnest. And so I need to get it done ASAP just so that he can start. So I hope Critical Role on Wednesday, but there's a possibility that there's not. Unfortunately. I don't like canceling them like that, but it's possible. Let's go.
Shit, that was a lot! It's either 33 or 34, they fucked me.
And again, the breaks are great places to stop whatever my rants are.
Yeah, but it was a lot. It was mostly 7s and 8s.
Go 34. So, as the giant ducks in the way, the guiding bolt streaking past, it kind of like snickers and grins. Says something in giant, which you hear, which says, I can't even remember what it said yet.
Oh. I will hold my reaction.
Insolence, bow to your king. And then, as it brings the sword up, well, it's not the glimmer of the guiding bolt, it didn't see the purple glimmer of the shining fist, as it comes up and just whack right across the jaw, kind of dislocating it briefly, as the fist kind of comes back up and is ready for another round. Still standing, but looking pretty rough. That brings us to...
that was my bonus action. As my action, I will swig a greater healing potion.
Okay.
What is that?
Go for it. Greater healing potion is 44 plus 4, yeah.
Okay.
For him.
Oh, 44 plus 6.
Well, yeah, does the potion doesn't do that for me, does it?
No, you do it.
Plus 4?
Do
Okay.
more.
4, 3, 2, 1 is 10, right?
I don't
Yeah.
10.
Okay, 14.
So 14 hit points you get.
Okay,
Be
good.
helpful on that one. 10.
Let's go.
See, so did you, when you were healing Pike with
You're
the
right.
superior,
It's
did
2
you
less than I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It
she's
should
at
be
40
two.
heal points now, not 42.
Yeah.
42 is a better number. Yeah.
I get a plus 6 when I cast it because of my awesomeness.
Correct.
But not when I use a potion. Correct. Got it. Okay, go, Lenza.
Alrighty. Scan, finish your turn.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Percival.
I'm going to just take... I'm just going to put bad news away, pull out Animus, and just take 3 shots at this asshole.
Are you getting up?
What?
You're
I'm getting up,
Okay.
pulling out the gun, putting 3 sharpshooter shots in this guy.
Go for it.
Yes.
That's a 26.
Hits.
That hits. I'm just going to roll that one until he drops. So like, Jesus. 28 plus 26. 22 plus 26. That's 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 points of damage plus 4 points of psychic damage. So 25 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Second shot. That's 21 to hit.
Plus 4.
That's not right now, you bastard. I hate you. That's 27 plus 27 points of damage plus 1 point of psychic damage to me.
It's horse blinder. Horse blinder.
So 27 points of damage plus 1. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
What goes around, comes around!
So as the fist clocks him across the face, just looking at the jaw, it stands up and grabs the jaw and kind of snaps it back into place. Looks up just in time for you to come out of the shadow and turn the barrels you fire, and the first shot hits in the side of the throat and blows open the neck, and you see as the blood needs to get out, kind of reaches up with the hand, but it's to no use as the other shot takes out the right eye, blowing up the back of the giant's head as it kind of falls backward.
Violence! Who would have thought a fire giant would be so easy?
I'm now going to start making my way to the I'm going to start running my way to the pit. With a little movement I have because I got up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alright, then it's Bruce's turn. Top of the round, the layer actions do not function. However, you watch as the skyship Dira is like still rotating around. There's still wyverns in the back, and you hear the distant sounds of lightning cracks as well, and you hear very, very distantly what sounds like a cacophony of voices, because there's no other word to describe it. Hundreds and hundreds of voices all shouting combat war cries simultaneously. You have no idea how far away it is. It's very, very faint. You just pick it up. You hear the sound of impacts of crumbling stone in the distance. There is a battle happening all throughout the city that is slowly making its way towards your current location. Dira's turn around and is going to take 2 shots at Raishan, because it's going to fire at whatever dragons are there.
Yeah.
Damien was not notified of anything
You know
otherwise.
what?
Yeah.
Raishan gets
Take
hit,
the
she gets
road.
hit.
It happens.
Rolled an 8 and an 8. No, does not hit.
Hazard to being a dragon.
She gets 3 attacks.
What?
3 8s in a row.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
We had 4
Yeah,
rounds
it's not 3
That's
attacks.
mathematically absurd.
Ridiculous.
So yeah, just on the ground, and Raishan kind of spins in place. Call off your dogs. We still have a deal.
I'm in the pit.
Literally have no
I will respond. To the pit now!
Which Raishan at this point is now leaping and disappears into the portal or down into the hole in the
Where
ground.
was going that way? She doesn't get to shoot with that.
I want to get it.
She's not gonna get.
We want her in the tunnel.
She's going in the tunnel.
All right.
The tunnel could go to another place.
So where she was pointing full speed. That is.
Damn it.
60 feet. Yeah. You guys, as you're kind of having this moment, hugging each other, you hear. The ground shakes nearby as as you turn and see, you watch as Raishan skids to a halt right next to you and the currently smashed corpse of Thordak within the tunnel.
Can I say over like a headpiece
Yeah.
thing? Be like, twins, if you're still alive, I think Raishan's coming in your direction.
Thanks for that.
Raishan is just watching both of you as she begins to walk towards Thordak's corpse and goes,
You've done well.
Yeah, what now?
Every 6 seconds we get to move.
Yeah, we're heading ass.
Booking.
Hauling ass that way.
Booking with my spider walk, running around,
Ass wherever.
running down the ceiling upside down.
Not me, I'm putting out that last
this
fire.
wyvern,
Stop.
It's a volunteer fire department.
Hey,
80 foot flying.
Kiki, what are you thinking?
This wyvern swoops in.
Ah, there's a fucking wyvern.
No.
Yep.
Keyleth?
One that was left, or that was after you. So swooping in to make 2 strikes at Kima. Miss.
heading your way.
And a 3, miss. And the rider's gonna go ahead and make 2 strikes at her as well. Miss, 17.
What for?
And 2. Kima's just like, ting, deflecting, getting against the wall as the spear shoots by, and as the blade comes down from the rider, she swipes up with the
All right. Speaking of things that Matt, I think, could reasonably do. Yeah, speaking of the wyvern. The wyvern is mobile enough and, is hearing the sounds of the city, etc., etc. I think it would be it could be reasonable to do one of 2 things with the wyvern. Is either have it, kind of panic, Thordak's not here anymore, it doesn't have the support, and it either goes to join another fight somewhere else in the city, or it dives down the hole after Thordak. I could see either one of those. I could, and the fire giant, I could see guarding the hole, running over to the hole and guarding it so they can't get down, quote unquote. And then when they do go down, it tries to chase them. I could see us all putting all of the combatants into the hole and then just running that through theater of the mind so that it goes even faster. And you can have Raishan, which is a big source of damage that could kill them much quicker. Or you could have them be like, fuck, Thordak's gone. We're going to go join fights somewhere else in the city. I think either of those could work, especially at a home table where you're not going to have the internet yell at you for ending the fight too soon. I think that's yeah. I think if you have that wyvern fly off and you have the fire giant run away, I think your players at home get it. Beyond all the verisimilitude stuff, the realism versus the game, whatever. If you just have them scramble off and say that they're joining the rest of the fight, I think the at-home players get it. And I don't think they'll begrudge you the saved time. I think everyone will kind of be better off for it. That might depend on the players, might depend on the table. But I also, that said, I get why Matt isn't, because I don't think the viewing audience will be probably quite as forgiving. Maybe they would be nowadays, but it seems like back then, less so. I have an endless stream of pathetic enemies to encourage the party to close the spawner, but they need to understand how to do that. This is just a random wyvern. Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's coming from a spawner that is in and of itself a map objective. This is just, this is just a guy. Yeah.
Everyone stops in the Lair and starts laughing at
She's the one.
That ends its go.
Trinity.
Keyleth, you're up.
Keyleth, there's a wyvern on the field. Or you can just ignore and go into the hole.
Fuck that wyvern. I say, everyone in the hole! And I head towards the hole.
Okay.
We're gonna need light down there.
Head to the hole!
You double move?
Black as your soul! What?
Double move? Are you doing a dash?
You got nothing else to do.
Yeah, I'll dash.
So you just need to make it into the hole.
Double dash.
I'd rather.
That brings us to Jarrett's turn. The corner. He's like, so he's gone. Okay, good. Loads the crossbow, sees the wyvern, goes, oh, seriously? Shots. Nice, 19. Nice. Yeah, 2 shots against the wyvern.
Nice. This is his level. This is what Jared
This is the Jared we know.
You handled the puppy.
Yeah.
Points damage. He's not the heroic individual you guys are necessarily.
Look, he's a great.
He's a really,
guy.
really
Man,
good
he's a
guy.
stand-up
Yeah, keep
fella.
making excuses for him.
He's a D&D
He is
full art
badass.
He is in his own
He
field.
got my sister's
Yeah.
attention. Anyone who does that, it's gonna have a little spell.
Alrighty, so that ends his turn. They take 2 shots. Both sink into the wyvern, both bolts done. That will end his go. Gilmore, recognizing the circumstance here and everyone's rushing in there, he's going to go ahead and... okay, hello. Actually,
Hands up.
me first. And he dimension towards to the edge and begins to charge in after you guys. That brings us to Grog.
Man, I want to kill all the things that are alive.
Okay, so you move into me with the wyvern and the rider.
Yeah, great weapon master like this. 19.
Hits.
Nice.
Kill her real hard.
16. 22. Ooh, 26. 36 for the first hit.
We'll say for the sake of brevity, you're going to wipe out the wyvern.
Yay!
Because
Wearing
you're
it like
giant
a mace.
Grog.
Is the lizard man left?
Lizardman is left, yes.
Can I give him the option to run?
If you want to.
Nah, fuck that. I'll kill him too.
Well, that's all 3 of your attacks would take to take out the wyvern.
Hey! Oh, cool.
So you just finish like cleaning the wyvern down, it falls over, and the lizardman's like...
Yeah, I just do this.
It looks conflicted.
You're at a crossroads, bro. Crossroads.
That legit man
Vex.
has tips.
It's your go.
Okay.
You just have Raishan just like stepping over to Rodak's body, just watching you closely.
What are you doing?
Exactly what we talked about. Learning his secret.
I'm gonna keep my hand ready to.
Dude, and it's extra awkward because they're trying to also have like a role play scene during the middle of this. It's tough. It's like kudos to Matt for saying like, hey, you wipe out the wyvern. Excellent. But then Travis was like, but can I have the rider run? And Matt's like, I don't know. It's like, bro. Like, all right, we're skipping ads. Yeah. It's so tough. Because it's like, I think he did the right thing, just not enough. Just not enough. So I guess I like it more than him not doing it at all. But yeah, it's just like whatever you can feasibly think of to go through the end of this faster. I think is going to be worthwhile, especially when you're, again, trying to have a quasi roleplay segment with Raishan where the roleplay really matters. Like the roleplay between Raishan and Vox Machina right now is like the secondary emotional climax of the entire scene. And so it's like doing anything we can to focus on that. Matt said the rider could run. Travis was the one who decided not to. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He wants to kill it, which I get. Oh, Travis. Travis, you're not looking out for your own good. You're not helping us out here, man. This is also such a weird fight. It's not mass combat and it's not a boss fight. It kind of has one foot in each camp. It does. Because mass combat has like strategies and tones and tropes to wrap up everything quickly. And boss combat normally does not end with the shit tier still alive. So yeah, it's weird. Let's keep going. I want to see the Raishan stuff. So that's why it's like, oh man, I have to turn the speed down, but we're still in combat out there.
To attack and hold my action until anything gets aggressive with Raishan.
Okay.
What do you see down there?
What's happening? What do you see? What's in the room?
Flute is dead.
What's in the room?
Oh, what do I see around me?
The tunnel that you're in, it's been at a steady decline. It's rounded off a little bit, and it begins to open up maybe 70 feet ahead of you. Actually, with your dark vision, you would just barely start to see it begin to open. It looks like there's an actual chamber ahead of all of you guys, but you haven't reached it yet.
The shitter.
I'm gonna use my movement to back away from Raishan towards the chamber.
Okay.
But I'm gonna hold my attack until anything gets aggressive.
Okay. So as you move in, you can see there's a very, very faint glow of orange and red in the room. And the whole tunnel here just has a very, very, very concentrated, natural burning chemical smell to it. A lot of like sulfur type, very putrid pungent smells. And the glow you can now see, there is a lava flow that is coalescing in the center of this room, or at least it's pouring through, and it looks like it's bisecting this room. You don't make out much more detail than that at this distance, but you do see this chamber does have an actual flow of liquid rock.
Okay.
Vex.
Keyleth, you tell me.
What's going on? What's she doing?
You tell me.
Doing? Describe the scene.
Hit or wait?
Wait till there.
What?
Wait till I'm
wait
there.
till I'm there.
She said.
I'm gonna hold my turn until Keyleth acts.
Okay. Pike, Scanlan, you guys all follow suit?
Yeah.
Okay, at a full run, you guys can get, at your tiny feet, you can get kind of up towards the edge there.
I'm on full run on the roof.
First of all, yeah, you get up there and inside.
Who else is there in terms of allies? It's Jarrett, Gilmore, Kima, Pike. Right? In terms of allies. And then Raishan neutral. Am I correct about that? Like, people that have acted in the combat. I guess if there's someone invisible there, don't tell me. Okay. Gilmore, Kima, Jarrett. Okay. I think at this moment, I trust all of those people. Airship? I guess airship, technically. I'm waiting. I was thinking about if any of those people was I suspicious of. But I think the only people that I would be suspicious of in this scene, of like working with Raishan or trying to take advantage of the death, would be, who would it be? It would be the Dragonborn Counselor member that we have not seen yet. That was theoretically like working with the Clasp and everyone else. Tuma, I think? Maybe not Tuma. I don't remember. But her, I'd be suspicious of her. I'd be very suspicious of Braum. I would be somewhat suspicious of Allura. Although Allura chose to stay in Whitestone. Well, actually, I guess if she showed up now, after being like, yeah, I'll stay in Whitestone, I'd be off the charts suspicious. Tofor. Thank you, Tofor. So, Tofor, Braum, realistically suspicious. Allura, if she showed up, she'd be off the charts. Drake, I'd be relatively suspicious of. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that I would be like, that I would be keeping my eye on if they came through. I mean, if Jamon Zaord showed up without Scanlan blowing the flute, that would be sus. But I also don't really see that happening, realistically. So yeah. Yeah, I think those are probably the four I'd be suspicious of. Realistically, Braum and Drake would be the most suspicious to me. If they just showed up right now, right? They're all diving down the hole, and then out of the darkness, oh, hey, it's an ally. It's me. I'm an ally. Oh, whoa, you killed Thordak? I had no idea. That's such good news. No. If Drake shows up saying that shit, Drake's out. Drake's cut. He's gone. And if Tofor showed up, I'd be kind of okay. And if Braum showed up, I'd be convenient. You know what I'm saying? If Tofor and Braum showed up together, I actually think they would be less individually suspicious, funny enough. If either of them is evil, I think it's only one of them, if that makes sense. So I if they both showed up, I'd be like, okay, maybe they're cool. But if it's only Tofor or only Braum, I'd be like, this one killed the other one, and now is showing up. And then if Allura showed up, that'd be insane. That'd be so off the wall insane that it would almost not be suspicious. I think I would be suspicious of 3 people. I think those 3 people would be on my shit list if they showed up. Chemo Pike Gilmore. Jarrett doesn't count as he hasn't acted in the combat. I trust Kima. Hey, for today, for this moment, for this situation, for our country, I'll reach across the aisle. I don't know who I'm doing an impression of right now. But it's I think, you know, if Kima is evil, she's not the specific evil right now. I'll give that to her. The airship can't fit in the hole, yeah. No question when it comes to Lair. Ha! Fuckers. Jarrett hitting Thordak hitting the floor. So true. Sweet Mikey basically killed Thordak. Saying Kimo walks into the hole holding stuff. My goodness. Let's see. Let's see what happens. If anyone shows up, I'm going to be giving them the stink eye. Unless it's one of the guest PCs. The guest PCs can show up, that's fine. Because we know that they're nearby.
Raishan comes up to the body of Thordak, and you see that she kind of reaches up under one of her scales and pulls out what looks like a small leather case.
Oh shit.
Pops open the case.
So don't let
and
it
kind of
touch
sits
him.
back and pulls open what looks to be a somewhat weathered scroll.
Oh.
And just starts reading off of it.
Oh no, what is this?
No. Don't.
Attack. I'm attacking her. She acted. She said don't touch. I said based off a keyleth, so I'm attacking. I'm going to interrupt that.
Don't you want to see what happens?
No.
Okay, hold on. You say attack based on... Because you don't see this yet. You're not...
Can't see
I
it.
said don't let her
She's
touch
reading
him.
that scroll, man.
She hasn't touched him yet. But you're attacking on your own instinct.
If I've heard don't let her touch him and she's doing that, those 2 things mean the same
Okay.
thing to me. She's doing something.
All right.
Yes.
I will say for this, go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Dexterity check?
Yep.
All right.
Oh god.
And I'll use my last like the die.
I know that Liam didn't mean it this way. But this is something that I personally, as a player, try not to do it. And I would especially avoid it during an actual play of saying, I am doing an action because another player or character told me to. Especially when / if that action is possibly somewhat controversial. Which I think attacking Raishan now is. Like, this is relatively equivalent to me if when Percy stabbed Raishan in Whitestone, if he had been like, oh, I'm doing this because Vax told me if, like, you know, she lies about anything to stab her, right? It's like, and I'm more... I think I'm way more hesitant about it, particularly because they're on an actual play. Like, at a home table, this is more litigatable. I still try to avoid it because I don't want to do something that the party dislikes and blame another party member for it. Unless it's, like, really clear and not interpretable in the slightest. Like, not ambiguous at all. Ugh. I don't know. Again, I get it, but... yeah, I don't know. I honestly checked some of this up to the facts that players sometimes treat their earrings like baby The consistent communication is tough. Or not tough, but it does present certain impacts on like communication and and expectations of knowledge that you don't have if you don't include some of those like things, right? If you cut cell phones out of a movie, there is a difference in expected communication and information availability. So I can very much see that. Yeah. Liam's mistake was not identifying what action he would take. He said, I hold my turn. Honestly, I don't really blame Liam for that. Like, that is a mistake raw, but that is generally how they've been playing. That's, like, sometimes they identify the action, sometimes they don't. It reminds me more of how they treat, their 2-leveled actions in a single session. Like, I'm sure they've been told that's not how holding your turn works, or that's not how, doing that works, but that's broadly how they do it. So I don't hone in on that as much. Yeah. By the decision to trigger a held action is Liam's, even if he says he'd wait till Marisha. Yeah, it's always his decision to trigger it. You can, even if a trigger goes off, you can choose not to take the action still. Yeah. Yeah, he's saying he was triggering his action because he put the trigger on following Keyleth's lead here. It's just being very wiggly. Yeah. To be devil's advocate, Marisha did say go. Yeah, I don't like the sort of offloading of the responsibility of the decision. Frankly, I didn't love it when he put that on Keyleth in the first place. You could maybe consider that like a flaw, like indecisiveness. He needed guidance and leadership in that moment. But it's not really something I've super seen from Liam before. Or Vax. So it didn't really feel that way. So I didn't love him putting the onus on her in the first place, and then him explaining it through, I heard don't touch her. This is what she does. Those are the same thing in my mind. I'm going. It's putting the onus on like the interpretation of someone else's words. And it's not an invalid like character moment. It's not metagaming. It's not anything around that. It's more around like interpersonal player like tone at the table, like vibes management of like, I'm thinking about even at one of my own tables, if someone, gave someone directions like that, like Marisha did there, and then another player kind of actively misinterprets it and then does something that the original player wouldn't have wanted them to do, that just kind of feels shitty. That's just kind of like a shitty vibe. And again, it's not invalid. It's not an invalid vibe. It's definitely like a solid character choice. I don't think it like, meshes out. It doesn't like conflict with anything in the story. I don't know that it's like, the most established within his character, but I could see it fitting. It's just kind of a shitty vibe. And I don't know quite how else to put it. Yeah. I think Liam's trying to honor the fact that this is Keyleth's story, so he asked her, what do you want me to do? Because he knows it matters a lot more to her. Yeah. That... Oh, man, that's really tough. That's really tough, because I do see what you're saying about, like, that's why he's putting the decision on her. But then he's... Yeah. It's not bad role-playing, truly. Like, in terms of, like, pure character work, if this was in a movie or a television show, I can absolutely see a scene where Keyleth gets down to, you know, them fighting Raishan or the corpse of Raishan even, and her and Vax getting into a fight and him being like, well, you told me to do that. And she's like, I didn't mean that. You know, I heard what you did. Like, you were too fucking on the trigger, man. Like, I can see that being a really fun and engaging source of drama in a scripted, like, movie or television show. But yeah, man, it just seems like a weird vibe at a TTRPG table. Seems like a weird vibe. Yeah. But it's not a bad argument in terms of, like, it's more her story with Raishan. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I bet the community will be totally rational. Yeah. Yeah. I cannot. The intent is Liam respecting. Yeah. Yeah. Now if you're worried about the audience being really shitty, yeah, it's like audience being shitty and like possibly other players feeling shitty, even if it's a valid like storyline structure. You know what I'm saying? Because the same things that are interesting in a movie are not always that in TTRPGs. Yeah, exactly. I do not think this was even remotely Liam's intention, but I think it does kind of accidentally pass off the consequences to Keyleth. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see this as being shitty of Liam Vax at all. I think he did good roleplay. I think it's just very confusing table situation. No, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's shitty roleplay. I think it's good roleplay and good character work that has kind of a shitty vibe at a TTRPG table specifically, or just opens itself up to a shitty vibe. Like, I would say that Percy's decision, which is even less, I would say, like, weird than this, I'd say that the Percy's decision to stab at Raishan in Whitestone was in the same realm of good character work, solid RP, risks a shitty vibe. You know what I'm saying? And I somewhat defended it there. And this just goes kind of the step beyond that of, in that situation, Percy / Taliesin was taking it all on themselves. They were making a decision without consulting other people. And they were going to stand by it. Whereas this is making that controversial decision, but making it inadvertently someone else's fault. Which, again, totally could be good roleplay. But, yeah. My other argument is Merciers don't really need Liam's accident blessing to blame her. No, they don't. That's why I said I feel weird about this singularly, and then a layer on top of that is the actual play and the Keyleth hate of it all, or the Mercia hate of it all. That's a second layer kind of on top, and I don't necessarily expect them to try and change their play to account for those people. You can never account for those people, but I do think there's a more base level there. Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah. I've got any weird vibes at all? Not, I assume. I don't see him misrepresenting anything. I don't think he misrepresented anything. I don't. But I think he's. It's hard to exactly explain, but it has to do for me with the fact that he didn't just say like, I'm doing this, and then like, because they kind of like litigated for a little bit of like, the instruction was if Raishan touches Thordak, and if he had just said, I don't care, I'm doing it. If he had just said like, I don't care about the instruction, that would have been one thing. But then him kind of saying like, okay, I know what the instruction literally sounds like, but I am interpreting it this other way. And so therefore I am going to act. It's taking an interpretable instruction that I don't even know if Keyleth would have done if she was there, and making his decision based on that. Because maybe I need to rewatch it, but it did not seem like Marisha was super on super gung ho on it. You know what I'm saying? You're attacking on your own instinct.
But you're attacking on your own instinct.
If I've heard don't let her touch him and she's doing that, those two things mean the same thing to me. She's doing something.
All right.
Yes.
I will say for this, go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the rationalization rather than just Matt saying you attacked on your own volition. It's the rationalization is what feels a little strange to me. It feels like moving responsibility away from yourself. Yeah. So you're saying this is Percy giving Vex a title where Keyleth is Percy? No. When Percy stabbed Raishan. When Percy stabbed Raishan in Whitestone. Yeah. That. Liam just said he's going to wait to take an action based on the RP of the other player. I think here's where I get to my core kind of debate or conflict on this, is that to me, I do not interpret what Keyleth said the way that Vax is interpreting it at all. And based on her initial reaction, I don't think Marisha does either. And so I think he is misinterpreting the RP of another character. Now, that misinterpretation can be purposeful, absolutely. But then offloading the responsibility onto that offloads the responsibility onto that other player. And that's the part that I feel a little icky about. If he had just said, I think that, say, let's imagine a universe where they don't have the earrings. If he had just said, I don't think Keyleth would want me to risk it. I think Keyleth would want me to do this. That is enshrined within his understanding of the Keyleth character, not based upon her directives. And those are especially a misinterpretation of their directives. And that's kind of it's a very wiggly line for me. Yeah. I feel part of this is because the rules on held actions, trying to litigate that, what triggers the action? Possibly. And the fact that they've always been kind of wiggly with what do trigger those. I mean, that wiggliness does not help this situation in the slightest. So I don't disagree with that. It was always going to end this way. Someone was always pull the trigger on that, since they would never let Raishan do what she wanted with the corpse. If it wasn't Vax, it would have been Keyleth, Kima, Percy, or someone else. Yes, I agree. Well, maybe I agree. I don't know. I don't think Travis would have, based on what I just heard. But again, it's the sort of thing of saying I'm doing this because she told me to, not I'm doing this because it's what she would want me to do. Those are kind of different things in my head. For me, the messiness of this moment is that we were halfway in initiative order. Also true. That is a good point to bring up. Is all of this is even more complicated by the fact that, yeah, we're still kind of in initiative order, but we're trying to do kind of non-initiative stuff. Now, initiative can be useful for organizing actions, but then that gets back into the thing with the held actions and the triggers, and if you're going to use those rules, it is worth using them right. Because if you make them too wiggly, suddenly people interpret the rules differently, interpret what's possible differently, and now you have a disconnect in expectations. Yeah. Fellow CR tuber would love to imagine a world where they don't have earrings. Yeah. 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 Keyleth doesn't know what's going on, so the miscommunication seems valid. I agree. Like I said, I fully agree that the miscommunication is valid character work and like good role play. But like I'm drawing kind of a distinction between good role play and like good storytelling, frankly. And role play that will feel good to experience at the table for everyone. That's sort of the delineation I'm making. And that's where I worry about this sort of moment. Am I right in saying that Keyleth as a character is not currently there? Yes, she's not there yet. She's on her way. Fellow CR YouTuber Lou Buffin. Oh, I thought you were talking about yourself, Mike. Oh, is that a mantra for Lou Buffin? Is no, fuck the earrings. Yeah. Good channel. Yeah, good channel. I have not watched a ton of her stuff because she does mostly like modern CR stuff. But I'm broadly aware of her. Yeah. As long as this conversation have gone on, I've forgotten what happened to make the kerfuffle we're talking about. We can go and get a refresher, honestly, because I think it's not something I want to litigate too much harder, but I will like reread or like rewatch it now that my point is kind of out there, so that you can kind of watch it in my mindset and see if you agree or disagree. Because this is something that is very wiggly enough that I can very much see it just being a difference of opinion that it would take too long to dig down to.
For scales, and pulls out what looks like a small leather case.
Oh shit.
Pops open the case.
So don't let
and
it
kind of
touch
sits
him.
back and pulls open what looks to be a somewhat weathered scroll.
Oh.
And just starts reading off of it.
Oh no, what is this?
No. Yeah, don't go.
Attack. I'm attacking her. She acted. She said don't touch. I said I'll base it off a Keyleth, so I'm attacking. I'm going to interrupt that.
Don't you want to see what happens?
No.
Okay, hold on. You say attack based on... Because you don't see this yet. You're not...
Can't see.
I said don't let her
She's
touch
reading
him.
that scroll, man.
She hasn't touched him yet. But you're attacking on your own instinct.
If I've heard don't let her touch him and she's doing that,
Okay, I'm actually slightly revising my opinion of what I thought. I think these captions might be wrong. Because I was like primarily reading the captions. And so what I saw from this is Liam said he wanted to do something. And then Marisha saying, no, don't go. And so to me, that was relatively clear if she does not want him to interpret it that way. But I'm like actually listening to the audio. I think the captions might be wrong. I think she might have been saying go. I don't know. I actually don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So this is Vax trying to be in character, like not metagaming. So Liam does understand what Keyleth means, but Vax would not. However, the problem is the earrings. I'm trying to work this out. To me, it is hard to tell currently who knows what who means. Because I'll be honest, based on that right there, I can't even fully tell what Marisha means. And so that kind of wraps back to my core problem of like Liam / Vax not just taking ownership of a decision that is ambiguous. I think this decision is ambiguous. And in that sort of situation, I wouldn't want to like explicitly put it onto another player in that moment. I think that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah. Here's a question that might speak to the issue. If this goes badly, do you think Marisha would feel comfortable saying that's not what I want? Or that's not what I meant when Liam said she wants me to do this? I mean, I can't speak to their, comfort as a group, but I think that's a good point, Matt. I think that's a good point of this is the sort of situation where the stakes are so high that if the other player comes to you afterward and is like, that's not what I meant for you to do, and then being like, well, I thought it was. Yeah, like, is that like a fulfilling, good interaction between players? You know what I'm saying? Not that it can't be, just that it's a lot of risk, as opposed to the ownership that someone like, Percy / Taliesin took over the Raishan thing. And like he took direct ownership. He was like, I'm doing it. And they had separate conversations about like that we heard at the table about like, I can't believe you did that. Like, I wouldn't have done that. And him being like, no, yeah, I did it. So I do think that somewhat speaks to the issue. Yeah. Yeah, if this is not what Marisha wants, she cannot OOC say because the hairs would dogpile. Catch 22. Yeah. If Liam had misinterpreted what Marisha would do, then she's balked into consequences that she didn't choose. Yeah. Can you go back a little further, Mega? Maybe. Further to what? We might have missed some punctuation. It might not be don't go. It might be don't go. That's where I think you might be right. And that's why when I was first watching this and first forming my opinion, I thought I just saw this. No, don't go. And I'm like, oh, don't do it. But it might be don't go. Don't go. Yeah, don't let her do the stuff go. She's talking to the Vax. I think she does want Vax to act. And that is my overall kind of the reason that I feel wiggly and ickly about this is because I'm not entirely clear. I can't tell if she is saying do not act versus don't let her act. I can't tell. And in a situation where it's ambiguous, which, Liam might just not think it is. He might think it's unambiguous. But in a situation where it is ambiguous, I would want to take the responsibility onto myself as the player controlling Vax in this situation. I wouldn't want to do anything else. Just go back to the description of Raishan right before Liam replies. I know I'm going somewhat off of the captions, and I listened to the audio, and I can't fully tell what she says.
Comes up to the body of Thordak, and you see that she kind of reaches up under one of her scales and pulls out what looks like a small leather case.
Oh shit.
Pops open the case.
So don't let
and
it
kind of
touch
sits
him.
back and pulls open what looks to be a somewhat weathered scroll.
Oh.
And just starts reading off of it.
Oh no, what is this?
No. Yeah, don't go.
Attack. I'm attacking her. She acted. She said don't touch. I said based off a keyleth, so I'm attacking. I'm going to interrupt that.
Don't you want to see?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I personally feel like I can't tell, but maybe that is my own trouble with reading social cues. I still see don't go. I see no. Don't go. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But even in this is the thing for me. This is the thing for me. Regardless of if he actually did or not, she's not saying that, right? She's not saying that in the fiction, obviously. But like, I just don't like based off of Keyleth. I don't like the shoving of responsibility onto other players for such big moments. Don't let Raishan do this thing. No, to be clear, I understand what you guys are saying. I just don't hear it. Like, you guys re-explaining it over and over, I get it. And I feel like you're just wondering like how I don't hear it, but I just don't. I truly do not hear it. And I am also combining that with the captions that at this point are handwritten. So it means that at least one other person didn't hear it either. So I fully understand what you are saying. I just don't hear it. But I understand how you could hear it. I don't know, yeah. Using stuff in her snail sounds painful and messy. It does, yeah. We're getting to the weeds here. Vax, yeah. I think I've probably turned this over as much as I kind of can. Vax is obviously there, but to the others, no. I think Vax is like one of the only ones there. Yeah. But the don't go being said before Vax means it literally can't be in response to him acting. The don't go being said before Vax attacks. The don't what? Right. I don't think it's in response to him acting. I think it's in response to Raishan acting, and then her. If I interpret it as being, again, I hear don't go. And so that to me sounds like I see the stimulus and then I say, don't go. Like, wait it out. That is how I am intaking the words. Yeah. That is. Yeah. If I am taking the words don't go. But I can understand that other people here don't, period, go, which to me would be saying, would kind of be telling Vax to act. But yeah, I think we're at the bottom of it.
What happens?
No.
Or not at the bottom of it,
Okay,
but it's
hold
too
on.
far down.
You say attack based on because you don't see this yet. You're not.
Can't see
I
it.
said don't let her
She's
touch
reading that scroll, man.
She hasn't touched him yet. But you're attacking on your own instinct.
If I've heard don't let her touch him and she's doing that, those two things mean the same
Okay.
thing to me. She's doing something.
All right.
Yes.
I will say for this, go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Dexterity check?
Yep.
All right.
Oh God.
And I'll use my last like the
Oh,
day.
you did that already.
No, I didn't.
No, Sarah, I feel like you guys think I'm not hearing you, and you are not hearing me. I get it. I'm done talking about it. I understand what you hear. I disagree. I just disagree. That is it. I don't think that's what she said. Oh man, this is one of the weirder ones in a while of disagreement of like, I hear you. I feel like you guys think I'm not hearing you. I get what you hear. I don't hear it.
2.
I had 2. So that's a 28.
28. Okay. So you can make your attack.
Okay.
This with the dagger.
This is everything. How far away is she from me?
She can be like 20 feet, so you can.
All 3 attacks.
Well, you held your action, which means you can only take your action. You can't move as
Okay.
well.
Move? I don't need to move. How far away is she?
20 feet.
20 feet, so I can throw daggers at her, right?
Yeah, but you can't throw your
You
sword.
can
No,
throw.
but I have lots of daggers. I still have the flame tongue dagger, which is not a tune. It's
It's true.
just a
you
lame
can do
old
that,
dagger.
Yeah. So yeah, you can do that.
Oh boy.
First one is a 23.
A 23.
Second one is a 19. Third one is a 29.
Okay. So it was 29 hits. The first one.
God, I don't remember.
A 23.
23 sounds familiar.
Right.
Then 19.
And the last one was
19.
19 and 29.
The 19 was one that didn't hit. So.
So 2 of the 3 hits. So it was hit, miss, hit, right?
Yes.
I think so. All right. So the first one is whisper. 4 plus 8 is 12 plus psychic damage is 15. But there's no sneak attack because there's nobody near her, and the hunter's mark. Oh, can I move hunter's mark to her at this point? I have no idea.
Okay, actually, wait. There is maybe one more thing that I can say to clarify because clarify what my issue is because maybe I'm not actually that concerned with what Marisha said. I think maybe what she said is like revelatory to her mindset. But I don't actually, that doesn't like even matter to like the actual problem I had with the scene. And so I'm seeing like comments that seem like they think that, Yeah, like this is like something in response to Liam, like we were talking about earlier. I didn't think that's what the case was. I was just talking about that like so that maybe we could infer some of her mindset from that. But it's this. The issue is that it seems like Vax is reacting to things Marisha is saying in the moment rather than being the thing that she said 2 minutes earlier. That's not even my issue. So I guess to broadly clarify, that's not my issue. My issue is that he is taking a relatively controversial action based on the instructions of someone that wasn't there and putting the responsibility for those actions onto the person that wasn't there and can't act on the updated information. That, when it is in such a... That's why I keep going back to the Percy thing of like stabbing Raishan. It has nothing to do with what they discussed before, like what they said in the moment. It's the offloading of responsibility in the moment of not even saying like, I am acting. It is, I am acting because of what Keyleth said. The way that I interpret Keyleth's instructions is why I'm doing this. Right? That's the part that I have a problem with. Marisha could have said something totally different. She could have been saying what you guys are saying. That's why it doesn't like matter to me. Yeah. I don't know. So yeah. You said what the problem was holding an action based on the other players. No. My action is offloading responsibility for your actions onto someone else. That's my problem. It's not holding an action based on other people. I don't think whether this was a held action, whether this was on his turn, does not matter to me in this scenario. Maybe that's where we were talking past each other. I don't know. But yeah. They all agreed to get Raishan here, though. This was the plan. That's... I think we're starting to hit more on my core thing. If he had taken the action and said, yep, like, we agreed on it, or just, fuck it, I want to do it. Which is, again, what Percy said when he stabbed Raishan. It was actively not what they talked about doing, but he did it, and he owned it. And that's it. My thing here is, like, they said don't let her, like, get to the body. I think that's ambiguous planning. But if he had said, like, I think our plan, I think the party would want me to do this, I am choosing to do it. Rather than saying, hey, Keyleth told me to. It's a just following orders argument. Like we were talking about earlier in the show. Like, that's my problem with it, is the offloading of responsibility for your actions onto another player for an action that might be controversial or impactful. That's my problem. Because there are other players at the table right now that did not want him to do that, like Travis. I'm not saying that should matter necessarily, but it's not going to be a fully agreed upon course of action, And so it's like, if you're going to take an action that not everyone is like fully on board with, just own that. And don't put it off on someone else. That's my issue. Vax's autonomy in the situation, Vax's control over his actions, whether or not he attacks is his decision. Right. Still winds up kind of blaming Marisha, but that wasn't intent. No. And I don't want to, like, again, I don't want to blame Liam for this. I fully understand how, like, it gets there. And clearly it's opaque enough of an issue that I am having trouble even communicating it and, like, making myself understood on it. I can very much understand how you improv into that sort of thing. But yeah. I was ready for a 4-minute philosophical rules debate about hold actions. No, I don't even give a shit about hold actions. I homebrew held actions all the time at my table. Because they make the scenario more dynamic. I think treating the held action rules as a little bit more wibbly wobbly, like Vox Machina does, opens yourself up to more risk. But I don't think that's the core of the issue here, you know? Yeah, that was my area 8 years ago when this episode first aired, and people blamed Vax and Keeler for making this move, despite the fact that had been the clan. I agree with you, but not everyone watching this episode did. Yeah. There's not even anything to get mad about here. Yeah. There's a difference between someone told me to do it versus I think my group would want it, because at least the blame wouldn't fall on one person if this goes sideways. Yes. That's a good encapsulation. Because again, either one of these, I think, is perfectly fine storytelling. It's perfectly fine narrative. Either one of these happens in a movie, we're chilling. That's fine. Because that can be like, that can be worked out either way. But, yeah, targeting the blame down onto one person. It's like, I don't think this actually happened, but there's a really similar situation way, way back when Orion was still around. After the Vasselheim arc, when they have the guest player, and then there's the collector with the two cronies, and then after they kill the old woman who was sleeping, Keyleth kind of presses them on... Keyleth kind of presses them on their morality, right? And they all are like, yeah, we should try to be better people, blah, 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 blah. And then imagine next session, the party lets someone go, and the broker, thank you. Yeah, not the collector, the broker. Imagine next session after that conversation, the party doesn't kill someone. Let's say they're sleeping again. The party doesn't kill someone again. And then that person gets away. And in the moment, let's say Orion said like, oh, I won't kill them because Keyleth doesn't want us to. You see what I mean? It's like, in a movie, that could be an interesting source of conflict between those two characters. Of like, this character is expressing a little bit of frustration at the control of their actions because of imposed morality. That's kind of an interesting beat. But I think it's a little bit of a weird tone between players. And that's kind of the core. Yeah. If you can hold tag and then you can also hold something else that takes up the same economy, why not say I hold the attack? Yeah. How long left until the meeting? 3.5 hours, I think. Yeah. Anyways, you don't have to agree with the position, but I saw once I restarted that it didn't seem like people understood the thing that I had a problem with, because the metagaming, or like what she said out loud versus what he heard or what he didn't, none of that matters to me. I mean, I guess it matters. It informs the situation, but that's not the core for me.
No, because you've used all your attacks.
That's a bonus.
It's a bonus?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so 15 for the first, and the second one, oh, I don't need that, is 9.
Okay, so what was the first attack? Was
15 plus 9.
15 plus 9.
24 total.
The first attack was 15. Okay, maintains concentration.
And I'll use my movement to move in front of, between my sister and Raishan.
You can't do movement because you were holding your action.
Okay.
So as both attackers go,
well, that's good, Mike. Honestly, I would not have, out of the things that I thought might have been a moment like that, I wouldn't have expected that moment to be like that. It's interesting. Like, I would imagine like a standard amount of hate. That sounds really sad. But I would have expected like a standard amount of hate, but I wouldn't have expected that moment to be controversial, unless something more happens that we have yet to see.
You watch as it's muttering from the scroll, not both of her eyes, one of the eyes kind of turns over to face you.
Like a chameleon.
Yeah, and kind of narrows. The scroll finishes and kind of turns to ash. And similar to something you've seen before. You watch as Thordak's corpse, which is currently like buried into the rock with a face to the side, the breath kind of filters into the mouth. The body's still motionless. You recognize this similar or adjacent magic to the Speak of the Dead.
You've seen Pike do it. Right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to ask a question, Vex.
I don't-
Jesus.
You're not here.
So as soon as that finishes, Raishan, the other eye.
Why does this make people mad? I mean, it wouldn't make me mad, to be very clear right at the jump. And I very much understand what people are saying about, like, this is what they discussed, etc., etc. But to me, it's also relatively clear that she is probably just going to do a Speak with Dead. Like, I kind of don't know what else they thought she could have been doing. And so by trying to stop her, you are leaving information on the table. And you are, you know, like if you don't see her like actively like resurrecting him or something, you know, it's kind of a not shooting a helpless puppy. What's how would I phrase it? It's it is turning on an ally, even a temporary one, and even one that they have discussed turning on, when they have done nothing aggressive towards you, and you are probably going to get some more information out of them. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with interrupting that, but that is, if I'm a player at this table, I wouldn't have wanted them. Even if we had had all the conversations before, I would not have wanted them. If I'm a player at this table, to interrupt that. Because I'm a fucking eldritch knowledge hoarder. I would have respected it. I would have been totally cool with it. But that is, I think, why the people saying, like, you're playing wrong, essentially. Yeah. My memory is that they blamed two party members for going rogue, no pun intended, and attacking when the rest of the party hadn't decided that was the plan. Yeah. I understand that the internet might fixate on that, but it would be a non-issue at the actual table. Yeah. I mean, it's a, yeah. The only other thing I can see is if some of, like, you know, they had the conversation about it before, but if some of the players have changed their minds since. Like, you could reasonably say that since the last time they talked about it, there could have been new information that changed people's mindsets, and they haven't had a chance to reconvene and confirm the plan, essentially. That's because yeah. That is where I would see with that. Got to keep my lips sealed. I'm sure. It's my own hubris for not considering mega stanchions. There's a lot to talk about here, man. That is just the gulag in you. Hey, there's warlocks hiding at every table. They're all out here. We're hiding amongst you. So yeah, like, honestly, even if I was like, yeah, that's probably a good plan, you know, back in Whitestone, in the moment, I kind of want to see how it goes. Yeah, it's so that's where I can see. That's when I say controversial. That's maybe not the right term, because I think that carries kind of an internet connotation to it. But I could see this being a legitimately kind of derisive decision, even at a table, where, you know, Raishan has not taken explicitly hostile action towards them. I think it's truly debatable if it was necessary to kind of get the jump on her and not, again, kind of gain that information. So I can very much get the mindset. If a player that I'm playing with does this sort of shit, more power to them. I don't care that much. But if I putting myself in Keela's shoes and you know, let's say that he did misinterpret me, but I'm keeping my lips shut. I'm going anti-meta game on it. I'm keeping them nice and tight. I can see that being a little iffy. If he's like, it's all Mega's fault. Or Mega's character's fault, you know. But I think we've talked about it enough. That's clearly what Travis is saying. Don't you want to see what happens next? Yeah, exactly. That's why, yeah, and I think controversial is maybe giving the wrong impression. But yeah, I can see this being, I guess divisive is the closest word, but like splitting. I can see this splitting opinions at the table. Because it split at least one person's opinion, yeah. Mega is Travis and Marisha combined with a little sprinkle of Scanlan. Or a little sprinkle of Sam. Put on top for a nice touch.
Flickers over. Now both eyes are on you. He says,
Know what you're doing.
You're not walking away from this field. You're going to die. Maybe I will too, but you are going to die.
Okay.
We're men of our word. We're men of honor.
Raishan is going to...
She did attack our home.
I'm not saying she's great.
Attack whose home? By Rodin? Or Whitestone? Oh, Iman. I guess Iman. Sure. That's fair.
Check one thing real fast.
Oh boy.
This.
You stumped the chump.
I'm trying to see what her reaction is going to be.
Not Kiki.
Oh, okay. No. All right. She feels comfortable with that.
Wait.
Choose.
Well then, come claim me.
And just steps away from Thordak. With one big push of the wings, turns around and coasts into the chamber beyond you.
Out of sight.
Beyond, you can see her form kind of disappear into the darkness. There's a little bit of an orange glow in there, but given that circumstance, yeah.
I say no ads. I say no ads. No ads. No run ads. You know that time when aliens attacked New York? I mean, hey, wrapping it back. You ready for a callback? It's a bit of a morality test. It's a little bit, right? Because Matt gave her the kind of quasi-sympathetic backstory. Somewhat sympathetic. You know, she was dying. This was her way to try and claw life back. I don't think it's like an amazing morality test, but it is I don't want to say not amazing. It's a bit of an extreme morality test. But it is a test of, you know, does her illness or her curse justify what she's done? The way that she got the curse impact it? Because I will say, for me, yes. The fact that she got the curse ransacking a temple of Melora, that matters to me personally. And you know that she eventually did come to them. That what are some other positives? That she didn't turn on them when she had multiple opportunities to. And that she has more information. Do they value additional information over her death? Over justice, I guess. Or vengeance. Vengeance, really. And whatever else I said about this moment, I think regardless, totally regardless, this did really solidify part of Vax's morality. Vax is willing to sacrifice power for vengeance. Grog isn't. Grog has gone through his personal character arc. Grog has seen, that's maybe not necessarily worth it, or that's maybe not where power comes from, or maybe it's actually not that related. Now that I'm saying it out loud, anyways, but Vax is not going to hold off when he has the chance to potentially extract more information out of Raishan. He actively antagonizes Raishan. And this is someone who can talk good when he want to. It's not like he's a bumbling fool. He doesn't have, the 8 or the 6 charisma or whatever. He can talk that good shit when he wants to. But this is a situation where even though he knows that he could get more power, he could set Vox Machina up in a better situation for the future by just waiting a little bit and probably still get vengeance. He can probably have both. But the equation for him, the priorities, vengeance is so much higher than information and power that it doesn't matter how much of a risk it is to let Raishan do this. Doesn't matter how big of a risk it is. If she, if there's any reduction to the potential of vengeance, he's going to stop. I think that's a cool Vax trait. I think that's a cool, character confirming moment. So regardless of everything else that I said about all of this, about anything, weird I had with it, as a morality test, I think it's a good example of the kind of things that can achieve. And the types of things that when you're watching the session or you're watching your players as a GM, even if you didn't have it planned that way, the types of things you can learn from your players. In the moments where you least expect it, sympathetic backstory full of murder and betrayal. Yeah. Well, that's why I said it's not that crazy of a test. Speaking of avian reproduction, I just looked down my window and literally saw a dove land on top of another dove. Biggly is happening on my porch. Ah! That's funny. Melora, yeah, Raishan's just a victim of circumstances. Circumstances is my name in Gnomish. Lol. What information do you think they're missing out on? A potential cure to soul curses. That is ultimately what was promised to Raishan. Obviously debatable if that even exists anymore. But either getting it confirmed that Thordak never had a cure to the soul curse, or finding out how to cure a soul curse. Vox Machina gets into some shenanigans. I wouldn't put it past any of them to get soul cursed in the future. Knowing how to undo that might legitimately be very helpful for them later in the campaign. And they might get there and they're like, oh, I wish that we would have let Thordak talk. Again, maybe it's the warlock in me, but, I at least want confirmation that the information doesn't exist. Even if I am not sure if it does or not. You know what I'm saying? That was the most warlock thing Look! I get into some trouble. It seems like anyone out here can get soul cursed. If a dragon can get soul cursed, you can get soul cursed. All right? A dragon's got goddamn legendary resistance. Do you have legendary resistance? I didn't think so. You're saying it's impossible that you'll ever get soul cursed? You're saying that the information isn't at least like a nice little warm feeling under your pillow when you go to sleep at night? That all of the esoteric secrets that you've gathered that make you able to more easily handle any sort of chaotic situation that might come up that you need to plan for and gain power just in case? You're saying that you don't think that way? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Honestly, I never saw this as speak to death and some spells to cure her / take his power. So letting her do it would only make her more dangerous. Hey, that's the risk. And that's the warlock in me is I want to see which one it is. Like, it might be steal power or it might be speak with dead. I don't know. So let's check. Let's just check. We can interrupt it later. Like, if she starts fucking absorbing the dragon soul like the Dovahkiin, maybe we can, interrupt that. But let him talk first. I need to gather arcane knowledge just in case I miss something. You're saying it's not a worry. You're saying 0% of you is worried about that? What if the person has something really cool? What if she has like a really cool tricorn hat? I guess in that case, I can hire a plucky band of adventurers to go and do it for me. That way they get soul cursed instead if things go wrong. Okay. Maybe I'm just not delegating enough. I can see your guys' point. I need to get some hirelings, maybe start a group of like-minded individuals. People that are interested in like similar fields of study to me so that we can kind of compare and contrast. And I mean, of course we'll need a leader, but we can, kind of generally organize it as a loose collective. We're bound by something outside of ourselves, in fact, so that works. And then we can even pursue maybe larger goals, rituals that normally are blocked off to a single person. You know what? I could increase my own power through this. That's a good point. I should start a cult. I should start a cult. That's what I got from you guys just now. That's what I got, is that I should start a cult so that my cultists can get soul cursed for me. That's what I need. I'm way too cautious to ever be a warlock. Well, if you got all of the info available to you, then you would be prepared. And you wouldn't need to be as cautious. Come on. This is a whole lifestyle. That's what you guys are missing. It's not just one decision that makes us a warlock. It's the mindset. Just in case I desecrate a temple to Valora. Well, it depends. Like, do they have any, like, cool magic items? Like, and how, like, many of them are there? And what do we mean by desecrate? That's such a dirty word. Oh, man. Cult of the Lamb is a great game. The dragon got soul cursed by a powerful druid that died in the process because the dragon attacked the temple first. Okay. All right. Slow it down there. Like, all right. Attack is a strong word. To me, attack applies a group. Oh no, I just talked about forming the cult. Fuck. Oh no. What do you think VM would do if Raishan just started straight eating his corpse? If Raishan straight eats the corpse, then we absolutely fire. There's no information to be gained there. We fucking fire on that man. Some secrets must stay hidden, Warlock. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, let's move on to serious comments. All right. I've accidentally disagreed a few times. Exactly. Oh my god, he's putting himself in Raishan's shoes, you scoundrel. Look, I'm not putting myself in Raishan's shoes. You know why? Because Raishan lost control of the situation, all right? If I was in Raishan's shoes, we would have never gotten here in the first place. Raishan is, dare I say it, a little incompetent. The teleportation circle, come on. At least make sure that there's one in the destination. What a lazy lie. You have like 2 weeks here to figure it out. Come on, get your story straight. Am I saying I would be better at being evil than Raishan? Am I saying that? Yes. And that's the end of the sentence. You think they kill Raishan because there's no way to get information from the deck? You forgot VM also has a cleric? Ooh. You know what? I'll hold my hands up on that one. That is Pike Erasure. I will fully hold my hands up on that one. I'll put a slight caveat. Raishan might have lied about the questions she wants to ask Thordak, so sticking around to watch her interrogate might be revelatory about some shit that she's got going on. But you make a good point about Pike Erasure. That's a decent point. You have 1.6k subs. You have a cooldown. I'm throwing all of you in front of the High Priestess before me. Dazio desecrated the Serenray Temple. We left some blue poop. I mean, I'm saying. The 38 minutes are getting quite a bit of mileage. That's true. Get between a woman and her snacks can villain behavior. If only Raishan had someone to help in her plan, perhaps Larkin. See, and this is the real problem. Raishan creates these personas, but does she inhabit them? You know? Ask yourself that. Does she inhabit them to the degree that they could have a conversation with each other? I don't think so. I don't think so. This isn't Stormlight Archives Shalon business. That's the shit you... If you're inventing these personas to help you out, put them to work. All right? Look at the problem from a few angles. I think she could really help in this scenario. Seeked me out in the first and looking for an alternative halfway point. I did. I did indeed. I did. I actively searched it out. That is true. No spoiler, please. I read now. Whoop. I won't say anything else. Hopefully that was pretty vague. I don't even know how that could help you predict anything. Oops. I should have called out Stormlight spoilers. Oops. Are the party even aware that Thordak is dead? That's fair. I don't... maybe? I don't remember. I think someone said it on the comms, but I actually don't really remember. Oh, man. I think one of the twins said it over the earrings. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Warlock's a mindset. Work on it, you guys. You'll get there.
She disappears into the...
Should I have taken my shots when things got aggressive?
So she's coming towards us.
No,
she's going the opposite.
Yeah,
going deeper.
even deeper.
I mean...
Great.
Yeah.
Did that look aggressive?
She flew away from your brother. But your brother did throw 3 daggers into her.
Did she ask
and said that she was going to die.
Did she ask her questions of Thordak?
Nope.
It might not have been the same fucking spell. It could have been something
He
like
said
it.
it looked very similar.
It's
adjacent, he said.
I'm sure she was just going to ask about cooking recipes. It's fine.
So what do you attack or not? You watch her to throw 3 daggers into Raishan and tell that she's gonna die, and then Raishan basically abandons Thorak's
Come
body.
and claim me and flew toward me.
Flew kind of over you and passed into the chamber.
Yeah, I'm gonna attack her.
Go for it. Roll your attacks.
No.
Do it, Tiny Toon.
Go for it.
You got this, Belle.
She's kind of released from
This
Thordak.
isn't
She's totally
about
a little
vengeance, though, you guys.
She's secretly.
What is it
really
about?
nice.
It is for Keyleth.
Bro, you hear that shit? What I'm saying. This decision absolutely showed Vax's priorities in this scene. Good attention from Laura Bailey. We get that's a big thumbs up. Clearly not spaced out. Clearly in taking all, which I wouldn't expect any of them to be spaced out right now. But good. And that is why, man, that is why I was so torn. I'm not going back to the conversation, but I will say that is why I was torn on it. Is because I do think that it was a decision and a character moment that did communicate a lot. So that is why I was kind of so hesitant and torn on it. But this feels about vengeance. And that is one of those ephemeral things about like ethics and morality in this case is, yeah, Raishan, removing Raishan from existence is probably a net good for society, for the world, for the multiverse. But does the process in which you do it matter? Is a sucker punch that they don't see coming? Are you tending towards the baddie traits that you yourself strive to eradicate? I mean, it's a somewhat common trope, but like these are the moments, and like presenting those things to your player, and again paying attention, because I think the characters will do this sort of thing more often and in far less extreme circumstances than you think they might. And so it's good to be eagle-eyed and eagle-eared for moments when your characters are defining their morality in front of your eyes. And then think about like, oh, they just did that. I'm going to build a test for them later to make sure. To see if they stick to that in a different scenario. Because I do think this is about vengeance. I do think. Man, I can't believe Thordak died before someone scaling got a chance to call him Turdak. Nice. What happened? I missed it. Basically what Jonathan said right here. Vex said this isn't about vengeance, and then Keyleth said it is for Keyleth. Yeah. That's basically what happened. And I was just highlighting when I was talking about this whole situation really showing Vax's priorities. I think it did to the characters as well. To the other characters, I should say. Raishan killed a lot of her people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As a player, I would be spaced out with all the OOC. Ook. Over. I don't know what that is. I don't know what OOC is. Over the counter talking? No, that doesn't make any sense. Out of character. I see. That's a good acronym.
Roll your attacks.
5, 4, 3.
So, no. That one doesn't hit. Probably 18.
Nope.
Yeah.
That one probably hits. 27.
Yep.
The saddest attack
That's a
ever.
natural fucking 1.
Okay, so what-
Vendors can sense my trepidation.
Apparently. So roll damage on one arrow strike.
Okay.
And it is your hand shaking at this moment. You're trying to figure out what to do. And then when she flies overhead, you release one arrow, pull back and pull another. And the second one is right as she's over above it, sinks in. And the third one you fire after, and it just hits the rock ceiling.
Just 15 damage.
15 points of damage. Alrighty. Raishan just swoops into the darkness. The chamber beyond. Keyleth, you just managed to catch up at this point now, at a full run, this will be your full turn, catching up to Vex and Vax, or Vax specifically. Vex is a little bit beyond. Aggressive stance. Raishan nowhere to be seen. Thordak's corpse ground into the dirt.
Where is she?
Forward.
Are we going after her? I mean,
I'm not there.
Yes.
I run deeper into the hole.
Okay. Jarrett and Gilmore at this point managed to catch up to you guys as well. It'll take a while for Grog and Kima to get to catch up to you guys.
I didn't say I was leaving.
Are you looting the giant's
No,
body?
there's a lizard folk right there. I
That's true,
want to see
actually, yeah.
how many licks it takes
That's
to
true,
get
yeah.
to the center of the Tootsie Roll pop.
All right.
One.
Well, Grog.
It takes one lick.
Grog, he's staring at you, still going like...
Can I reach out and go like...
Make strength check.
Okay. Oh, I have advantage on those. 18. Oh. 11, 18 plus 7. 25. Oh.
25.
Yeah.
Watching, and
Dude, fucking Travis poking the bear there. I think Travis is being a little bit of a shit, which I could get. I've done that sort of stuff before. Travis is being a little bit of a shit right now. And I like Matt's handling of it. I like his redirection of Travis says he wants to do this thing and Matt just makes it into a check. Something that he can feel very confident Travis will succeed in so that we can get through this. Travis saying, no, I want to extend the combat. I don't want to go for the interesting story stuff. Ugh. Right as out of character, he was talking about like, no, why didn't you get the information? He's just being a little bit of a shit.
There is this moment where you're grabbing its head and it reaches up and...
Oh, can't hear you. Can't hear you.
in a very Ricky-O type moment, the head just pops outward in a smear of purple gore.
Oh no, that's the show.
Also a bit of the reason I'm saying it like this and I'm not saying it more how you might say critically is because I do think that the way he's framing it and the way that Matt handled it combine for a sort of come up for air moment, right? Of this has all been very serious for the past, minute or two with Raishan and Thordag and all that. That he's bringing a little bit of lightheartedness back. Even though he's being a little bit of a shit. It's also someone in character. Travis wants the end crow, Gog wants to kill things. Yeah, absolutely. But what a little bit of a shit.
Oh, folks, all right. Well, did anybody see that? Who's here?
No one.
My hand is near you.
Kima's there, right?
Bigby's hand claps the wall. Applause.
I thought Bigby there.
He's looking over at Kima, and Kima's like kind of spattered with it, and she goes,
Boss move, right?
well done.
Nice doing everybody else.
All right. So you're going your movement. You're about there. Very full speed. Kima's a little slower behind. She'll catch up at full double dash speed there. Jarrett, everybody else is kind of moved in. We'll say at this point the rest of you have made your way into the
It's
tunnel.
just like...
He can't do it. He's having a bad day.
He's burned as shit.
Poor Jared.
All right. So you guys all just charge in after...
I'm doing the best I can. I can't see it.
Yes.
No, you guys are far behind. So,
Yes.
so it's currently you three in the lead.
Yes.
Should
You
anybody
all,
ever stay out here in case she wants to come back out? Can we stay out?
Do you want to
wanna
guard
do
the
this
entrance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, come on in.
No,
Why not?
wait,
If she's trying to stick
The
around,
rest
like,
of-
jump
she's
on
gonna
the
be
ground.
works
sitting,
for.
sitting
Yeah.
out.
She's not very long.
If she makes her way out, it means we're all dead. Come on in. It'll be
Okay.
fine.
Come on in, it'll be fun.
Let's all die together.
We'll go to the spa afterwards.
Okay, so you guys kind of rush into this chamber now, and it's the heat in here is more immense than anything you felt on the surface. This is kind of the core of the volcanic surge that Thordak's presence was pulling upward. And you see within this flow of I want you guys, the three of you, to roll perception checks if you can.
Who's the three? Back to back.
Where's my damn? Okay.
31.
Perception check.
31.
Is this
am I
is
there?
an advantage because it's a dragon related?
Oh, I thought it was the three.
Well,
down there?
this,
Oh,
you know,
dope.
are you looking for Raishan, or are you inspecting the room for details?
I don't know. What am I rolling for?
I'm looking for...
I was rolling to see just the general vicinity of the room. So you
Okay.
cannot see
So
your surroundings.
27.
27.
31.
25.
Okay.
Damn, how perceptive.
That fails, man.
You guys, first thing you notice as you glance around is there are some kind of alcoves inside this chamber where the rock formations kind of pull inward, and you see kind of set into the stone and the various bits of fallen rock and earth, a handful, somewhat spread out throughout the room, a handful of large, 9-foot tall, dark, deep crimson red, with crystalline elements to the outside, ovoid structures.
Ovoid.
These ovoid.
Woo! Don't fucking mention that there's more than one. Don't you dare take this away from me, chat. Don't you? Holy shit. Holy shit. He did it. I think this is the closest I've ever gotten. Oh, I did joke with it in meta that you were so dead on about it apart from the number. I thought there would only be one. Oh, let's go. Ooh. Okay, there's more than one. There's more than one. That does change things. That does change things. There's more than one. He has a brood. That doesn't seem very normal. Also, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. I will take my bow, and we will move on to bigger and more accurate things. I'm going to get the number right next time. Multiple, a brood. That feels strange. That feels strange. But does it? Does it at that? I never think about dragons as having more than one kid at the same time. Yeah. It's a dragon egg. You don't find a room of dragon eggs. You find a room of lizard folk eggs. You find a room of troglodyte eggs. Yeah, clutches. You go back to the chat till when Mike showed up. You will notice someone mentioned that we arrived for the break, so he didn't think you were at the eggs yet. I didn't see that. Hey, good restraint on people not mentioning spoilers in chat. Because I absolutely did not see it. And if people had mentioned spoilers, I might have noticed it. So good restraint there. Oh, man. Usually the average number is based one half the number of ripples. Oh, of nipples a creature has. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Weird. You're bringing dragon powers of Pern. They have clutches of 10 to 30. 5 for the 5 different colors, or does Matt just love the number 5? It's the question. We should have counted Thordak's nipples. Damn it. How many? Okay, wait. I need to reread. I need to copy. I need to reread. I need to copy. Because these go in the notes. I haven't taken a lot of notes this episode, but these go in the notes. Interesting. Okay. You guys, the first thing is some kind of alcoves inside this chamber, rock formation blend, where you can see the kind of stone, a handful, somewhat spread out through the room, a handful of large, 9-foot tall, dark crimson red with crystalline elements on the outside. Oh, what structures? That reminds me of Sky Sunder. Because they said that Sky Sunder hatched from a crystal. But this says they appear to be elementally altered dragon eggs. 5 of them into chamber. And Sky Sunder rebirthed. Are these all Thordak? Is it like a phylactery situation? He's copied his, like, fragments of his soul into these 5 eggs? Because that would make more sense with the whole we business. If he's like cloned himself, or not cloned himself, but like split off pieces of his soul and sentience and mind into these eggs as quasi like lich phylacteries. And maybe that's the stuff that Whisper absorbed? Like the gray shit? I think that was just flavor. Fuck. I didn't write it down because I thought it was just flavor. Hopefully it was. Damn it. And so then could explain the weakened Ember Seed. He had to take little bits of strength and out of the Ember Seed infuse it into the eggs. I mean, it's the number of Chroma Conclave members. That feels obvious. That feels direct. It could just be that 5 is a good number. It could be... I'm trying to think of anything else that would even lead towards other than Chroma Conclave, other than the amount of Chroma Conclave members. 5. I'm not remembering anything with the ziggurats. The poem in Sphinx Mountain was the 4, remember? Wasn't the 5, certainly. If we think possibly that the realm that Sky Sunder went to was a elemental plane, an extra one, outside of fire, water, air, earth, if there's like a frost, could be the number of elemental planes? Interesting. Interesting. So when Raishan and Thordex, yes. Mitch was about to join the chat, but I knew exactly why everyone was making sure we had only gone to Thordex death. Horcrux? Yeah, Horcruxes. Yeah. Horcruxes. 5 Ultrons? Yeah. Interesting. You're saying this is the closest we've come from theory to reality? Unless the moon tree theory was correct, which I still believe it could have been. In terms of theories that have been directly confirmed, I think this is the closest from prediction to reality. I think so. I landed on it late. Did I mention eggs at all in previous streams? I think I mentioned like a reality anchor sort of thing. I thought he was like building a way to keep the fire elemental plane here even when he left. Or like another portal. I don't really think I started thinking about the eggs until eggs in general, not the eggs, because I was only thinking about one. I don't think I started thinking about eggs until I heard Thordax start saying "we," which is like a classic insane guy thing. But it was like the only like kind of specific insanity thing that we got. Just wants to be a parent. Yeah. Are you saying the moon tree theory didn't pan out? Debatably, I don't know. Because the episode at the end of the Feywild arc is named very strangely for what happens in the episode. I'm just saying. I could see it. We're a pig in a stores, but yeah. You didn't notice when Assume said the teleportation. Yeah, dude. I did notice the teleportation circle. I did not for a second think that it was anyone but the real Assume. I thought that the real Assume had, like, betrayed everybody. And was like, it was double, triple, quintuple crossing, you know? I thought that was what was going on. I didn't think about the polymorph. And then tricked me again with Larkin. Dragon polymorph is so tough to manage. For me. The sex dungeon theory didn't pan out so far, Michael. So far. So far. 3 and 5 are magical numbers. They're artist numbers and the number's finger on the hand. True. They are just like broadly important numbers. So it's not that crazy, but I don't think there's anything specific. Yeah. Have you seen his run-over reaction to the Larkin? I think this is the first stream you mentioned eggs in. I think so. Hey, but I got there. And I got there less last minute than I guessed Raishan. Because I do think I technically guessed Raishan before the reveal. But it was like 5 seconds before the reveal. This one I had a few hours. Yeah. It seems like you weren't alone in thinking he was building something. Since last episode, Mary asked if she knew about the machine. Yeah. I forgot all about the vampire sex dungeon theory. Look, I had a lot of question marks around Jamon. That one was tough before I realized that Raishan, or that Jamon was a dragon. Raishan is polymorph. Dude. If Raishan polymorphed into 5 different eggs, that would have fooled me.
Ovoid structures.
Ovoid.
These ovoid. These are what appear to be some sort of a larger than normal elementally altered dragon egg.
Babies.
5 of them
5
in the chamber.
babies.
5 dragon babies.
Little babies.
Time for a Cajun omelet.
Little spicy. Little jerk slice.
Can I look back at Thordak? What does it look like? I know that Raishan made him do that. Does it look like there's anything around him, or is he just dead still?
He's ways back.
Here goes the
If you want to try and move back to him, you can. But with your high perception, you glance up and see in the ceiling portion of this chamber, where there are a number of these kind of small caverns that are pressed into the side, you see out of the top just the slight peeking of Raishan's face, kind of looking down into the chamber above you. And you watch as there's something muttering in the mouth, and the teeth grin. As the ceiling of the room, you watch distortion in the air above you. And almost like these small portals kind of open. And come flying out of them, you see 4 large flaming rocks.
Thordax.
Rocks. These are massive, fiery, meteorite-like boulders that come firing out of the ceiling of the room. Slamming into the ground around you, exploding in massive explosions, rocking you. All you see is white and ringing in your ears as your bodies are thrown from explosion to explosion. I need the 3 of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Got 2.
Ooh, that was a
25.
I rolled a natural 19.
Ooh.
So 22.
29.
Wow, guys.
Nice.
That's really good rolling.
All right, you guys take half damage.
At the lottery.
Well, here, let's just do the first part. So,
Oh boy.
there's the fire damage,
Okay.
which is 20d6.
What did we have to beat? 20d6?
20d6.
What did we have to beat?
You had to beat 22.
Okay.
0.
Right, so you take 0 damage from this. Both of you take 63 points of fire damage. Halved to 31.
Okay.
And then you each take 70 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh!
70.
That's 130 something total points.
Ooh! As these flaming arcane meteors
That's 101
crash
damage.
into the ground, detonating and destroying a portion of the cavern floor. Lava spatters everywhere, and you watch as you duck out of the way as... Keyleth, what are your hit points at?
I'm actually still up at... What's 101 minus 1? 18 points.
18 points. 18 hit points to that. You watch as your sister is thrown, her body unconscious, flung in the air like a rag doll as it scatters to one end of the cavern. You can see the volcanic activity kind of billowing up from the recent shaking of the room as bits of the molten rock are being flung across as the green dragon face kind of withdraws within the cave. And I think that's where we're going to pick up next.
Oh my!
It's 11:22, guys.
Next
We gotta get
year? We have to wait 2017 to
I have to
17
find
to
out
Raishan.
if I'm for sure
I
dead.
got you.
I'm
Yeah, I
across
got
the
you.
fucking
We've
room.
got
I got you,
Doesn't
we
matter.
got
I
you.
can fly 500 feet. I got you.
You're gonna get
Please.
the conclusion of this before
She's
the
dead.
next season.
Lay on
of
hands,
Westworld.
dude. No, she's dead.
Just saying.
No, shut up. I will kill you in the parking lot.
We will pick this up in January.
Shit. What was that called?
This guy.
Oh, there's 4 flaming rocks.
That's called Meteor Swarm.
Meteor Swarm.
That's a 9th level spell.
And it's gone.
What is that a spell?
Yeah.
What level is that?
9th level.
9.
130.
She blew her wad. She's done. We got a dragon and a flute.
She's not done.
You're right. She has nothing else up her
What
sleeve.
flute?
So, on that note,
He's dead.
Matt Mercer.
He's dead.
what? This could possibly be a whole different encounter. I don't want to keep you guys here till 1 a.m.
Yeah.
No, Laura has to record in the morning. So,
I have to film all day.
yeah,
Merry Christmas,
I have an 8.
I now see why the next episode is called Raishan. Makes a little bit of sense. Okay. Somehow, I think the next session might be a lot of combat. And you see, Matt didn't even need to have them roll initiative for me to intuit that. Eggs. 5 eggs. 5 eggs? Really? 5 eggs? Something about the number feels substantial to me, but it feels off to consider it just being the number of Chroma Conclave members. That doesn't feel right, but the number feels like something. Like, why 5? Why not 3? Why not 6? And it's like, yes, it is a special spiritual number, for sure. I don't know. Where are you getting combat from? Who knows? You go through an episode with time to spare. I wasn't worried. Let's go. And I have plenty of time to rest my voice. Let's go. They're obviously going to sit down and play some checkers. Oh, man. I need to go eat dinner. I need to go get some food. That was wild. That was wild. Very interesting. Are we done with the cooldown? Oh, no. Good point. Good point. Good point. We're not. I stopped halfway through for some reason.
well,
Yep.
guys, this will be interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to take a few rounds for the rest of the
But
party.
she didn't get to ask any of the questions?
Yeah, she might not have even needed to ask questions.
Yeah, maybe she
Of
was
course
doing
she
it.
did. She
Maybe
cast
was,
a big spell to do
maybe
it.
she was doing it telepathically.
What are you talking about?
No.
She read a scroll.
Maybe it was just like taking his soul into herself.
Yeah.
Information.
I think she did something.
Regardless. We are out for the evening. Thank you all for sticking with us for this longer
boy.
episode.
We should have just let her do what you want and summon the most powerful thing in the universe.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Team Rowdy
Where's that
Half
skull?
Elves, what's up?
Yeah, all the half elves are down there in the chamber.
Half Elves running in
Food.
recklessly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we do.
I've got nothing. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you guys for kicking ass in that battle.
Speaking of that being divisive, clearly a little split at the table. And it's like, look, I am kind of on the side of Travis. And it's I think it's interesting. And maybe and this is possibly like a mindset difference between me and some of the players. This is possibly a mindset difference between me and them. But the idea of her like absorbing Thordak's soul or yeah, like somehow like subsuming his power is very soft magic. And you know, there is something to be said for like, you know, we have had soft magic in the campaign so far, like the Whitestone barrier. At least I think that's soft magic. I don't think that's related to an actual spell. But it's not that common. And I don't feel like things that feel soft are that common. So I guess I'm having trouble. I don't know. To me, it's kind of like walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, probably a duck. It's like she said she wanted to get information from Thordak. She casts a spell that looks like Speak with Dead, which is a spell that you can use to get information from dead things. It feels like that's probably what was going on. But I mean, several of them clearly seem to think that was not what was going on. That Thordak was clear, or that Raishan was clearly doing something more nefarious. And that was all out of character. I guess I'm having trouble putting myself in that mindset, given that Raishan has not really done anything against them so far. I don't know. Yeah, for someone who's normally so suspicious, I'm kind of like, for a person that's normally so suspicious, I'm kind of just like, nothing about that gave me any sort of warning signs that was anything other than Speak with Dead, you know? And maybe Matt's the type to just, maybe Matt's the type to just say, fuck it. You know, she's a green dragon. You should have known she was fucking with you the whole time. Yeah, I guess I just didn't see any sort of, I just didn't see that. Yeah, clearly, but clearly divisive at the table, which is interesting. The ending move from Matt was also controversial at the time. Oh, and I think the reason why is really illuminating. Oh, interesting. The having Raishan not be like hit them back. Is that the move? Which move? The Rain of Fire. Oh, the Meteor Swarm. Oh. When there were only 3 targets in the room, essentially wasting the spell in a non-optimal way? I guess I get it to me it would depend on what else she has in her kit, which I guess I'll see in the next session. It's like, what other spells does she have at her disposal? Like, were there other spells that against 3 targets could have been relatively similar impact? Yeah, maybe, because she does know that there are other members probably on their way. I can kind of get that. But I don't know. I would find it hard to get really worked up about that. Personally. I would find it hard to get worked up about non-optimal spell choice in particular. I get worked up about adversaries doing things that seem completely unintuitive or counterintuitive. Non-optimal play doesn't necessarily fall into that for me. It's like she used unaggressive action there just because she didn't use the right aggressive action. Like, I'm more concerned about timing, I think, is maybe how I would phrase it. It's like, when it comes to, like, you know, adversaries being obviously, like, you know, any sort of purposeful fudging or obvious fudging that's perceptive to me, a lot of it is wrapped up in timing of choices. But the actual, like, as long as the choices are in, like, the same category, that sort of optimization doesn't really register to me as something super negative. At the risk of cannibalizing my future video, that was a very deliberate move from Matt. He def did that for a reason. Yeah, well, I'm curious to see in the next episode, like, what exactly she's got going on in the rest of her kit. Yeah. Curious about what Mega thinks. Want to see his take on that? Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the power kind of transfers into the next session. I honestly thought Raishan was going to take one turn, cure herself, and reveal her final form. Speak with dead never occurred to me. Really? Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. Which I guess like the assumption there is that Raishan has actually known how to cure herself the entire time, and she needed to absorb a dragon soul? But at that point, why not just go after Umbrasil or Vorugal? Certainly, she could have absorbed Vorugal's soul, right? Because at this point, they've already broken the Heartstone. So there's no real difference between Thordak at the end and Vorugal when they killed Vorugal and she was there. So I was definitely firmly under the impression that she needed information that she did not currently have. Because it seems like if she'd had the information on how to cure herself, I don't know. To me, yeah, it didn't seem like she would have needed Thordak specifically. Or if she did, it would be that she would have needed the Heartstone. But again, at that point, why not try to take it from him in the elemental plane of fire? Maybe he's more powerful in there. I don't know. If it walks like a duck, it's probably a dragon. Dragons are boring, eh? Oh boy. That's beginning of stream type stuff. How about this? Oh, let's see. Oh my god, it doesn't even fit in the quick thing. Group of lizardmen using hands to sketch just anything that happens to the supermarket. Dragon Overlord. PC stumbles upon the small port city. All the while, chaos ensues. I mean, that sounds like an interesting narrative and quest. Stat block's still boring. Like, I don't see a lot of difference there between... I don't see a lot of reason that it being a dragon is important. That sounds like a fun quest. But yeah, I don't see the importance of it being a dragon. Yeah, I'm curious for Mega's takeaway before I weigh in with my theories. I would say it's hard for me to tell how much I think Matt is trying to go easy on them or trying to fudge things before I see the rest of her competency within the combat. I think that it's hard for me to say. Like if she had like one 9th level spell and then the rest of them are like 1st and 2nd level, then maybe it's a bit of a, blowing your load too soon situation. I could see that. But also, I'm not that against going... How do I say it? In that sort of situation, I'm not that against going easy on the players. I'd rather try to bait the characters in and then try to get Raishan to escape. Like Raishan as a villain that is just existing out there, to me, is a little bit more interesting than wrapping the whole thing up with a bow, specifically because they essentially didn't follow through on their deal. It's like having the recurring villain just existing out there is the is the consequence of focusing on vengeance, not having everyone else with you to ensure victory. Basically, Vax blowing his load early kind of means that Raishan escapes. Or I'm not gonna contrive it to where she escapes. But that's probably going to be my main strategy. So in that vein, I could see myself blowing one of her higher level resources so that they are oh, let's move in, let's try to end it fast. And then Raishan swoops down, pilots out behind them. I could see that. But that'll... Whether or not I think that that's what's going on will be dependent on next session. Yeah. Interesting you clarified you were a person, Mega. Very interesting. How did I know so much about golems? Yeah. I think this is where I think Liam did good RP, even if it's not the most fun choice to get more story. Oh, again, I don't want it for a second to be thought that I think he made a bad RP choice. I think it was a choice that could lead to bad vibes between players. You can have very good roleplay and story and narrative that would not be fun to control. Like, I don't think that, I think there are lots of movies, lots of television where it wouldn't be interesting or like exciting or fun. Like, there's a good example, when I was referenced in a Bob World Builder video when he was talking about twists, and I shared that video in the Discord. And he talks about the Anakin's parents are dead. Spoiler, I guess. Or sorry, not Anakin, Luke. Luke's adoptive parents are dead when he gets back. That's not like a fun twist for a TTRPG. It's a great twist for Star Wars. Like, it's a beat that works really, really well in Star Wars, but it would feel kind of crap to play as a player. And this is kind of in that similar vein for me, where I think it's a good RP, good narrative, like good character beat moment, but I think it hits on some potentially risky or conflicting vibes with other players, is kind of where I get to with it. Yeah. How often do you watch a movie and think, why didn't the heroes interrupt the evil ritual? Frankly, if I'm being real honest, rarely. Like, I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to disagree, but very frankly, very rarely. But also, I don't watch a lot of movies, so I might not be the one to ask. To be fair to them, I wouldn't have trusted someone called the Deceased Deceiver. Yeah. They only want him to use optimal play at literally every moment. Yeah. Oh, man. She used an aggressive action toward the people who just attacked and chased her. Right, that's kind of my mindset, Joshua. Like, when I think about what makes sense and, like, what reads as fudging or faulty, that's where my mind kind of goes. It's like an aggressive action towards people that were being aggressive. I don't really care what kind of aggressive action. If it falls into that category, I can suspend my disbelief. In the same way that I think, some chatters have expressed that they can suspend their disbelief regarding retreating or, the timing of things like that. Whereas it's much harder for me to suspend disbelief on timing stuff. But actions within broad categories, yeah, don't really bother me. I want Mega to think about, why use a 9th level spell instead of like a lightning bolt? Why spend that higher level spell on the first ambush move? Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely have to see. But I mean, it feels like a possible bait to me currently. It either feels like a bait or truly a way to waste Raishan's resources. By Matt. Those are like kind of the two things that are coming off to me currently. Is make the players think that Raishan is lower on resources than she truly is, or make them think that she's low on resources and that's a bad thing when it's actually not, and bait them into action that they wouldn't otherwise take. Or yeah, kind of trying to soften it up for him a little bit. Those are currently my two trains of thought. In terms of like the level, the power difference in resources. Yeah. I doubt Raishan would go to much effort to pull Thordak out of hell if she needed anything else but him. Right, because I think he had the information. Yeah, I agree. And that's kind of my point. It's like, if she... Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think she needed information that she had. Maybe she wants information about something else that isn't the curse. I mean, also possible. I just truly do believe that she wanted the information off of him. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know how her storyline ends. But I've currently seen nothing to make me think that she wanted anything but the things she said she wanted. I guess beyond her, vibe. Rather than dropping a meteor storm on them with no opportunity for counterspell and no warning, no escape is considered easy on them. That's straight damage. I get it. It's that's a really, really powerful spell. So it's like, it's a lot of damage, but by casting it while there's only 3 of them there, it's substantially less damage to like the party as a whole. So I get it, kind of because it's an AoE spell. If it wasn't an AoE, yeah, it probably would have. It's kind of neither here nor there. Like if she cast Power Word Pain or Power Word Kill on one of them, I think that is just like a perfectly. I don't think there needs to be any strategy or motive to that. But I can understand she knows that the rest of the party's out there, and Meteor Storm would be substantially more effective once more of them show up, because damage is multiplied, essentially, across people. But I also, honestly, even if my final determination is that I think he was taking it easy on them, I don't really care. I don't care that much about that. Well, to slow the party down if they need to heal their people, that might maybe imply that this isn't high enough level for her to intimidate them. Could be an intimidation play. I could see that. Yeah. To fight Raishan right after fighting Thordak seems like a bad idea. Yeah. Like I don't have anything problem about it from like a narrative story sense. Yeah. Do you want to hear my theory about why the Meteor Storm? It has absolutely no spoilers at all. It's just an analyzing a baller GM move from Matt. Yeah, absolutely. Unless it's eating into your video. But sure. Yeah. If it doesn't like require any information from later episodes, absolutely. Cast a 9th level, so now the players know she has lots of spells, and so now they have a few weeks to prepare to fight a 16th plus level spellcaster, rather than just fighting a great big lizard. I might not run enough spellcasters for that to be intuitive to me. Yeah, because I see what you're saying. Just to put my thought process out there, it is not intuitive to me, and this could absolutely be incorrect. It's not intuitive to me that if an adversary has a certain level of spell, like, to me, it does not necessarily follow that they have the, like, all of, like, the downstream of that. Like, if you told me right now that the Raishan stat block had 9th level Meteor Swarm, something on 6th level, and then everything else was 1st and 2nd level, and there was nothing in between, I'd believe it. That would not seem even remotely surprising to me. But I can see my intuition just being very off there, and that possibly successfully communicating that to the players, because, you know, like, Keela does have, like, several of them are full casters, and I'm also a warlock boy. So odd distributions of spells aren't quite new to me. So yeah, I guess that's not intuitive to me, but that might be the intuition of a full caster, of which Vox has several. I could see that. If Matt has her act out of role player, yes, because the DM wants things to happen, it doesn't matter. They're both valid roles the DM plays. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's true. The irony is, up until now, despite being the diseased deceiver, all of her actions since revealing herself have been essentially exactly what she said they would be. That's kind of why I'm like, I haven't seen anything to indicate that she was not trying to speak with dead there. Like, I get the lack of trust, absolutely. But I don't know. I play a lot of social deduction games, and that's the way you win as a bad guy. I guess, but that's also the way that you fucking hang innocents. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's one thing to be like, that's what I do in a social deduction game, because you reset those after 20 minutes, not after a lifetime. I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't see any sort of tell. My theory... Oh, yeah, he's telling Gavin the danger. Yeah, but is that a symptom of you being mostly a DM who doesn't use a lot of PC stat blocks? It could be. That's what I'm saying. I think my intuition could be off for that. Because number one, I don't believe in really using PC stat sheets if I can at all help it. And secondarily to that, I don't use a lot of spellcasters. Even in adversary stat blocks. I generally avoid spellcasting creatures. So, yeah, I just might not have the intuition for that, yeah. He does use player rules a lot. Which would imply all of the intervening levels, like you mentioned. Yeah. She could have a set of scrolls from Wizard Sheet. Yeah. Wait, Raishan? Is Raishan a dragon warlock? Disguised person is an eldritch invocation. It is. I think she was using like major image though in Whitestone. But this is why I think it was so vital to talk about Vax's attack before you saw the meteor storm. With hindsight, we know she had some powerful cards up her sleeve. Right. So it now seems slightly less justified for Vax to have done that because we know she has powerful cards up her sleeve, whereas we've basically been assuming up until now that she was weaker than Thordak, which, like, objectively she might be. But I've been assuming it to a relatively extreme degree. I've been assuming that she's the weakest of the Conclave by far. And so with that sort of weakness assumption, the Vax action is kind of just about interrupting the information gain. Now it becomes, oh, maybe that was a bad idea separately from the information gain. So that's fair. That's fair. Which, again, not to necessarily comment on Vax's choice, because again, I'm on the same page with him. I assumed so far that she was the weakest Chroma Conclave member, and Umbrasyl was a chump. And they've leveled up so far since then. And gotten a bunch of vestiges. So it's like, if I think she's below Umbrasyl, it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. The reason the audience screamed at Vax and Keyleth is because 5 minutes later they got nuked. Oh, I think that's stupid as hell. I'll go out. I'll fucking say it. For someone who clearly had a problem with something relatively minor on the grand scale of things, like my problem is rooted in like interpersonal vibes management at the table for my players to make sure that everyone is having maximum, to make sure that there's no like tension between players. That's where my problem is rooted. I would never expect them to be like hesitant because they don't think that because they think that she's super duper powerful. I would assume her to be less powerful than any foe they've fought in like 20 sessions. And the whole point is that they're fighting her once they're already a little weakened. But I would not have expected her to have a meteor swarm up her sleeve, personally. So I think that is just not. That's the Orion mindset. Not to insult anyone who holds it, but that's like Orion thinking that they should run from Kavarn, right? At least to me. Because in any situation, like, regardless of my issue, my assumption of how that would go is they attack her first, or they wait until after Speak with Dead, and then they attack her. I did not think that Raishan was leaving that tunnel without getting attacked. That was never in my thought process. I was never like, oh yeah, they should hold back and rest before they attack her. No. So that, I don't know. I think that's stupid. I get it. I don't want to say that I don't get the mindset at all, but I think it is somewhat unempathetic to the player mindsets. You know, the players have also been assuming that, yeah. Pure theory here, but if Raishan is a Dragon Warlock, then that could be what links Vecna and the Spinny Death Ball. I'm laughing at myself because my gut reaction to that was... I don't know, that's kind of a tenuous link. And I want to formally apologize on top of my inner self. That was rude of me to even think. Given my history. and I apologize and I support your theory. I do. I do indeed. You know what the ultimate problem is? This is so stupid. I don't even want to say it because it's so indefensible. But she doesn't really give me like a warlock vibe. She doesn't really give me warlock energy, honestly. She gives me either like sorcerer or wizard energy. I don't have a way to explain that. Like I said, it's not defensible, but I just don't catch the vibe. But that's all. That's all for response. Your theory is probably very valid. It's just as valid as any I've come up with to link Raishan to Vecna. And then she dropped a comment on their heads. Yeah. That is true. The stereotype is that sneaky, deceptive characters are pushovers in direct combat. Also true. Yeah. Matt knew they were going to attack Raishan the moment she got to Thordak's body, which they have already said they would. Then it might have mattered a lot who was in the tunnel with her, which might explain the fire giant and wyvern. The fire giant and the wyvern are opportunities for the party to split. That sort of... I don't know that I agree with that. Because I think that would imply... Because that doesn't quite mesh with... To me, it felt like Raishan was not going to go into the tunnel until Percy ordered her to. So unless he's making that kind of splitting decision really quickly in the moment after Raishan dives in, after Percy tells her to, I don't think he could have pre-planned that. When did he introduce the wyvern? Was it after Raishan was in the tunnel? Did he introduce the second wyvern? Or the last wyvern? Your dragon vibe radar is on the record terrible. That is true. And my Raishan radar specifically is extra bad. So that's true. Oh, I've been talking too much. I'm wearing my voice out. I'm gonna have to think about this over the weekend. Or over the week. Interesting. Interesting end. Yeah. Fun stream. May or may not be back on Wednesday. Might be too busy. If you don't hear anything from me, assume it's not happening. I don't want you guys blocking shit off and then I'm just ghosting. Assume it's not happening. I think it's about a 50-50. And I will, if it is happening, I'll put out the unlisted event at least a day before. But it's just 'cause shit is crazy busy right now. But otherwise, oh wait, one last thought. Now how does he do it with the eggs? Does it change the Thordak characterization in retrospect? Gut reaction? No. Unfortunately. Like, the only thing I kind of did think about going into this fight was him theoretically wanting to protect things in the basement, but I don't even really feel like he acted much in that direction. So, first reaction, no, but I might have more upon further reflection. Maybe. I've always wondered if Raishan has druid spells she learned from the Ashari. I haven't gone through and compared her spells to the druid spell list. Could be done. I'm sure druid have Meteor Storm. That sounds very druidy. That sounds very druidy. I don't know, though. Either way, I will see you all 50-50 on Wednesday. If Wednesday doesn't happen, Sunday won't either. But if Wednesday does happen, then we'll see. And I'll update you there. And I'm going to try to go at least a little live at some point to let you know I'm not dead. I just might need time to work on the Dragon Week. So, I'll see you all later. Goodbye. Thank you again. And I will see you at some point.